Chapter 1. When Tomorrow Crossed with Yesterday. Naruto, you should have left over an hour ago. Hinata's voice hums in his ear. Her fingers thread softly through his blonde hair to awaken him. Not surprised to see Cobalt, orbs briefly open to smile at her, before closing once more. He reaches a hand up to intertwine their hands together, tugging her just enough for her to fall back into bed with him. Stay with me. I'm already running late after all, and you don't meet with the hospital's ophthalmology team with Sakura and the other doctors until in the afternoon. He breathed back, grinning at the hint of red he catches coming onto her cheeks at being tempted. He pecks at the side her of lips and down, ready to leave another series of love bites. It seems like it's going to be a stormy day anyways. Perfect weather for sleeping in and other fun activities. They can both hear and see the low rumbles of thunder rattling at the windows in the distance, of the sky growing into a consistent dark gray for miles as the scent of rain begins to permeate. You know that a bad idea, Hinata whispers, but it doesn't stop her from moving closer to him as his lips descend back towards hers. Stop it, Hima. It's my turn now, and this is my game. Boruto's voice yells out, interrupting them from continuing. A loud huff quickly follows, sound of footsteps stomping heading in their direction. No fair. You promised to share with me. I'm telling Mama and Papa. No sooner do they sit up do they hear a loud banging at the door, whiz of violet hair swishing in as soon as Hinata moves to unlock and open the door. Himawari plops herself onto their bed, already moving to crawl into Naruto's awaiting arms. Big brother isn't sharing Papa. Boruto is right behind her before either can speak, frown etched across his face at her head start. Yes, I am. You just keep messing up the controls. I'm trying to show you how to play correctly. I want to play it my way. Himawari immediately defends. Enough. There's no need to argue this early in the morning. Honestly, what have you two been doing since you got up? Hinata exclaims, silencing the pair. The four walk out of the bedroom to see the trail of colorful toys and books left in their wake, interest having jumped quickly from object to object. Naruto sighs, foot landing on a building block and what he hopes is spilled apple juice. Nobody is playing any more games until all of this gets cleaned up. His attention deepens at the sight of pulled-out scrolls painted on and files with random scribbles and doodles he knows the pair shouldn't have access to. Geez, just how many things were they getting into without our permission? Boruto lets out a small whine in disapproval before withering at Mama's stare. Naruto sets Himawari down to help him, both moving to gather as much stuffed animals and toss clothes their hands can hold onto as quickly as possible. Either we've bought them too many things or Father has gifted them with too many presents for their birthdays. Hinata considers, wondering how such a large mess could have been created in such a short amount of time. Naruto only grins, watching as Boruto takes a rather heavy book and frog plushie out of Himawari's hands to move over to the bookshelf and toy chest respectively. At least it's giving them teamwork skills. He notes positively bringing a laugh out of Hinata. No sooner does her giggle escape, though does the howl of wind return to the windows, rain following after in long sheets of pattering against the rooftop faster than before. Himawari instantly drops the trinkets in her hands at a flash of lightning ripping across the sky, bounding over to Naruto and Hinata's legs. It's getting really dark and scary. Boruto, as well, pauses for a moment, stiffening at the loud crack of thunder that follows, shaking the house. His glance moves between continuing with finishing up with their task or following after his sister. I'm not scared. I should be brave for Hima. But once Naruto nods over to him, beckoning him with a wave, he instantly joins in. Maybe it wouldn't be safe for any of us to go out. Hinata brings up gently, ruffling Boruto and Himawari's hair gently to calm them. Outside, the rain creates tiny rivers in the streets, water swelling along the garden and pathway up to the house. Papa, can you make the rain go away? Please? Himawari questions, Boruto nodding in agreement beside her. Yeah, use your Rasengan thing, you know. Boruto adds in eagerly. Naruto pats Himawari's cheeks gently as he settles himself to sit at eye level with them, brushing away tears simmering at the edges of her eyes while resting his other hand on Boruto's shoulder. Papa doesn't have the power to control the weather, but we'll all stay here until the storm passes. Okay? Okay. They beam in unison. The house rattles harder, though, with another boom of thunder, and they both hop into his lap immediately. Hinata catches his gaze when he looks up, lilac orbs holding the briefest flicker of worry as their thoughts align. This isn't the usual type of summer storm Konoha gets. Everything is shaking, rain pounding seemingly from all directions, making it hard to focus or hear anything else. Well, as monsoon season, I guess today is just worse than what the weatherman predicted. Naruto decides as Hinata settles into his left side for warmth. Besides, it will be nice to have a day off with her and the kids considering how busy their schedules have been lately. Boruto and Himawari have a knack for sensing when they're exhausted, even when they try and save energy for them for at the end of the day to play. At least for today, they can enjoy hot cocoa and engage in random stories until the sky clears up again. Another sharp crackle rips through the air, Boruto and Himawari squirming once more. Hinata looks over to him before everything suddenly goes black. Power outage. And again the house quakes, a pressure rising beneath them seeming to sink the house. Naruto stares around carefully, part of him thinking this could be a jutsu of some sort, though he doesn't sense any other people around besides them. I really hope this passes soon. Hinata whispers, finding his hand in the darkness. Naruto nods, squeezing her hand back as he ignores a growing sense of dread in his stomach that something is terribly off about this situation. X. When did it become light out? Naruto blinks, waiting for his vision to clear as he takes in his surroundings. The house is quiet, what looks to be like sunlight managing to slip in through the thin slits in the blinds. Had they fallen asleep? He couldn't recall ever shutting his eyes. Hinata's head rests against his shoulder, stirring awake from his movement. It feels like they've been sitting for hours, legs feeling numb as they start to stretch. The storm already passed. Hinata asks gently as she too peers around to make sure nothing is out of the ordinary. Same mess of toys, books, and clothes nearby. Boruto and Himawari fidget as she taps them awake, smiling when it appears they seem unharmed. You two okay? She inquires. Boruto nods, rubbing out the cricks in his neck. I think I slept wrong. Himawari rubs the sleep from her eyes, yawning and stretching her arms out. Did the storm go away? Seems that way. Naruto answers. Good. Hinata and the kids were okay. He can hear voices outside the door and immediate area, a rise of commotion that hadn't been there before. I think there must have been some type of mini earthquake, either that or the lightning might have knocked down some trees or power lines. I'm sure all the neighbors and passerby are gathering outside to assess the roads and whatnot. I'll go check and see if anyone needs any help. Naruto decides as he moves to stand. Okay, I'll go and make sure nothing was damaged in the other rooms. Hinata states, Boruto and Himawari moving to follow her. It sounds really chaotic out there. I hope nobody was injured. Naruto wonders, clicking the door open as he let out a long yawn. Instantly, the noise all around falls to a hush, and he cuts off his yawn midway, dozens of eyes turning straight towards him. Naruto pauses. This isn't their neighborhood street. Because gone is the familiar greenery of the trees and chestnut-colored rooftops he's used to watching glimmer in the sunlight in his walks to and from the Hokage office. Instead, what lies ahead of him is a blank wall of granite, that in the stares of hundreds of unfamiliar faces. Look, someone's coming out of the house. This wasn't some type of new jutsu or move, was it? One man questions the closest to him. A brief glance at his attire reminds him of one of the proctors who normally runs the exams at the academy. But that can't be right. No way. Houses don't just crash out of the sky like that. Another man snaps in return. though this is unprecedented. They should be far enough away from the main areas of the village for civilians to not be causing a distraction, and yet this family has managed to come through without alerting anyone. But what strikes Naruto the most outside of their conversation is the apparent tournament his family has interrupted. His fight with Kiba from the Chunin exams. And he quickly closes back the door as the eyes of his younger self lock onto him. What's going on? Hinata regards him in puzzlement, seeing his hasty retreat back inside. What's wrong? I thought you were going to assess the outside of the house and check on the neighbors. Naruto opens his mouth before quickly shutting it, voice dry. Maybe he was seeing things. Boruto has in the past liked to spike his drinks with weird concoctions as he sees fit when he feels like he's not giving him enough attention. He peers down to his son then, Boruto only staring back at him in concern. Are you okay, Papa? Does your tummy hurt? Himawari adds questioningly, reaching her tiny hands up as far as she can go to pat at his stomach. His thoughts briefly flicker back to the decorated scrolls the two had gotten their hands on, perhaps one of those scrolls in combination with the storm. No, this isn't their fault. None of us knew the scrolls had any other underlying effects to them. Naruto forces on a smile for the duo, staring back to Hinata. So, there's an arena in front of our house now, apparently. Looks like same one Konoha uses for the Chunin exams and any other tournaments/competitions. Hinata blinks. He gestures for them all to stay quiet, directing them to the corner edge of the farthest window in the kitchen. It's only once Hinata gets a glimpse of the outside, too, does her breath quicken as well. It can't be, but it looks like our examination period from years ago. Naruto swallows, teeth clenching. I think it is. A sharp pounding at the door freezes them in place. Hinata peeking through the small window space again as she sucks in another long breath. It's all of the Jounin sensei and a few others. Past. I didn't know you could make your shadow clones older versions of yourself too. Not that it's going to change the outcome. Kiba mused as he popped his knuckles, bothered by the interruption of their fight. Not that it's every day you hear a loud rumble before a house crashes through the air. I didn't either. Naruto wants to reply, though all he can think about at the moment is the brief flash of the strange older guy who had appeared from the house just minutes ago. Weird older guy who looks like him. Do we need to suspend the fight? There's a high risk of injury to non-participants now. Hate questions to his fellow Jounin. Kakashi, however, has already made his way up to the door of the house. He disregards the stares of Guy and Asuma, of another wave of discomfort settling amongst not just them, but the entire crowd. It can't be him. I know it can't be. But then why does he look so much like him? Minato isn't alive, he reminds the clenching of his chest. He'd witnessed his burial, and that of so many others who had been lost on that faithful night. That doesn't stop him from knocking again with more force than necessary, the door snapping open again as he comes face to face with the eyes of the man who looks far too much like his dead sensei. You're not going anywhere without us getting some answers. Guy demands far too boisterously before Kakashi can say anything, being pushed abruptly inside with the others. He's not alone. Kakashi realizes it's seeing a woman behind him with two young children. Kurenai, though, already seems to have taken notice of them, crimson eyes narrowing as she takes in the woman's appearance. Her eyes match that of the Hyuga clan. Hey, that's just old man Kakashi and all the other old teachers. Boruto blurts out, worry in his expression replaced with relief. Himawari peeks her head out from behind Hinata's leg at his statement, fear relaxing at hearing her brother's declaration. Well, this is just more confusing. Who are you? Kakashi questions to all of them. They have no idea at the moment if these two are enemies of the village. Granted, their spying efforts are very poor going by how they made their arrival. Naruto pauses, faint grin etching his lips. You wouldn't believe us if we told you. Asuma scoffs, and from a corner of his eye he can see him gripping at his trademark chakra blades, tighter, ready to strike. Try us. Okay, so maybe smiling just made them all even angrier. Naruto instead focuses his gaze back to Kakashi, frowning. He still has that Sharingan I covered up, and perhaps the only way any of them will trust he and Hinata is if they expose secrets they shouldn't know. You thought I was Minato when you first saw me, right? Naruto questions. The room quiets then. Some eyes widen, while others only fix him with harsher glares. So he does know about the fourth Hokage and their remarkable facial similarities. He holds up his hands in peace, sighing. Before I go on, you must know my wife and children don't mean any harm, and everything we're about to tell you is the truth. We aren't sure how any of this happened. One moment we're all getting up ready to eat breakfast. The next stadium is outside our front door. How do you know about Lord Fourth? Guma asks. He's my father. I'm Naruto, for what I suppose is you all's future. Next to me is my wife, Hinata Uzumaki, formerly Hyuga, and our two children, Boruto and Himawari. Hinata, as in my student Hinata, Kurenai brings up, staring closer at the woman now. Hinata smiles lightly, feeling a bit flustered by the sudden attention of everyone on her. Yes, the one and the same sensei. Prove it. All of this could have been data you obtained from a secret source. Inochi barks out before anyone can bring up anything else. Naruto crosses his arms thoughtfully before nodding. Kakashi-sensei, you're going to train Sasuke during the month break that will occur before the final matches for the Chunin exams by teaching him Chidori, among improving his strength and speed. I didn't like it at the time, but it made sense considering your similar abilities related to the lightning style and the Sharingan you gained from your old comrade, Obi Dash. Enough. I've heard plenty. Kakashi halts him, holding a hand up. How could he know his plans before they even happened? More so, know about him? He rarely, if ever, had uttered Obito's name aloud in years, and definitely not around his students. His eye crinkles at this supposed older Naruto with renewed curiosity and interest until he feels a tiny jab at his knees. Oh, he's being attacked. By Naruto's apparent son. Stop being mean to Papa. Boruto hisses, immediately being pulled back by Naruto. He wrinkles his nose at him in disappointment at not being able to have done any real damage, lips twisting into a deep scowl. One way or another, these people know not just him, but all of them in some form or manner. If it will better prove who we are, you could take a blood sample from us. Hinata offers. Naruto brightens in agreement. Yeah, not that you probably don't already have our DNA in some way or another. Huh, he's already made creepy assumptions that are most likely true. The Jinchuriki of their village and a prominent Hyuga clan member do presumably have their records on file within the hospital. Kakashi glances back over to Inochi and Shikaku, who simply nod and grumble the bother of a long process going through the lab respectively, though it's not like a spy would so willingly give away a part of themselves. Asuma moves for a cigarette from his pocket, dropping his blades for now. What about the kids? Genma asks, pointing over to the pair still huddled together. Hinata gives him a steely glare in response, walking in front of them to block his view, the beginnings of her Byakugan activating, startling them all. You aren't touching or probing at our kids unless you just need to prove our parentage to them. They're only 6 and 8. They are innocent in this already confusing morning. Gama immediately backs away, quickly nodding. He thought Hayashi's eldest daughter was rather meek and shy. But right now he'll think twice about getting near her or her team. Kurenai can't stop the smile edging up her lips. Her student was going to blossom into a confident woman with the help of her friends and Naruto, it seemed. Fine, we'll collect some mouth swabs and blood from you all. That will get us to the bottom of this. Guy declares proudly, as if this was all part of their plan from the beginning. Naruto sighs, straightened up as he asks for a few minutes for them to get ready. After all, if he's going to face his 12-year-old self and the rest of his rookie classmates, it shouldn't be in pajamas and dry drool from his daughter and son sleeping on him. He rubs at Hinata's cheeks, seeing her frown, pecking her lips, gently bringing a tiny grin back to her face. Yes, they're under suspicion, and without Kakashi or any of the others having to say it, they know they're essentially being arrested. We're in this together. This is normal protocol. Naruto reminds her, and Hinata nods in return before she heads in the direction of their bedroom to change. Boruto tugs at the end of his sleeve, lowering his voice as the rest of the Jounin congregate back together towards the front door. "What is it, Bull?" Naruto murmurs, peering down to him. He points instead back over to the group, cobalt orbs hardening. "Wanting to hit one of them again? I can go for middle parts next time, and they'll fall down." Where did his son learn all of this? Naruto laughed in spite of their current situation, patted his hair gently, and shaking his head. "No, let's not make things any worse." X. Look, they're coming out. Sakura points, Ino following her gaze. They don't seem scared, nor do they appear to be some rogue shinobi. Ino considers it seeing the shiny metal of cuffs upon their wrists. Their children gaze around in awe at how crowded the area is, the youngest of the duo even seeming to wave in their direction. Ino arches a brow. Why are those kids acting as if they know them? Is it just me, or do they look like Naruto and Hinata? Sakura asks, jade eyes following the family being escorted out by a majority of their Jounin instructors. Hate announces all other matches are to be put on hold until further notice, leading to a wave of groans and further questioning on what's going on. Ino nods to Sakura's question, devious grin alighting her face at a sudden thought. Now that you mention it, even those two kids with them look like a mix of both their features and weight. You don't think? Sakura shook her head, about to utter that none of the girls in their class were interested in Naruto in that way, though Ino had already twisted her attention onto the pair in question. "Come on, let's go find out what those two have been up to behind closed doors." Sakura scrunched up her nose at the thought. "Ino, goes. This isn't what you think it is, surely not with how I've heard Hinata's family is. The Hyugas are far too noble with their long history of prestige for their visionary capabilities in tracking down any enemy of Konoha. And Naruto, well, he's Naruto, so that doesn't really help." Ino spared her a glance again over her shoulder, matching her frown. G's forehead. Maybe they meet for secret rendezvous, just like I see Asuma-sensei do with Kurenai-sensei in the forest to the west, even if they try to hide it. Anyways, I'm not going to pass up an opportunity to tease and do some matchmaking, are you? She's got her there. Naruto's attention becoming focused on Hinata in his spare time instead of pestering her would mean those two could go out on dates together, attend festivals together, train together, all without her presence needed. Everybody wins. Her thoughts cheered mentally. "Pig, hurry up. We need to ask Hinata a few questions." Sakura grinned eagerly, looping their arms together to get to where teammate was. Though by the time they get close enough to her, Niji is already there. X. Who was that woman? Niji asks the very question she wants to know as well. She squirms under the harshness of his stare. He was already mad enough that the rest of the planned matches for the day were being delayed for who knows how long, and now there was an apparent other main clan member he had known nothing about. "I really don't know, honest. I've never seen that lady before now." Hinata spoke up, flinching at her stutter. "Fine, you don't have to tell me. I can always just beat the answer out of you once the arena gets fixed and the next fights commence. We'll eventually face each other, whether you want to or not," he warns before heading back over to his team members. And it's only when he's no longer so close can she feel herself properly breathing again, for her heartbeat to no longer be pounding rapidly against her chest. He wants to kill her. Her stomach churns at the painful reminder. Kurenai-sensei had left with the others, and Kiba appeared to be heading to take care of the wounds he sustained in the infirmary. Shino was nowhere in sight, probably having already left with the others. In fact, the whole area of contenders who had yet to have their matches were dispersing now that no other fights were going to be held. Her attention falls again back on the house that had interrupted Naruto and Kiba's fight, sunlight filtering through widening cracks within and the tiles of the roof to the wood aligning the steps. The whole area and outside infrastructure had been damaged by its appearance. Most of the Jounin sensei still unsure what to make of getting it out of the way. Looking closer, she can see something carved towards the broken front door in dark cursive, whispering the name under her breath and in her thoughts. Uzumaki. Hinata. Hey, did you know that family that was in there just now? Sakura questions, jolting her attention away the home. She shook her head slowly. She was curious about them as well. Ino hums lowly, nudging her gently. Well, I don't know if you've heard yet, but some people are saying they look exactly like you and Naruto. Funny, huh? Like me and Naruto. And Hinata feels her face starting to burn at the knowing grins both Sakura and Ino sent her way. The thought had passed in her mind as well at her brief glimpse of the couple. However, it was just wishful thinking. Because surely Naruto wouldn't look at her that way, not when he asked Sakura for dates time and again. I have the perfect idea. You should go find Naruto and see what he has to say about this situation. Sakura urges her, about to yell for Naruto to come over only to see he's disappeared. Great. He's probably just as embarrassed about this situation as me. Hinata considers, shifting back from the pair before they head off to truly hound Naruto for questions next. She goes out the back door she saw so many others do earlier, crossing into the grassy paths that lead away from the academy instead of onto the main streets. How late has it gotten? The sun has already begun its trek down in the sky, streaks of pink giving way to calmer blues and violets. Father might be worried that I haven't returned yet to the manor. The thought made her quickly pause in place, curling at her toes as she settled herself against the closest tree. It smelled of rain and pine leaves, of the quickly moving storms that were here so often at this time of year, and slowly she shut her eyes to think. No, Father wasn't worried about her. He could care less what she was doing right now. She'd seen it too many times now, pearly white orbs sharpening on her in the same manner as Niji did before scoffing. You're too weak, a disgrace to our clan and title as heiress. Even in her thoughts, the coldness of his voice makes her stiffen, chest narrow in apprehension and grief. It was shortly after that statement he spent more of his afternoons training Hanabi than her, she becoming a ghost flickering by who no longer existed in his world. For a long while Hinata's footsteps take her around the woods, spending an hour or so training, then cooling off in the chill of the river until her hands and toes are numb. It isn't until the moon breaks across the sky, white glow casting upon the scrawny tree branches and dusky rocks, that she realizes how late it's truly gotten in distracting her mind. And yet still she can't bring herself to head to the manor just yet. Ko, or one of the other bodyguard, will find her soon enough, and she prepares herself for the scolding of having stayed out so late. Until her thoughts give way to the woman with her clan's eyes. I need to talk to her if I can. She'd heard murmurings that she and her apparent husband were being kept under tight security by the ANBU per the third Hokage's order, but still she wanted to try. There had to be some reason why she looked so similar to the Hyuga clan, perhaps a long-lost relative or banished member. A flicker of familiar blonde hair greets her midway in heading up to said holding area, light squeak giving her away as Naruto turns towards her. Recognition passes in his eyes, and if it weren't so dark, she might have believed she saw a hint of pink in his face. Maybe Sakura and Ino got to him with their questions regarding a relationship between them after all. Hey Hinata, you came too, Naruto exclaims before hurriedly clamping a hand over his mouth at his voice echoing loudly into the quiet. Red floods her cheeks, Hinata nervously clenching and unclenching the fists at her sides. This was a bad idea. Why, yes, I want to know if the rumors were true regarding that family and are regarding us. She finally breathes out when she finds her voice returning. Probably not. Most girls are only into that loser Sasuke. Naruto laughs sheepishly in return, scratching a hand behind his head. This is where she'll wholeheartedly agree, he imagines, snicker along with him at how gross and unattractive he is, like he's heard so many times before from girls in passing whispers. And not me, Hinata murmurs out faintly. Heat crawls down her neck at Naruto's confused expression then. Did he not hear her? No, maybe he doesn't believe her. She is weird. No girl has ever said that to me, being serious. Naruto frowns. However, it doesn't seem like Hinata is joking. And for a second, his heart and mind race, unsure how to respond to this growing warmth settling across him. Ah, well anyways you came for the same reasons as me, right? He asks. Hinata only blinks, watching as Naruto pointed at the building ahead of them in the distance. You want to know who those imposters using our names really are, don't you? Me too. Let's do this together. He continues with renewed confidence. This will be much easier with two people. He reaches for her hand then to get into the shadows as an officer makes a patrol round in their direction. Hinata, forgetting for the moment to ask what exactly his plan is at seeing their entwined hands. All she knows is it's probably going to be a break-in. Chapter 2. When we meet. Currently. What are you doing? Naruto frowned at the guard's hovering stance over them in blatant ignoring of his question, fingers still poised and seemingly trying to break a jutsu in front of him. Hazel Orbs studied the pair carefully with a mix of awe and frustration. When each of his multiple attempts fail, he supposes then it's true. Those blood test results I overheard from the laboratory and pathology team are right. He thinks we're summoning or a genjutsu, maybe. Hinata suggests quietly once the officer goes on ahead with finishing his rounds when he realizes he's getting nowhere. Naruto snorts then, leaning back against the bricks of their tiny cell. It reeks of sweat and blood in here, murky brown walls surrounding them stained with the past wounds of its occupants. Of course, by now the news of their interrupting the exams has reached the ears of all the civilians, causing a mix of curiosity and mayhem. Have you figured out yet what's going on? Kurama questions, voice scratchy with sleep. Clearly whatever situation Naruto, and doesn't seem like one he'll be able to get out of on his own, and yet he still hasn't asked for his help. Oh, you woke up. Naruto mused. He didn't exactly want to bother Kurama considering there wasn't much to tell him yet, and he imagined he wouldn't react well to seeing him now in a jail cell of all places. The last time I was awake, you were sleeping in bed with your wife. Now you're stuck in jail with her, and there are two versions of you both. Well, younger versions, that is. Explain. He continues after a yawn. It sounds much more awful when Kurama says it like that. Seems we're stuck in the past from the kids messing with some of the scrolls. I don't want to do anything yet to cause trouble. Naruto explains. A deep rumble of laughter escapes him then, grin rising up. Trouble? Since being stuck with you, that's all you ever seem to get into Naruto. He's glad at least that their old instructors in the end didn't decide to separate them, mainly because it's probably easier to watch them both at once. But still, a nurse neither of them recognized had taken Boruto and Himawari back to examine them over an hour ago, and has yet to return. Part of him itches to break out to go check on them. Not that escaping will better improve their situation at hand. A loud gurgle fills the quiet, and Hinata gazes back over to Naruto, barely managing to stifle a giggle at the hint of pink to his cheeks. What? They've hardly fed us, you know, besides some dry salt crackers and water. He huffs. Hinata shakes her head, shifting herself again back against his shoulder. I know, I'm hungry too. This is taking longer than I expected. Naruto moves to wrap an arm around her, as best he can with the cuffs still binding his hands. They could easily just break out of this stupid metal cage. Wouldn't that prove their abilities and true strength? Well, it would also scare them all. Mama, they poked me. It really hurt, even when I told them so. Himawari's voice yells out, breaking the quiet, running back up to the pair. Faint tracks of tears have settled against her cheeks, though more worrying than that is the sight of familiar cerulean having gone a pale white. Did they see this? Naruto and Hinata wondered as they sat up, sound of alarmed voices rising up not too far away. Himawari wasn't the only one who attacked those weird clones, I bit their hands. Baruto adds in proudly beside her, confirming his parents' thoughts. Oh, well, guess they're all going to possibly be stuck here overnight now. We're clones, Hinata asks, Baruto leaning his head against the bars to try and feel closer to them. He nods, azure eyes softening in concern. Yeah, that can't be the real old man Kakashi. I'm sure of it, you know. Right, because he didn't recognize us or Mama and Papa. Himawari huffs her agreement, stomping her feet over everyone's behavior. Their kids are truly just as puzzled as them over this situation, shuffling together at the sound of footsteps returning in their direction. Kakashi. He pauses to regard them all for a second, particularly Baruto and Himawari over the abilities they've just shown them, and this strange knowing that everything they've said really is the truth. Before reaching into his pocket and pulling out a rusted copper key, it faintly shines in the dull overhead lights as he clicks open their door and cuffs. None of us understand still exactly what's going on. However, by Lord Third's orders, you are free to go for now. He's arranged an apartment on the north side of town for you all to stay at until this all gets sorted out. None of this means, though, that you and your children aren't going to remain under heavy surveillance. Naruto and Hinata look to each other before nodding silently in return. Anything is better than being in this cramped cell until they can figure out what's going on as well. Just as Kakashi turns to go, though, Naruto calls out to him. It's still early into September, right? If so, it's possible the months and dates match up properly from the future to the past. Kakashi halfway turns, eye crinkling as he gives a short nod. Hinata straightens beside Naruto, speaking up gently. If you don't mind me asking, how old are you now? These are questions they already know the answer to, don't they? Kakashi considers, though he turns to stare at them all fully. I'll be 27 in the next week or so, he confirms. 27. So, it really is 15 years ago. Naruto breathes out slowly, reaffirming his hold on Hinata and the kids. They need to get back to the house to check over every scroll and book that will take them back to their correct timeline. But it's dark out now as they finally step out of the building, and surely the house is being heavily guarded, if not already tampered with. Baruto lets out a loud yawn, rubbing at his eyes tiredly, while Himawari silently asks to be picked up to sleep on his shoulders. Right, they'll take care of this all in the morning. Because if it's truly the past, they can't afford to keep drawing suspicion to themselves. Past. Shoot, we just missed them, didn't we? Naruto hisses under his breath. Seems that way. Hinata murmurs back. A cloud obscures the moon once more, darkening their path. They had just managed to sneak their way past two guards only to see the pair in question already being moved out of the holding chambers back outside. They crawl back out onto the rooftops, watching them pass under the streetlights, allowing them a closer look at the duo than from before, and the children closely huddled with them. She really does look like a Hyuga clan member, Hinata considers, trying to calm her breathing and heartbeat. Violet hair the color of her own barely brushes at her shoulders, squeezing at the hand of the boy who looks so much like Naruto as well. Perfect, they're alone. We can ambush them now. Naruto cheers as he pulls out a kunai, preparing to leap down from the roofs until Hinata grabs onto the sleeve of his jacket. Wait, we don't know what they're capable of. We shouldn't attempt a surprise attack without a proper plan. Hinata sputters out quickly. As much as she too wants to know about these supposed strangers that share their names, she won't risk endangering herself or Naruto if she can help it. Naruto frowns, hands practically pulsing to get at this man who dares to use his name and pretend to be him. He purses his lips in concentration at Hinata's continued stare before slowly nodding. Fine, what's your idea then? He grumbles. Hinata paused, observing as the couple grew farther and farther away. In the morning, early before sunrise, we can head to the apartment they'll be at without causing too much of a scene. I overheard two of the guards, Eiji and Hidemi, whispering it amongst each other of where Lord Third was placing them. Her cheeks warm with the bright grin Naruto gives her in return. She can tell he's eager to put said idea into action, but it's late in the night now. And her eyes widen at hearing the center clock in the market district ring out. It's already 10 p.m. Her stomach slushes and tightens in worry, glancing back to Naruto, who studies her change in expression curiously. What's wrong? I didn't realize it's gotten so late. I've delayed getting home for too long now. Father is going to have so many questions. Hinata states in one breath that Naruto barely catches it all. An easy smile returns back to Naruto's face then, pointing a thumb at himself. Oh, that's no problem. Come on, I know a shortcut we can take. He takes her through a mix of alleyways and tight corners, amber glow of streetlights and porch lights guiding them along. It isn't until they've reached the block that leads up to the Hyuga Manor that Hinata realizes he hasn't let her hand go. You should head inside before they get any more worried. Naruto notes, voice for once quiet and restrained lest someone hear them. And with great reluctance, Hinata nods, biting her lip and not wanting to let the heat and comfort that his hand brings go just yet. If Naruto senses her unease, he doesn't show it as he slowly lets go, moving to scratch his hand behind his neck subconsciously. He's sure if Hinata was any other girl, he probably would have been hit or sent an ugly look by now for being so close, let alone holding her hand without gaining proper permission first. But Hinata is strange, not self-assured like Sakura or bossy like Ino, as Shikomu related to him one afternoon at Ichiraku's after returning from being ordered around more so by Ino than their clients for a short mission running grocery errands for an elderly pair of women. Now that I think about it, Hinata is pretty nice to me. She sent him a soft smile of thanks, face completely red, almost making him ask if she feels feverish or sick before she abruptly speaks up again. So, tomorrow around 5:30 a.m. is okay with you? I don't want to rush you or anything if that's perhaps too early. Huh? Oh, yeah, that's fine. I'll set my alarm. See you then. Naruto waves, stepping back. He leaves quickly before any of the Hyuga attendants can notice him, briefly remembering the Kekai Genkai of her clan have renowned perception abilities. Hinata doesn't notice his final glance back towards her as he takes to the trees. Unlike the harshness he's seen in Niji's eyes whenever he cracks a crude joke nearby him or in that of Hinata's elders, her eyes look at him with a gentleness he still doesn't understand. Why are you home so late? Hayashi repeats once more. Hinata reminds herself she was ready for this, ready for the intensity of his anger brewing and erupting, wondering where she could have gone. I wanted to see her, she whispers out faintly, wanting to immediately curl up like a ball at hearing how tiny and fragile her voice sounds. Weak. The harsh reminder croons at her from the darkest parts of her thoughts. Ooh, don't tell me you went out to actually follow through with those silly rumors. Hayashi scowls, his eldest daughter's silence saying it all. Ko for a moment seems like he'll speak up on her behalf, but his lips quickly close as Hayashi's gaze twists on him. Make sure she is being properly escorted to on any further ventures for the time being, even if not by you unless for mission purposes. He reaffirms as if she is no longer there, and perhaps she might have felt slightly better if he at least acknowledged her existence properly with a slap or painful glare. As it stands, she is only something to be guarded now, to be kept away from any potential kidnappers or enemies of Konoha, who even then would only want her for her eyes. Ko simply nods. There is no room for arguments on matters such as this. But it will be difficult to sleep after hearing this. Father's footsteps falling away against the wood paneling back to his quarters after barely sparing her a glance over his shoulder with a sigh. The rest of the night is very much a whirlwind after that, going through the motions of eating the leftovers of dinner to being attended to throughout her bath by her elders. It is only when she is finally peacefully alone in her room does she feel like she can breathe normally a bit. Her sheets smell of calming lavender and vanilla, and she feels the urge to sink and bury herself away from the world. Will I be able to leave with Naruto in the morning? Hinata considered, biting her lip at the thought of having to stand him up. No, she would meet with him on time. Even if it meant lying, Naruto always found a way, especially when no one thought he could, and she would as well. At the peak of dawn, she arises, carefully arranging her pillows to look like that of a sleeping body while searching the halls of the compound for anyone else awake. Nobody except the guards, and even then, their patrols don't seem to cover the west ends of the manor that lead mainly to the forests. That's the way she'll go. She mulled over leaving behind a clone to further bide her time, though she highly doubted such a ruse wouldn't be quickly seen through once any one of the elders activated their Byakugan, and she needed all the energy she could spare. Low-lying clouds stretch across a fuchsia and orange-colored sky as she cracks open her window slightly, light blanket of warm misty air fanning across her face. Hinata slips one hand and leg out and instantly hears a muffled gasp behind her. She freezes, eyes roaming back in alarm before her breathing soon settles down. Hanabi. Her sister regards her more in fascination than concern over why she has one arm and foot out her window at this time of day, pearl orbs mirroring her own wide in curiosity. "Where are you going, big sister?" She whispers, keeping her voice soft as to not alert the guards or morning attendants that may soon shuffle about. Hesitantly, she steps toward her, wincing at the increased sound of her footsteps in the quiet. "Is this for a mission? Father never mentioned you had another one today." She asks eagerly, and Hinata can't bring herself to fully lie at seeing her sister's face beam with pride for her, cheeks ruddy with growing excitement. Still, she really needs to get going. "I didn't tell him. I knew he most likely wouldn't have cared." Hinata murmurs quietly. Hanabi pouts, knowing what Hinata is leaving unsaid. How can father not see how strong big sister is becoming? Surely he knows in none of their spars does Hinata ever truly fight her with all the force of a real, gentle fist or attack. Right? "You won't tell father, will you?" Hinata asks uncertainly, bringing her back to everything at hand, and Hanabi immediately shakes her head as she heads over to her bed, pulling her bedspread back to lie in it. "If anyone else asks, I'll tell them I wasn't feeling good and you were here with me until you got called away for an emergency squad briefing." She relates. A small grin makes its way back to Hinata's face then. Nowadays, it seems like Hanabi is the only family member she has who doesn't gaze at her with such frustration, shame, worry, or a mix of all three. "Thank you, Hanabi." She would make sure to buy all her favorite sweets from her next mission's payment at the earliest chance she got. For now, though, this would be just another secret between sisters. X. Currently. "Big brother, come on. I have to go potty now. I don't know where the bathrooms are in this new house." Himawari hissed urgently, shaking at his shoulders again with increased vigor. 5 more minutes." Boruto slurred out only to faintly open his eyes to see her fingers rising up in preparation for a gentle fist. "Never mind. He doesn't need sleep." All right. Let's go." Boruto sits up quickly, grabbing her hand as he hopped out of bed. This stupid house is confusing enough to get used to, way too grimy and dusty with silver cobwebs seemingly in every corner. After taking them accidentally to a coat closet and what looks to be like an old laundry room, they finally reach a restroom. "I'm going to wait outside. Just come out when you're done. Oh, and don't forget to wash your hands, He instructs her. "Okay." Himawari chirps back before shutting the door on him. He isn't sure how she can be so awake this early. The sun is barely out yet. His mind slips back to his dreams from earlier, of back in the comforts of his own room, and not this space they must reside in that smells of mold and trash. Mama and Papa remain asleep down the hall, and he wonders how they can be so casual about this all, surrounded by chipping white paint in every room, cracked tiles, and rusty silverware. A yawn escapes him as he turns his gaze to outside, pausing at a flicker of blonde and violet hair weaving through the trees. Boruto rubs his eyes. Maybe he's still sleeping, however, he sees the same sight again. Only this time, it isn't just the hair he notices, but the persons with said hair colors. Why are Papa and Mama outside? I'm done. Himawari relates behind him. Chill. Baruto hisses in return, nearly jumping from her touch. She huffs at his covering of her mouth, puzzlement crossing her face as he lowers them to the ground. What are we doing? Ooh, is this a new ninja game? She muffles out, frowning at Baruto's shake of his head. She follows his line of sight out the window to the duo moving out of the forest heading to inspect the side of the house. Isn't that Papa and Mama? Himawari asks softly as Baruto slowly moves his hand away, looking between the two to make sure. Baruto wrinkles his nose in thought, nodding. I think so. Why are they outside, though? And something seems different about them. I can hear Papa's snores down the hallway, unless he made a clone. Wait, can you make a clone while the real you is sleeping? He's confusing himself. Himawari is already moving to stand again, smile rising up. Well, let's go find out. Maybe they're making breakfast or grabbing ingredients. We should go help them. Baruto grabs her hand before she can go scampering off to them. Papa said they need to be on guard for any visitors that come to see them after all. But that doesn't stop Himawari from eagerly slipping out of his grip to go greet the pair. Good morning, Papa. What ya doing, looking for firewood? Himawari asks as they slowly approach them, clicking open the back door, making them halt in their peering around. I thought you said you and Mama were going to test out the stove in the kitchen first. Baruto questions behind her, feeling a bit of relief now that they're staring at the two of them closely enough. Papa's same favorite orange clothes, whiskered cheeks. Mama's violet hair and white eyes. But they both stare at them as if they have no idea who they are. And Baruto pauses, knots in his stomach quickly returning as he guides Himawari back from getting nearer. Why are you so short? He asks, pointing at this smaller version of his dad. He expects Papa to have some kind of long-winded explanation that will help calm his nerves. However, this Papa lets out an undignified snort as his face morphs into a deep scowl. Short? I'm not short besides. Look who's talking. What's the big idea copying how I look without getting my permission first? He snapped wildly, waving his arms around. What? Copying how he looks? This isn't Papa. He isn't crazy like this guy. Baruto only arched a brow, stepping him and Himawari back. His heart tenses at his reaction, beating faster, louder. Do you know who we are? He pursues quietly, Himawari breaking out of his hold again, much to his panic as he runs into their arms. Bolt, don't be silly. Papa and Mama know us, she states matter-of-factly. However, the smile soon slips from her face as well as seeing the shocked and embarrassed looks they have. And very quickly, this game they're playing is no longer fun. Past. Are these really my eventual children? The two of them. Naruto questioned himself, staring down at his supposed daughter's hugging of him. He remembered seeing two kids with a mysterious couple, but he hadn't given it much thought until now. All right, don't freak out, that will just scare them off. Someone has to be an adult right now. But he's scared right now, too. This isn't what he and Hinata expected out of this plan. Glancing back to her, he sees her face is already completely beet red. Hopefully, she won't faint on him. Where are your other parents? Naruto manages out, alarmed at seeing tears bubbling up in the girl's eyes as she pushes off of him hurriedly back to her brother. The boy's eyes narrow, suspicion evident. Is this the imposter? No, he was some old dude. However, this must be his son. I'm not telling you anything until you explain who you are, you know. He snaps, and Naruto can feel a scowl rising up. This strange child, who is apparently going to be his future son, not only really looks like him, he talks like him as well. And it begins to sink in that their likeness isn't just by coincidence, perhaps, but by a familial connection that makes him pause. Is what it means to have a family? Hinata takes in a couple deep gulps of air, glad her dizzy spell is passing. Everyone is becoming charged with fear and anger, Their original plan of a surprise attack is falling apart now, and the only way to rectify things is to be truthful. Knowing that, she steps forth between Naruto and she thinks bold, going by what his sister said. We didn't come to cause any harm. We didn't want to know why there were two other people who shared our names and looked so much like us as well. She explains. Boruto calms, slightly hearing that. She sounds and looks so much like Mom that he sent her a small grin in return. Hinata smiles back, ignoring the fluttering in her chest as she looks back to Naruto at his continued hard staring at their seeming future children. Our children. The words repeat themselves over and over in her mind, making her face grow hot once more. She wondered if Naruto was upset going by his silence, if he wished instead for them to have telltale signs like Sakura's sharp emerald eyes or coral pink hair. But instead he twists back to look at her, puzzlement in his eyes as he points between them. How come neither of them have eyes like yours? They both have blue eyes like me, he asks. Boruto pipes up again hearing that, nodding over to Himawari. Oh, Hima gets eyes like Mom when she's mad or upset. Hinata stepped closer to him, voice becoming a soft whisper. Why, you're not upset, are you? Naruto's brows furrowed, cocking his head. No, why would I be? The heat already in Hinata's cheeks crawls its way down her neck. Well, I just thought that dash. His grin cuts her off from sputtering into an assortment of rambles. If this is what our future holds, then I don't mind. I've always wanted a family on top of being Hokage one day, you know? Truthfully, he doesn't feel any strong twinges of ache that Sakura isn't their apparent mother. He's secretly desired for so long to experience the same type of love and affection his classmates have with their own families, to have at least one girl stare at him the way so many do swooning over Sasuke. This is that look, he believes, meeting Hinata's warm gaze. Has she always looked at him this way? A familiar tight sensation returns back to his chest, radiating out, but this time he doesn't swallow it down or attempt to ignore it as he feels his grin widening as he takes a step closer to her. Boruto, Himawari, where are you two? A new older voice yells out, snapping their attention away from each other. Outside, Boruto calls back. And just like that, reality sets in, their original reasons for coming here. Because glancing up, they meet the eyes of the infamous couple who share their names and faces. Currently. What are they doing here? Hinata breathes out, sleep fading away instantly at seeing their younger selves gazing back at them. Most likely they wanted to investigate who we said we were. Naruto states beside her, frowning before putting on a grin at Boruto, and Himawari's waves to them. They must have mistaken their younger selves for some kind of enemy or might have believed for a moment they had gone outside without telling them. Well, too late to try and cover it up now. His younger self points a finger directly at him, irritation returning to his expression. All right, imposter. Tell us who you really are. Naruto only stares at him blankly. I'm you from the future. Don't try to play tricks with me. What you two exactly? Some type of malfunctioning jutsu or clones that can't break? There's only one Naruto, Uzumaki. Besides, if you're me from the future, as you say, why would you interrupt our own fight, potentially stopping us from advancing? I didn't do it on purpose. I know it won't be easy to get myself to trust me, especially if I'm going to jump to conclusions that I'm like an experiment or a fake. Though he can tell some part of himself knows in his expression, knows they're the same person, and isn't exactly sure what to do or say. The days of his youth was typically spent using his fists first before people were willing to actually relax and talk. If you don't believe him, ask him a question that only you would know the answer to. Hinata suggests that their ongoing silence, smiling at her husband's thoughtful look of agreement. His younger self ponders it for a moment before snapping his fingers. All right, tell me this. Where do I hide the extra Rio I earn from missions and don't say under the mattress? There's another secret spot. What is it? This will definitely stump him. He's sure Kakashi-sensei, Irika-sensei, and not even Old Man Third know where he hides his spare savings. But his older self answers rather quickly. In the bathroom, under that fifth broken tile to the left by the tub in a ratty, cracked piggy bank we found thrown out in the trash one morning. And also because we know how messy the apartment always is, and that nobody would want to go into the bathroom, of all places, except us if they were looking for extra Rio. Some memories like that stay with you. Good thing you didn't ask him something more obscure or random, though. Is he right? His wife's younger self asks, curiously, and Naruto can only cautiously nod. He knew. I've never told anyone about that hiding spot. Nobody else has snooped there or moved the tile piece as far as I know. Go back inside Boruto, Himawari. Mama will get started on breakfast, as well as give you 2 timeouts for going outside without us. Their collective whines snaps him back, and he realizes then how close his counterpart is to them now, when had his older self arrived down here. Are you sure that's okay, dear? Hinata questions from above, and he nods back before gesturing for the kids to head back in. Boruto gives him one final look as he passes him, curiosity shining through in his cobalt eyes, and a tiny part of him realizes this won't be the last time he talks with his future son going by his rule-breaking. I didn't see you move down here, you know. His adolescent self gaps at him starry-eyed. Even Hinata's younger self gazes at him in wonder at the speed in which he moved. He's going to become so cool. Wow. You or I guess me we're going to become like Jounin level in the future. His preteen form continues, practically bouncing up and down in excitement, completely forgetting about his anger and suspicion over his identity now. Oh, Naruto coughed, shaking his head. A lot of things happen, so technically if I'm being honest with you, or Eras, I'm still considered a genin. What? Watching his juvenile form crumple from eagerness to upset is uncomfortable. He shouldn't speak too much on the future, though it hurts to watch himself be distraught with him. Things are going to change little by little the longer they're stuck in the past, he worries. Some things will inevitably slip out or be found out through use of spying, no matter how hard he and Hinata try to prevent things. Or one prevents certain things. If it helps, I'm currently the Hokage. He adds, withholding on saying which number he is exactly. And instantly his younger self perks up again, enthusiasm far and away greater than it was mere minutes ago. He glances back to Hinata, smile infectious, already matching his own. Ah, I knew it. Come on, Hinata. Let's go rub it into everyone who thought I couldn't do it. Actually, being Hokage isn't super exciting even though I like my job. It's a lot of paperwork and listening to all of the shinobi and civilians' demand for changes in business regulations, work hours, meetings with dignitaries, training sessions, etc. He explains, blocking him before he can go running off. He doubts anyone would really believe his younger counterpart at this point in time, but they still need to play it safe. He watches as his younger self takes that all in. Yes, there was a lot more to being Hokage that he didn't know about during his preteen and teenage years. So, I still get to wear the Hokage's cloak and hat though, right? Well, guess he knew why he deserved all those hits to his head back then. I'm not sure if you guys are getting confused differentiating between younger and older Naruto and Hinata. I'm trying to make it so it's clear enough, though I'm a tad worried. I'm still puzzling some readers nonetheless. The way I've imagined this story idea out was to start from the third part of the preliminary exams when Hate was proctoring and go forward from there with various major/minor events and connections formed becoming altered by future Naruto and Hinata's presence, along with Boruto and Himawari, whether deliberately or not. I'm going to try my best to not create any big rifts in the timelines of past and present, though I do want to take some creative liberties to not just 100% follow canon. Anyways, this is a lot of fun writing, and I didn't want to keep you guys waiting any longer. Here's another update. I'm so glad so many people like it so far, and I appreciate any and all feedback. I'm blown away with how it's already gotten 200 plus followers and 130 plus favorites in one chapter. I definitely feel the love, so keep it coming, LOL. More new characters and interactions to come for next time. Chapter 3, When Looking Back. Past. Something interesting over there, forehead. Ino questioned at Sakura's behavior. She was doing nothing to hide herself, really, pressed against a brick wall, staring across the busy street corner. It was approaching the lunch hour, most civilians moving about, going over prices of various goods at the market square or collecting a quick meal on the run from one of the many food stands. The area was infused with the sense of grilled meats, spices, boiling soups, and Eno sighed at the particular waft of sweets coming from one of the bakeries, reminded once more of her light breakfast. Shoe pig. And yes, if you must know, it's very interesting. She replies, and Eno follows her line of sight across the way at her emphasis. Ichiraku's. And a grin etches up her face at seeing the pair in question that has Sakura's complete focus. Naruto and Hinata alone. Are they on a date? Ino asks point blank, joining herself with Sakura to watch the pair. Sakura merely shrugs in response, jade eyes swerving between the two every few minutes. I don't know, but ever since that incident with that strange house crashing through the arena, I've seen those two together more often. This is my first time catching them in the act, so to speak. Ino sighs happily then. This truly is a welcome sight to see. If only they were closer to get and hear more details. Perhaps Naruto won't be as infuriatingly loud or energetic during class or missions with Hinata's affection, and Hinata will be emboldened to speak up more with Naruto's encouragement. And of course, most importantly, this is probably the best gossip-worthy news she's witnessed all week. Mrs. Amaya and Mrs. Furuta will definitely want to hear the news regarding one of Konoha's most prominent clans come Tuesday when they make their annual trip to the store to check out their latest deliveries of flowers and seeds. Did you ever get a chance to ask them about that older couple? She ventures at seeing Naruto and Hinata pull together some Rio before moving to get up. Sakura shakes her head, tugging Ino to move back into the shadows with her as the duo enter the streets once more. It's crowded enough, but her trademark pink hair will instantly make them stick out. No, I'll ask him tomorrow. Kakashi-sensei wanted to debrief us over what all the Jounin-sensei are planning for restructuring the rest of the exam matches. It must be true what those reports I've heard throughout the hospital are saying that those two really are an adult Naruto and Hinata. In that case, it means in the future they'll get married and have kids, so I can ask one of them if they know who I'm married to as well. Sakura pondered, Sasuke's image briefly coming to mind before she shook it away. Part of her thoughts reminded her that now wasn't the time to be thinking of love and other frivolous topics. Not when her brief glances of seeing the older Naruto and Hinata throughout the city, they appear so alarmed. Their coming here wasn't on purpose. They know things about everyone, though. Things that have yet to occur, and she can't help it. She wants to know what her own future holds. What she could do to maybe help or change things. Surely they would at least tell her that, right? Is it too dangerous for me to know, though? She wonders before shooting the thought down. The life of a shinobi was always going to be faced with various perils and trials, dangerous or not. If they could prevent major catastrophes from occurring, she was sure they would let Lord Third and his advisory team know. But then again, what if doing so created alternate terrible events to occur? At that, the beginnings of a headache start to pound at the back of her skull the more she thinks on the harm her innocent questions could probe into and create. She hadn't related to Ino any of these additional parts of her plan. These other questions she eagerly wanted to know. They were finally starting to patch things up between them now. The last thing she wanted was to go back to square one, where they seemed to only constantly bicker and squabble with each other over pointless things. Ino glanced over to the center square's clock, blue eyes widening. Crap, you got to go for it. I promised to meet with my team at Yakiniku Q over 15 minutes ago. Let me know as soon as you hear anything. She orders before getting up with a wave, making a phone signal with her hands before disappearing into the crowds. Sakura only smiled, giving a tiny wave in return before standing up as well as she dusted herself off. She would keep that promise. Mostly. X. Currently. They're looking for me. Hinata states it with such certainty Such a knowing Naruto wonders, just briefly, if he shouldn't simply toss their blankets back over themselves in order to forget that this is their new reality. Who is? He asks warily, even if he already has his answer. Most of the Hyuga men and elders, father leading them around the village. Hinata breathes out, wounding her fingers around the loose threads of their sheets until they snap under her pressure. Naruto reaches a hand out to her face, turning her gaze slowly until their eyes meet. If there's anything Hinata wants him to do, he will. Hinata tacks on a smile, shaking her head at the implications of his stare. I don't want to fight them if at all possible, Naruto. They've been put into a position wondering who I and Himawari are concerning why we have abilities that match that of the clan. Even with the lab results, it's normal to still be wary and worried an enemy or spy infiltrated and stole a family member's eyes without them knowing. It will look bad if they don't investigate more into it. Naruto only furrows his brows, mulling over her explanation. Even knowing how your family is right now, not the most friendly to listen to talking first, even with all they already know. True, but I'm not afraid of father or any of the elders. They'll know I'm really Hinata once I clarify it all. Or rather, more likely, I'll have to force them to listen to me. She reddens at Naruto's, continues staring though, pressing close enough that she finds herself sliding back down into the covers as he begins to drift over her. Dia. Naruto brightened. Seriousness fades away as fingers move to her sides to hold her in place. From looking down, he can see despite Hinata's squirming that she's becoming aroused too, nipples beginning to protrude against her nightgown. And hear me out now with this better option, you stay here and I'll help you forget all about that drama. He purred. The groceries can wait another hour or two. Everything can wait. And Hinata's sure he'll make good on his promise, feeling the beginnings of his erection up against her with increased force. She moves a hand down to brush and slide at his boxers, eliciting a sharp groan out of him when she briefly thumbs at the tip. Hinata. A knock at the door startles them both, though, their usual interruption as of late. Naruto tumbling off of her hearing Boruto's voice. Papa Mama, can we come in? He questions. Hold on just a second. Naruto yells back, heading for the closet, tossing out his and Hinata's clothes. Boruto has his and Himawari's eyes covered when he eventually clicks open the door, backs turned. Is it safe to turn around yet? You need to be wearing clothes, not underwear. He hisses, Himawari's restrained giggle bubbling out at his instructions. Well, good thing you didn't come 5 minutes later. Naruto muses as he and his sister bound in. What are we doing today? Hima and I are bored. There's no TV or internet here. He whines, Himawari mimicking his pouting and action as he throws his hands out against the end of the bed. Hinata glances over to Naruto, who nods silently at her recommendation. Mama needs to meet up with Grandpa for a bit, but in the meantime we'll go to the store and get some food, then explore the park. How about that? Boruto beams in agreement, though Himawari gains a look of puzzlement. Why can't we all visit Grandpa? Because Grandpa has no idea who you are, and most likely won't react well. Naruto placates her by ruffling with her hair. Oh, it's just going to be boring clan business and paperwork. If you two behave, we might also make a trip to the toy store too. Okay, so bribery isn't the best route. Hinata mouthing, you could have used ice cream or burgers instead. The duo hopping up and down eagerly, now discussing what toys they're going to pick. Their day is typically the best ever if they get to eat their favorite foods at some point. We'll get Mama some cinnamon rolls, too, from the bakery. Naruto adds in cheerfully at glancing towards Hinata's slight frown, making her break into a laugh and grin as he moved to take their children's hands to get them dressed and ready. They each give her a peck on the cheek goodbye, Naruto's lasting the longest on her lips before she's left alone. Naruto always knew what to say when it came to his enemies down to changing the dynamics of her family. I'll probably want something sweet knowing the type of day I'm getting into anyways. X. It's a little afternoon after getting out of the marketplace when Naruto sees it from the corner of his eye. Spiky long white hair. No, it can't be. Why is he back in the village so early? Wait, Jiraiya did return to Konoha shortly after his preliminary matches had finished, though he can't know for sure if it's to visit with him yet or not. The recollections slowly return back of having to make a sexy jutsu just to get his attention to take him on as a student to prepare for the finals. The air becomes warmer, his throat constricting up at the painfully familiar sight of the man, even if just from behind. The sun seems to be beating on him and the kids twice as hard now, shade from the passing clouds and streams of light winds overhead no longer keeping them cool. His whole body starts to feel numb, chest shrinking in on his pounding heart. If he and Hinata didn't want to believe they were in the past, seeing this is the proof. And he wishes more than ever now that Hinata was indeed here with him and the kids, to squeeze at his hand to remind him he's okay. But Jiraiya is alive right before him again, and he feels about ready to heave. Breathe, relax. Don't overreact. Papa, my feet are hurting and getting sweaty. Can you carry me, please? Himawari exclaims, pointing to her pink sandals now scrapped with a mix of dirt and grime. And Naruto glances down, sucking out another breath he had subconsciously been holding in. Okay, I'll pick you up for a bit, he states, quietly forcing on a weak grin, bending himself down as Himawari eagerly climbs on. He glances back to Jiraiya to see if he's still there lingering along the rooftops and fences, following his gaze towards the hot springs district. Of course. Same pervert as ever. Naruto mutters to himself as he adjusts Himawari onto his back properly, only to see Jiraiya's dark eyes have moved on towards him. Who's that? Boruto questions at seeing Jiraiya's roaming stare, nearly moving a hand up to point before Naruto stops him. Crap, crap, crap. You guys want to get ice cream now? I think I saw a stand on the opposite side of the park. He gestures a bit too eagerly to get them away from here. Maybe Jiraiya hadn't noticed them yet, though he doubted he could blend in well with the crowd surrounding him filled far too much with what seemed to be passing businessmen and older middle-aged women mingling about. He moves to turn them back in the direction of the market, to pretend he never saw him, only to feel a familiar pat on his shoulder. Huh, so the rumors were right. You really do look like him. Jiraiya chuckles at Naruto's frozen expression. His response confirms his earlier suspicions. It isn't to visit his younger self yet and begin preparations for the training trip they'll eventually go on. No, it's because of him. Someone, most likely Old Man Third, sent him a message, probably asking him to investigate further into his and Hinata's case. It made sense the more he mulled on it. Jiraiya is, right now, one of the best spies Konoha has in terms of his vast network of connections within other regions and amongst the shady red light districts. What should I say? He'll see through my lies, won't he? Naruto reminded himself. So let's you and I take a walk, shall we? I want to be caught up on the whole story too. Jiraiya continues merrily, though he doesn't miss the tighter grip he asserts on his shoulder. He can't get out of this, at least not without creating even more suspicion on himself. Fine, but no bars or clubs I have my children with me. Naruto snorts, emphasizing Boruto and Himawari's curious looks at him. They only know Jiraiya from photos and his stories, and even then, he isn't sure how much they remembered. Jiraiya shrugs. You can never start too early with teaching kids the wonders of puberty, but he'll entertain this guy for now. Konoha's Riverside Park is busy enough for them to not be noticed, Jiraiya leading them into some shade as his grin finally slips away. All right, start talking. Naruto hesitated. It's strange to have Jiraiya stare at him with such confusion and uncertainty over his identity. He already has an idea of what's running through his mind. I'm Naruto from the future. I know you might have first thought that I was my father Minato. However, I know already what happened to him and Mom and the sacrifices they made for me and the reasons it was kept from me for so long. You're going to take me on a 3-year training trip soon to help me have better control over Kurama. A monk gets stronger to better be at Sasuke's level. He explained, stopping himself before he said too much. He didn't know who else could be watching or listening to him. Kurama? I've never heard anyone go by that name for the 9 tails. Jiraiya arches a brow. It's all a very bold statement to make, though it correlates with what Kakashi and Hiruzen have already told him. And I assume you have a way to confirm this, right? Naruto nodded, pulling out his old frog wallet, going through a mix of photos of him and Hinata, Team 7, the kids as babies, until he reaches the one of the two of them shortly after he had bought him the orange and black jacket he wore throughout most of his teen years. Time had aged the photo to a dull yellow-gray, tiny cuts and bent angles at the corners, though the image was clear enough. The date on the back is about 2 or so years from now in your handwriting. He points out quietly as Jiraiya stares over the image in detail before handing it back to him. He's made Jiraiya speechless. You're really that runt? He asks slowly, looking him up and down. I'm not a runt anymore, Naruto counters. However, he can't stop the grin rising up at the look of wonder in Jiraiya's expression. Wow, no kidding. You're going to shoot up. Ah, so you're really from the future then? Tell me, am I like on the 10th installment in my Make Out Paradise series? Ooh. Or maybe they've created movies of them, and I'm truly world famous throughout all the nations now for my writing. He boasts. Naruto's smile cracks for a second before he forces it back on, nodding. Books or not, you're already world famous for being a super pervert, as you call yourself. He hears the break in his voice, though, as the words slip out, Jiraiya pausing to look at him again fully. The lump is returning back to his throat, an ache settling like rocks once more on his chest. The memories are coming back. Hey, these are your children, right? Guess my lessons with training you on the opposite sex really stick in, if you know what I mean. He jokes at observing Boruto and Himawari play with the leaves to hopefully lighten whatever stress is going through his old student. Naruto grins at his utterly dumb joke, but it's too late. His cheeks feel wet, and he can taste the salt on his lips, clenching his teeth together to stop the rest of his tears from coming. It's not only Boruto and Himawari you'll never meet properly. I wanted you to see my inauguration day for becoming the 7th Hokage, be right there beside me when Hinata and I got married. Jiraiya pats his shoulders gently, gaining his attention once more. When he speaks again, his voice is subdued, quieter than he's ever heard it before. If I'm not here to see all this, see you grow up Naruto into the man before me now, that's okay. You're going to obtain your goals, create peace within the village and other nations, and most importantly, gain the family you didn't have growing up. That's far and away more than I ever gave you. He slaps his back a bit harder, Boruto turning their way at the noise and instantly dropping at the collection of colorful shrubbery and foliage he and Himawari had gathered. Pop, are you okay? Are you hurt? He demands at seeing the tear streaks along his face. Himawari trails after him, and Jiraiya blinks at the momentary flash of white in the blue of her eyes, staring him down with rapidly increasing anger. Was that the Byakugan just now? Boruto twists a glare at Jiraiya, assuming he's the cause of his father's upset, who moves his hands away defensively. And it's only then does some recognition spark in his expression. Wait, aren't you the weird old frog guy that used to be Papa's teacher? From the pictures in the album. Boruto questions. Who? Himawari asks. You know, the one Mama and Papa said wrote those nasty books we can't read? He can summon those giant frogs to appear like Papa and Big Brother Konohamaru. Boruto explains. Himawari lights up at that, anger melting into excitement as she clapped her hands together giddily. Ooh, he can make those big froggies arrive like Papa does? Show me. They're toads, actually. Jiraiya attempts to correct the pair. Neither hears him, because now the two have moved on to keenly chatting over what animals would be the coolest to summon and where such huge animals could live out in the city without being noticed or somehow captured. Any reason why they refer to me as weird old frog guy? Jiraiya huffs. What a horrible name for the future children of Konoha to know him by. However, maybe he can change their opinions of him by teaching them a thing or two. Naruto shrugs, true laugh escaping him since this whole afternoon started at seeing Jiraiya's pouting. It occurs to him then if he and Hinata will be stuck here for a while that they should make the most of it for Boruto and Himawari, that they can at least help their adolescent selves too by training them just a bit on how to prepare for the years ahead, even if it means their memories could become altered in the process. It would be nice to not repeat feeling so alone or lost in the chaos of the shinobi world. I wasn't about to tell my two young kids how much of a dirty old pervert you really are. I'd rather they have an innocent childhood, unlike the things you exposed me to on our journey. Good point. X. Must you all keep following me? This has been going on for long enough. Hinata ventures, perching herself against a thick branch. It's getting tiring having to pretend she doesn't notice her clan's piercing white orbs, Byakugan trailing her every move and turn as she visited a few stores to get some decor for the house along with some medicine in case any of them come down with something. Afternoon is giving way to evening, twilight setting and giving the sky a mix of golden autumn colors. Night would come within the next hour or so, she imagined, stars becoming visible as a fragment of moonlight grew brighter in the distance. She was starting to smell of sweat and pine needles, wanting nothing more than to simply head back to the temporary dwelling she and Naruto must call home for now, to check on Boruto and Himawari to make sure they've ate dinner and had their baths. But none of that can be done, not when she doesn't know how father would truly react to their existence in terms of their Hyuga relation. To her marriage to Naruto. Hayashi halts the set of guards at his side, eyes narrowing at the sharpness of her tone. Did she know who she was talking to? She wasn't a branch member, apparently going by the lack of the familiar branding that would have been along her forehead, though it just didn't make sense who she said she was. It was one thing to see the confirmation of their blood relation on paper, another to see it now in person. I'll ask you once again, explain who you are and why you have our clan's abilities? He questioned. Hinata turns to look at him fully, then away from the darkening sky, nails digging in her palms, creating a litter of tiny crescents. I already told you, father, as much as you don't seem to want to believe it. It's me, Hinata. Same soft voice as his daughter's, same facial shape and violet hair. However, these hard eyes watching him don't match the shy, wavering ones of his eldest. Eyes that normally can't meet his gaze for more than a few seconds. If your intentions are harm me or come after my husband and children, just know that would be a mistake, she warns. The smile leaves her face then, all pleasantries over. What could have brought about this change over the years? He clicks his tongue, burying down the worried thought that he is the cause. It's a possibility his training sessions with Hinata had been long and vicious before he had opted to switch his attention over to her sister. Perhaps down the line, she eventually breaks and becomes colder. No, still there must be more to it than that. Because this silence and assuredness in white orbs mirroring his own have seen similar pains, sorrows, and angers like his. Bah, he thinks. Something he never imagined Hinata or Hanabi would have to go through. Let me handle this, uncle. I can get answers out of her, Niji asserts, breaking their stare down. Before Hayashi can question or ask what his plans exactly are, he's already leapt up towards the trees. He activates his Byakugan, Hinata doing the same, as fingers poise upward ready to strike when he gets close. There's no way this woman can be Hinata, the same pathetic girl who's always losing during our sparring sessions at the manor, who can't even defeat her own little sister. And then he sees it, two brilliant azure flames appearing to arise from her hands, morphing into the shape of lions. It's not a move he's ever witnessed, frowning at her ease of dodging each round of his attacks, as if they were nothing. Fellow branch and clan members alike move in from the sides to help, but this supposed Hinata blocks it all, brushing aside Kanai from all directions while still remaining focused on him. Father hasn't told you the truth yet about Uncle Hizashi, has he? Of a sacrifice he made for the clan. She whispers. He ignores the question, because there is nothing for Uncle to say over that matter from years ago, leading to this destined life of his to serve the main branch and be chained. However, she confuses him at what she says next. I miss you. She doesn't give him a chance to speak, though. A searing jolt of pain strikes directly at his stomach, making everything go dark. When Niji awakens again, it's to find himself back at the Hyuga Manor, Hayashi sitting beside him. He shifts at seeing his eyes open, gesturing for him to lay still and continue to rest. It was her. He voices quietly. That older woman is really Hinata, Niji reiterates, ignoring the throbbing that sears down to his legs at attempting to sit up only to fall back against his bedspread again. He feels a lingering heat as he presses a hand to his stomach, to where bruises will soon surely form. Hayashi simply nods. Her abilities and skills match those only a Hyuga clan member could know. We'll leave it alone for now, though I ask that she and her husband come by when they're more settled in, so that we can better clear up this situation without creating any more skirmishes. I'm sure she'll indulge us if she doesn't want to cast any further misgivings or suspicion upon herself and her family. He leaves Niji alone then to get some sleep, but his mind only replays over the last words she said to him, now wondering the meaning behind her cryptic words regarding the fate of his father and what it will mean for his future ties between him, Hinata, and Hanabi. I miss you. X. Past. It isn't fair. Father knew she would have wanted to come along on the trek to encounter her future self, purposely making sure they would already be gone by the time she got back from meeting with Kurenai-sensei and the others to discuss how the rest of the exams would go. If she had perhaps witnessed at least one of her abilities, seen her fighting process, then maybe she could have learned at least one move in time to be prepared for whoever she would face in the tournament next. Niji's hardened eyes flashed to mind then, of eyes waiting to pinpoint and strike at every last vital point she had. It seemed like he had been injured going by so many attendants crowding around him since his and father's return, gaze refusing to meet hers. Maybe I can catch her within the stores at some point and ask if she would train me in secret. Hinata considered, swallowing down a growing lump in her throat. No, there was no way such a thing wouldn't quickly reach father's ears. He clearly didn't want her to spend too much or any time at all around her older self with all the uncertainty and suspicion surrounding her, despite all that she could learn from her to finally be seen as strong in his eyes. The low hum of crickets isn't enough of a distraction to her wandering thoughts. Silver crescent moon creating shining ripples in the garden's pond. She and Naruto had barely gathered any information during their first meeting with their older selves, opportunities missed time and again at only catching a few glimpses of them after that. It would have been considered a risk, Lady Hinata. You haven't fully earned Master Hayashi's trust back yet. Besides, we don't know for sure yet if this supposed woman really is you. Your body, as well, could potentially have a negative reaction if you get too close to her. Those have been the words Ko had used to explain father's reasons for not bringing her along. No matter how he tried to spin it, though it still sounded like excuses to her. She hadn't felt any uncomfortable signs of dizziness or nausea from having been so near to her future counterpart during their early morning encounter after all, and she still wished to know more about her on what exactly caused them to be here, what she was up to in the future, and mainly when had she and Naruto become so close. A light tapping at the door breaks her out of her thoughts, surprised when she hears father's voice asking if he can come in. They're back early. For a long while neither speak, Hinata restraining back the urge to squirm within her blankets. If father notices her discomfort, her stress at his mere presence, surely he'll react with more bouts of harsh training for her with all the elders in the morning. I met her, Hayashi eventually says, watching his oldest stiffen at his words. How is she? Hinata questions, gathering her voice. He didn't know she already met with her first, albeit they hadn't directly talked to each other. Yet, Hayashi mulled over finding a proper answer, It's true the woman they made contact with in the forest is his oldest daughter from the future. It was clear enough in the information she knew, the blood results from the hospital, and the abilities he saw her have. Though he still can't figure out when the daughter before him now will become like her. Because her future counterpart spoke with such ease and confidence that was unfounded in the Hinata in front of him. He pushed Hinata for the purposes of her becoming a proper heiress to lead their clan when the day inevitably came when he would have to step down. But clearly Hinata would follow through with her own goals for the future, whether he wanted her to or not. I invited her to come over within the next week or so with her husband. That will help smooth everything over. Hayashi states with a note of finality, and Hinata bites her lip on the dozens of other questions that he is leaving left hanging. In the morning, however, Naruto finds her just as she's heading over to the training grounds to meet with her team, Jiraiya, closely behind him. She couldn't recall ever seeing him in the village, Naruto giving her a brief introduction that he would be one of his new instructors for a bit. After having to convince him, that is. It seems like they've been up for hours already at telling scratches and sweat aligning their arms and legs, smelling of the fresh dew that encompasses the forest in the early dawn and the familiar woodsy scents of oak and pine. They sport matching wide grins, Naruto beaming so happily, and Hinata wills herself not to let the heat she feels rising to her cheeks make her become woozy when he grabs her hands and practically swings her around. "Hey Hinata, glad we caught you before you left. Pervy Sage had this great idea to figure out more about our older selves." He cheered. Hinata only blinked, stopping their spinning. How so? Did he already know about father's plans to invite them over to the manor? Surely not, considering it all had only happened last night. Jiraiya frowned for a moment at Naruto's typical title for him before his smile returned at seeing Hinata's stare, waving off her concerned look. No need to worry. I'm just going to meet with them one-on-one to clear up some loose, and so your little boyfriend here stops asking about them so much and can properly focus on his training. He beams at their equally flustered and shocked expressions over his comment, which will be the first of many to come. It's especially rare to see Naruto taken aback and unsure what to say for once as he scrambles to change the topic to ask Hinata how her own practicing is going with Team 8 for the brief training period they're getting before the exams start up again. But unlike what Naruto probably assumes, this is more than simply meeting with their older counterparts. Because it's their children as well who, probably without knowing it, can help set everything in motion for the future to change. Chapter 4. When we leave things unsaid. Currently. "Oh, come on, it's a great idea," Jiraiya repeats, exaggerated shock marring his face at the continued flat looks he was getting. Okay, so Naruto and Hinata maybe weren't going to agree to this. He came here bright and early, as soon as he saw the mix of orange and red streaks hit the sky, going out of the way of curious onlookers by using the forest paths, and yet he's still getting this negative reaction. It would only be for a few hours, promise. Besides, you're going to need somebody to watch them for a few hours while you two visit with the Hyuga family, right? Jiraiya probed further. Hinata only arched a brow, frown deepening. How do you know about that? Jiraiya beamed, making a "my lips are sealed" motion with his hand. He probably used one of his many toads. It shouldn't have been a surprise, really. He makes a good point, though. We don't know how exactly your father would react to the kids right now. I don't want there to be any more poking at them, possible branding, or worse, trying to force their abilities out. Besides, we need someone who isn't suspicious of us to watch them. Naruto voices. "What's going on, Mama, Papa?" A new voice asks from the corridor. Boruto and Himawari. The main topics of their conversation stand right at their feet, tugging at the ends of their shirts, wanting to be just as much a part of the conversation. Boruto's drowsy stare twists between all of them, Himawari rubbing away the last remnants of sleep from her eyes as she blinks. Twin pairs of cerulean orbs soon focus, puzzlement settling in at seeing Jiraiya's presence. Just who we were talking about. Jiraiya chimes, grinning at the duo. Boruto simply yawns in response, eyes narrowing. What Cha doing here? Taking you on an adventure. He cheers out. Except, neither look excited for said adventure. Boruto frowns, hold on Naruto's shirt tightening, while Himawari moves herself to hide behind Hinata's legs. Well, he should have expected they wouldn't be so quick to trust him. They've known him less than a day. Jiraiya crouches himself down to their level, holding out his hand. I've heard from your dad. Here, you want to be a ninja when you get older. Think you could be up for learning the Rasengan like him. As he expects, Boruto turns slightly towards him, curiosity shining through into his azure eyes. He really does look like his father when he gets excited. You know how to do it too? He asks a bit too quickly before wariness lingers back into his tone until Jiraiya nods. Who do you think taught him in the first place? Jiraiya exclaims, and it's enough for Boruto to fully have his attention now. Bright grin crossing his face as he practically hopped into his arms after getting the okay from Naruto and Hinata. Now for his sister. Himawari won't go for things like training or ninja games, I imagine. Jiraiya mused, but he had a good enough idea during his first encounter with her in the park on what she liked. Have you ever seen a panda in real life? Jiraiya questions over to her. Cheeks pout out stubbornly with a nod. Of course. Papa and Mama have taken me to the zoo plenty of times. Oh, well, have you ever actually rode any of those animals? Jiraiya continued on. And at this Himawari paused, clicking her tongue thoughtfully. True, she had been on a many horse rides and gone to the petting parts of the zoo. However, she couldn't recall a time she had actually been on top of one of the exotic animals to take her around the city. Jiraiya grinned at her silence. He had her interest now. I might not be able to make pandas appear, but you did want to see my toad summons, right? Cerulean eyes sparkle in a similar fashion to her brother's. Yes. She looks quickly back to Naruto and Hinata, calming herself as she fidgets. Can I go too, Papa? Manga. Naruto smiled at her before glancing back to Jiraiya. As long as weird old frog guy here doesn't take you out of Konoha and is back by 4 p.m. sharp, it's fine. Of course, he also needs to make sure he doesn't do anything inappropriate. Because trust us, we will find out if you do. Hinata grins as well, though Jiraiya gulps at the veiled threat beneath it as lilac orbs harden. Right, they're parents now. Parents stuck in the wrong time period who will always want the utmost best and safety for their children, especially at this time. You have my word they'll be safe with me while you two meet with the Hyuga clan. Actually, I believe they may have the key to getting you all back to your correct timeline. Jiraiya explains once he sets them down to go upstairs and get ready. Naruto arches a brow, Hinata looking just as puzzled. How so? Jiraiya pulls a scroll out from his side bag then. I've been doing research. Naruto and Hinata's interest instantly fall. Actual research. He huffs at their expressions. Anyways, my line of thinking is that you mentioned they were playing around with some scrolls and books in your office, right? They might still be too scared to bring it up in front of you two and face punishment, but perhaps with a bit of training, trust building, and opening up they'll tell me at least a name or title that I can go off of. Naruto blinked. He made a good point, Hinata seeming to agree as he caught her eye. Besides Jiraiya and Irika, if he isn't too busy with the various students at the academy, the only other person who he could think of that could truly help them get back to their original timeline was Lord Third. He already had a lot on his plate. However, he didn't seem to mind taking on this extra task. If you wanted to attend the meeting discussing restarting the Chunin exams and new training measures, you could have come in through the door. Hiruzen notes at Naruto's presence on the window's ledge of the Hokage office. He made his entrance as soon as the last representative from Suna had closed the main door, breezing in as if there was only just a sudden gust of wind. But then he wouldn't be Naruto if he used the regular doors. Hinata perched on his lap, turning a shade pinker at his stare. We didn't want to cause any interruptions knowing how awkward or tense people become around us, though it feels like we have anyways. She murmurs apologetically, to which Hiruzen shakes his head. He's not used to seeing his successor son so quiet though, Years of training and seeing a world's worth of experiences has clearly changed him as he helps Hinata properly into the room. He sits up then, gesturing for the two to sit at the now row of empty chairs. How have you all been adjusting? I've had our top researchers studying into every scroll and book we have from our databases. Naruto shrugged, tacking on a smile at feeling his throat tighten. It was hard enough to see Jiraiya alive again. Now he and Hinata had to face Lord Third. This is the same man who taught him how to fish in the nearby hazy green rivers, who always checked up on him growing up to make sure he was eating and had clothes, despite mainly sticking to a diet of ramen and his favorite orange clothes. But this is also the man who has kept so many secrets from him, who never did tell him the truth about his parents before his own untimely death. You're the one who asked Jiraiya to return to the village early, right? Hinata begins. Hiruzen nods, leaning forward in his chair, remembering everything based on Jiraiya's report back to him checks out. He's not particularly early, really. He mentioned a few weeks ago via one of his toads that he was planning to come back to Konoha for a small break. I only asked that he check upon your case, considering he was going to be in the area. Still, looking at their forlorn expressions, he knows there are still other secrets they're hiding, things that are still being left unsaid. Why didn't you ever tell me about Minato and Kushina, my own parents, or any of my other relatives? You knew all along about my family history. Naruto abruptly asks a bit too loudly, calming down at Hinata's squeeze of his hand. Minato, he had many enemies, and he only made more in a short time as the fourth Hokage. I didn't want said enemies to take their revenge out on his son. Hiruzen states quietly. He reaches for his pipe as the words bring back memories and grisly images, drawing a long drag of tobacco to calm his nerves. This isn't a conversation he ever expected to have with Naruto, young or old. His eyes roam back towards them once more, bowing his head low, startling them both. It is my sincerest apologies to you both that I didn't do enough in that matter. Naruto, for not being there enough for you growing up, and Hinata, for the troubles you've gone through with your own family. Naruto waved his hands up quickly, frowning. There's no need to apologize. I don't like to harbor grudges anyways. You've done a lot for me, old man. More than I've ever admitted to. And it isn't your fault the way father or any of the elders treated me. Hinata adds in. Their expressions soften once more, and Hiruzen can't help but let out a small chuckle. Oh, don't look so gloomy, you two. This is quite a satisfying moment for me, after all, to see the same troublemaking brat who always used to deface the Hokage monument, now a fully grown man before me, is not a sight I thought I would ever witness. It might be something I'm not meant to see, actually. However, no matter when it happens, I hope, even after my death, that the small lessons I've given to the youth will continue on the will of fire. Hiruzen considers. And right now, that is Naruto, Hinata, and the rest of their genin class. He continues on before either can speak, resting back in his chair. I don't think I've ever said it to you, Naruto, but I am proud of all you've accomplished. From becoming a genin to who you are now, I'm sure Minato and Kushina have been watching you every step of the way. Moving forward, I will do my best to help you and Hinata get back to your correct timeline. Tears blur Naruto's vision, stopping him briefly from speaking as he gathers his voice. This could be the last time he talks to him, no matter his current age, before Konoha is invaded, before Orochimaru makes his move. The thought of Orochimaru makes his teeth clench. This time things could go a different route. His plans can be interrupted once he and Hinata create their own plans. You didn't have to. I already knew, old man. So are you two in? Jiraiya asks just to confirm. Naruto nods, shaking away the memory. Old Man Third was resolute about helping them. He couldn't be distracted by the knowings of his death and others right now. If the children could help in some small way, it was worth a shot. X. That lady isn't wearing any clothes, Boruto remarks. Somehow, Jiraiya manages to not tear his magazine to pieces, scooting back at his student's son presence suddenly hovering beside him. Why are you looking at naked people? He questions, cocking his head in puzzlement. His look is one of pure innocence and curiosity as he beams at him. Blonde hair, coated with dried leaves and twigs from having traveled into the trees and bushes to complete all of his tasks. And still he got them done in record time. This kid is a prodigy. How is he getting through all the assignments I gave him so quickly? Jiraiya wonders, gazing around from the perfectly aligned target marks he had hit with the kunai he had gave him on various branches to the dozens of silver-scaled fish he had gathered from the river. Naruto would probably have still been stuck on target practice. The only thing he hadn't mastered yet so quickly, of course, is the Rasengan. The water balloons he had given him hadn't yet connected to him in needing to start forming a swirl pattern, and he had soaked him with one when his explanation wasn't enough. For a moment, his mind wanders. Boruto and Naruto may look alike, but their similarities seem to end there, especially in terms of skill and book knowledge. His talent is more akin, in fact, to Naruto's supposed rival/best friend, Sasuke. Yes, the reminder brings up the image of obsidian. Darkness. The boy was quickly becoming filled with malice and a lust for power from seeing his brief glimpses of him around the village. Something not even Kakashi could probably save him from, or Naruto, as much as he fretted to him over how much colder he was becoming during their training breaks. He may even become like him. Jiraiya frowns, dark eyes twisting in his mind into familiar golden snake ones. You didn't answer my question, Mr. Toadman/pervy sage. Boruto pouts, tugging on his ponytail far harder than necessary. It's Jiraiya Naruto, geez. He retorts, only to have Boruto grip on his hair even tighter to the point of tearing. I'm Boruto. Naruto is Papa's name. Get it right already. He scowls, and Jiraiya knows he struck a nerve with his mistake. Again, he sits cross-legged, leaning his head back against the bark of the closest tree. He pulls Boruto into his lap, smiling at his continued scrunched-up face. Sorry, you know it wasn't on purpose. I can't help it if you look just like your old man. Jiraiya apologizes, patting his head, eliciting a small grin back out of him. It's okay, you're not the first. Now tell me what you were reading earlier. You were trying to hide it from me. Boruto questions. Of course, he didn't forget about his magazine. When you're older, you'll better understand. Adults sometimes just don't like to wear clothes. It gets in the way of playing. If he says any more, he's sure to repeat this all to his mom, who won't be afraid to incapacitate him for days, while Naruto will probably just stand by and watch with a grin or worse. Join in. Boruto crosses his arms, completely lost on what Jiraiya means. Like how Mama and Papa like to shower or go to bed together. Exactly, now you're getting it. No, I'm not. Adults always have to keep secrets. Again. Take me higher this time. Himawari's voice rings out, thankfully interrupting them as they come closer, followed by the tired groan of Gamabunta. They land a few feet away from the pair, Himawari brushing away her violet locks from her face, revealing flushed cheeks and a starry-eyed expression. This honestly couldn't have been the reason you summoned me, right? Gamabunta questions, ignoring the giddy squeals of Himawari still hugging at him. Hey, you never know. One day you might form a contract with her. She's Naruto's daughter, Jiraiya remarks. Isn't that the next boy you're going to be taking on as a student? I don't see why I would form a contract with her or him. They're nobody special. He grunts until Jiraiya explains how Himawari is from the future. Not that that makes any sense either. Oh, don't be so grumpy. You haven't even seen Naruto fully in action yet. Don't count him out yet. Jiraiya exclaims. Humph, I'm heading back to Mount Myaboka now, if you don't need me for anything else. Gamabunta states, though he wraps his tongue around Himawari and sets her down carefully before doing so. Bye, Mr. Toad. See you next time. Himawari waves, and Gamabunta can't bring himself to truly give a harsh answer back. At least she didn't summon him just to mess around. Had fun with Gamabunta? Jiraiya asks as Himawari sidles up to his opposite side. He grins at her vigorous nodding before pausing as he feels a raindrop hit his head. I didn't know it was going to rain today. But sure enough, the sky has grown a dark gray, clouds gathering together as the low rumble of thunder echoes in the distance. Baruto and Himawari squirm, Baruto muttering for them to head back. Right, storms make them uneasy. It was raining pretty badly the day you came to this time period, wasn't it? Jiraiya questions as he lifts them up. Himawari nods, settling against his chest. We went into Papa's office since he and Mama weren't up yet. We wanted to finish reading the story he read us the night before. But we picked up the wrong one. Baruto finishes. I'm definitely getting somewhere now. Though before he can push further, he sees their eyes drooping shut, curling further into him as a makeshift pillow. Jiraiya shook his head, smile lighting his face as he covered them up better as the rain steadily came down faster. Never mind, there's no need to rush. X. Past. This can't be Naruto. Sasuke regards him from the corner of his eye, his gaze and mind clearly far away from this conversation. Did he even care about this news that the exams were being delayed for another painfully long week? He knows you're weak. Why bother continuing a rivalry with you now? The cruelest parts of his thoughts yell louder, reminding him of just how quickly Naruto has caught up to him in terms of power, how he's no longer the strongest in his class or even his age group. These menacing thoughts that have been pervading lately are right, though. He'll never kill Itachi if he lets things continue on this way. His mind travels then to the whispers that have been calling to him late in the night and early peaks of morning for days now, of a slithery, cold voice that already knows what he wants in terms of revenge and increasing his strength. You know I can make you stronger, Sasuke. Powerful enough to take out your brother and anyone else who would dare stand in the way of your goals. You've seen it for yourself with your own eyes now, how capable of an adult Naruto will become in the future. I've been watching. You should be too. Are you just going to stay in his shadow forever? Orochimaru. He hadn't yet told Kakashi-sensei or even Lord Third about his presence so closely to him since the exams were interrupted, awakening or twisting each time to see the shadow of his figure no longer there. Part of him can't decide if these are just figments of his dreams or if the snake-like man has already broken into and tapered with his house to give him these haunting visions and persuasions. Either way, the absolute last thing he needs is the two of them worrying over him and having to be monitored on an hourly basis by various guards to ensure his protection. Or rather make sure he won't defect from Konoha. I'll decide for myself how I'll obtain the skills and power to finally kill Itachi. Still, he thought again of Naruto and the man he would apparently eventually become, gritting his teeth as he balled up his fists. How did the dead last in their class get so strong? I suggest you all in the interim don't let this week go by simply lazing around or taking it easy. Everybody will be refreshed and at full strength once the stadium is back up and functioning. The process to get it all fixed up is just taking a bit longer than normal. Kakashi's voice breaks through and he shakes away his frustrations. Sakura nods along, but she's already completed her match with Ino ending in a draw. Naruto was midway through his match before that house crashed through, and he hadn't even been able to show the full extent of his abilities yet. His hands itch to use these new skills he's begun to learn from Kakashi to prove just why he's a formidable opponent. As soon as Kakashi disappears into a puff of smoke, Sakura's attention turns instantly to Naruto, smirk etching up her lips. You've been awfully quiet lately, she notes, not bothering to hide the amusement in her tone. I'm not the only one who's noticed, Sasuke considers, but then again, just about anybody would notice when Naruto isn't being loud or making obnoxious demands. Naruto shrugs in response, and he feels a spike of irritation at his lack of an answer. He's been this way really since that stupid house disrupted the exams, since the rumors started to circulate about the family that came out of it. You can't know for sure if he's even talked with that supposed adult Naruto, though it makes sense going by how he's acting. You don't seriously believe in all that gossip regarding that one family, do you? Sasuke barbs, waiting for Naruto to rise to his taunt. Surely even Naruto, of all people, knows better than to listen to talk from bored civilians and lesser shinobi. Most of the people spreading such rumors weren't even there to witness the house, and yet they talk as if they saw it with their very own eyes. Naruto acts as if he doesn't hear him for a moment, eyes narrowing just slightly at his tone. It was me, an older version of me, at least. He knew things I've never told anyone. Sakura lights up at that, verdant eyes widening. Ooh, she just knew that older Naruto and Hinata had told him secrets. This was it. She couldn't let this chance pass. Like what? Did he tell you about you and Hinata's future? Or say anyone else's? Naruto blinks, attention switching from Sasuke to her. No, nothing like that really. He just knew secrets I've never told anyone. He didn't want to tell me much considering he said it could alter major events. Are you sure? I mean, he didn't happen to mention anything about me or say what I'm up to. Sakura pressures him as Naruto can only shake his head to her array of questions. Sasuke, meanwhile, only snorts, derision coming back into his expression. When you actually believed him. How dumb are you? And it's this that makes Naruto fully twist to him. 1 second, he's just a few feet away. The next, his hand is burying into his neck. Azure melts into dark crimson, nails elongating, trailing, and drawing up blood. You just don't want me to be happy, is that it? Is that why you're trying to pick a fight with me? Or is this about something else entirely? He knows you're weak. Pathetic. Bitter thoughts rise in tempo, pounding again. Well, let's all just calm down. Save it for a match in the arena. Sakura demands, pushing herself between the two. Without Kakashi-sensei here, she swears these two would have killed each other by now, or at least caused millions of Ryo in property damage. I need to get stronger too. There's no way I would have stood a chance if I had gotten matched up with either of them. She realizes at seeing the marks Naruto has left upon Sasuke's neck and the bruises sure to form likewise on Naruto's arms from Sasuke's attempts to peel him off. Slowly the tension in the air dissipates, Naruto the first turning to go. Hinata was probably already feeling stress for later this afternoon, going by the murmurings he had heard at Ichiraku's from 2 passing Hyuga elders. Maybe his extra presence could put them both at ease before their counterparts set arrival time to the manor to go over a new plan to get them to train them or at least tell them more about their futures. You know, Sasuke, we're your friends at the end of the day, though we can't help you if you're always going to stay silent or let your anger fester until it becomes too much for even you to handle. Naruto remarks, and hearing his tone, it only seems like he's become tired, drained from being near him or even having this conversation. Sakura, too, exchanges a look between them worriedly, but remains quiet. He leaves them, then, and Sasuke grits his teeth as he watches his burnt orange jacket disappear into the leaves. Sasuke, Naruto's right. You can talk to us. Sakura speaks up lightly, comforting. Part of him wishes she would have left too in anger over his behavior. However, she sits beside him, waiting for him to cool down, so he won't feel alone, and he hates that his heartbeat starts to slow in her presence when he feels her light touch on his shoulder. His hands dig into the earth, creating lines of muddy trails. Who said I need friends? All I need is power. Orochimaru's voice soon echoes in two, velvety and dark. I can give you what you want, Sasuke. Are you just going to stay in Naruto's shadow forever? And the mantra burns into his thoughts once more. X. Is it true who's coming to lunch? Hanabi had whispered to her over breakfast, not bothering to keep the eagerness out of her voice. Hinata forces on a tight smile for her, giving her a short nod, making her break into another bout of squeals. Well, she's glad at least one of them is excited about this. But she still doesn't know what to expect out of seeing her future self at the manor, if she'll even be allowed to be in the same room as her. Niji keeps quiet all the while across the table, though she can feel the bitterness of his stare as soon as her gaze falls back to her plate. His frustration is building. She's seen that much in how cruel he's become during sparring sessions, not letting up on his strikes until his opponent is completely breathless and trembling under him. He's merely just biding his time, waiting for the moment when his opponent will finally be her. Does it matter if her older self is coming anyways? The way father made it sound, we're most likely going to talk privately in his office away from any prying eyes. If that's the case, then I'll try to catch them before they leave the manor. If this is a chance to get stronger, then I can't let it slip me by. Yes, she'll just corner her older counterpart. A knocking at window pane interrupts her rising plan, letting out a light squeak when she sees familiar blonde hair pressed right up against the screen. In Naruto, she cracks her window enough for him to slip in, cheery grin across his face as plops himself down against the wood floor. You won't believe how many distractions and traps I had to create just to get up here. Plus, I wasn't sure which room was yours at first until luckily your sister pointed it out to me. Naruto exclaimed. Hanabi guided him here. Well, she was going to tease her over this whole thing for probably the next month or so now. What makes you come by? Hinata asks softly, trying to keep her voice steady despite Naruto's closeness. With him this near to her, she can smell the remnants of beef ramen on his clothes, of his familiar calming earthy scents that always cling to the edges of his jacket. I came as soon as I heard our older counterparts were coming here to talk with your old man. Figured it would be good to have some extra support. And Hinata feels her cheeks burn tenfold. She wonders how Naruto can be so casual about this all, so relaxed knowing everything they've learned over these last few days. But then she watches his smile begin to slip, cobalt twisting downward. So, I was wondering, do you think if we ask our older counterparts, they would be willing to train us a bit? I mean, they didn't sound or look exactly too happy about seeing us the first time, but then again, we were intruding. He questioned. Hinata shrugged, finding herself leaning closer to him until their shoulders accidentally bump, making her fidget as Naruto steadies her upright. There isn't any harm in asking, I believe. I was thinking of how to bring up the question to my older self, actually. Though I'm sure they may be wary on altering the past too much, affecting their memories, or risking further exposure in public. She ventured. Naruto nodded in agreement, azure beginning to shine again in confidence. You're right. We can't give up though, you know. After all, if they teach us, that will only make us stronger later on down the line. And imagine everyone's surprise when they see me knock out all my next opponents in one hit with a new super move. Hinata giggles at that, moving to cover her mouth when she realizes how loud she's becoming in the quiet of her room, risking an attendant barging in. Naruto reaches a hand out to stop her just as her fingers reach her lips, holding her hand again even with her flustering. At some point, Hinata won't be this shy around him. He realizes she'll no longer stutter or become completely red. So what better time to start building her confidence than now? Don't try to hide it. I like your laugh. Naruto muses, still gripping at the ends of her hand. He wants to keep hearing her soft laughter and advice when uncertainty creeps into him, to keep being able to come here and be each other's confidant. Lilac eyes widen. Hinata shuffling with her toes anxiously before she nods. Thank you, Naruto. They grow quiet, listening to the light flurry of wind outside, bringing the beginnings of cool fall air, and it's then Hinata picks up on father's voice coming from the entrance. A greeting. Hinata glances to Naruto. Yes, no matter how boastful and self-assured he always sounds, she can feel him begin to shake against her, lips set into a firm line as nervousness settles in. They're here. Currently, the compound really hasn't changed much over the years. Hinata notes at seeing mahogany and the dark ink symbol of the Hyuga clan settled at the top of the front gate. Father gives her a restrained smile, and she wonders again if this was the best course of action to go with. There were hundreds of excuses she could have come up with to not have to be here, though she didn't want another repeat of creating tension with her family and the clan. She feels Naruto's hold on her tighten, nodding politely to Hayashi in return before he gestures for them to come in. We may need their help getting back home if they have any old scrolls in their collection regarding the studies of time travel. Naruto had reminded her just before they left. True, she just wishes father wouldn't look so upset. As if it's their fault, this scandal regarding the Hyuga family is being spread around the city and into the neighboring nations. They get along so well back in their current timeline. He's so good with Boruto and Himawari, he often asks if he can babysit them just to spoil them with extra sweets or gifts. Going back to these days of wartime and unease, none of it was planned. The garden is alive with colorful greenery as they pass by, golden chrysanthemums and peach-colored lilies in full bloom being watered and attended to. She can sense everyone's eyes on their backs as soon as they're out of sight, the whispering arising at their arrival. They settle into father's study, the room already set up for them with cups of tea as they take a seat. I appreciate that you both taking time out to come here. I know the circulating gossip and trying to keep a low profile hasn't been easy for either of you. Naruto simply smiled, waving it off. Trust me, we've been through worse. Hayashi nodded, continuing on. I asked you both to come in today because I wanted to know if there was anything I could do to help. Help? Hinata echoes back, wariness slipping into her tone. He hadn't wanted to help her when they had been following her throughout the backwoods and forest trails despite already having proof of who she was. Hayashi sits back in his chair, already seeming to know where her mind has wandered. Yes, I know we didn't start off on the best foot, though you have to understand your situation is one the village has never dealt with. These days it can be hard to even trust your own neighbor or friend, knowing it can come back to haunt you through either an abuse of trusted info being given to the enemy or a stab to the chest. And Hinata can't help it. Anger falling as upset sinks down right to pit of her stomach. Niji's corpse blazes to the forefront of her thoughts, sharp, jagged thorns protruding out as his blood slowly seeps into the ground. But right now, Niji is just down the hall, completely fine, alive. Queasiness bubbles up, Hinata forcing down a larger sip of tea despite the heat scorching her tongue. I understand more than you can imagine. How would you be able to help us? Naruto voices, patting Hinata's leg. Lord Third owes a great deal to the Hyuga clan for our services in the Third Shinobi World War and other past skirmishes. I'm sure I can call in a favor from him at any point now, if it can help fix your situation by asking to see more of the scrolls he's collected from past tours of other nations. Hayashi explains. Why would you want to do that for us? Hinata questions, pursing her lips. This isn't like father to be so trusting. There must be a secondary hidden condition, a caveat he has yet to mention. However, all Hayashi does is sigh, white eyes softening. You are my eldest. I know I haven't shown it very well, but I do want what's best for you and your sister. But more importantly, I can see it both of your eyes. He trails off. At their clear puzzlement, he sits forward again, frown returning back. Val, it will come once more to Konoha, no to all the villages again, won't it? Chapter 5, when it's a matter of the heart. Currently, for a while the only sound in the room is the light ticking of the clock in the corner as Hayashi's words truly sink in, to say such a thing so calmly. What makes you say that? Hinata questions. Did her earlier expression, thinking about Niji, give her away? She crafted back on a neutral look, keeping a steady gaze on her father's own stoic mask. Hayashi taps absently at a pen then, gaze flickering to the window, as afternoon sunlight spills over onto the desk and shelves behind him. One doesn't forget the eyes of a shinobi who has seen the hell and pain war brings not only to themselves, but to those around them. Hayashi murmurs. Pearl orbs focus back on them, leaning in, and I see that in you too. Clearly Konoha is in danger or about to be in a few years' time. Naruto and Hinata glanced to each other then. It was one thing to confirm their identities back at the hospital and with their Jounin sensei, but completely another to bring up events that have yet to happen. We aren't sure how much we should discuss with you, Naruto finally says, clasping his hands together. Hinata nods in agreement, lips twisting and mulling over their options. Father, you aren't exactly wrong. It's just we worry about how much we should say to anyone and risk altering major events or actions taken by others. We know we've already caused major alterations with the Chunin exams just by accidentally interfering with the matches. Naruto and I are just trying to be careful of what we do or don't do. Hayashi only arches a brow. Everything you discuss with me would be kept within the clan's walls and with Lord Third per protocol. You know how protective we are of our secrets, Hinata. Besides, what better way to improve things for the future by helping prevent any further incidents from occurring considering, as you've said, you, Naruto, and your children are already creating changes by simply being here. Surely you don't want Konoha to suffer the same destruction all over again, right? Yes, the prevention of lives lost, of stopping Konoha from being invaded. This is our chance to change things, to make a better future for ourselves along with Boruto and Himawari. Both Naruto and Hinata consider, eyes meeting once more. Cerulean and Lavender harden in resolution. But before anyone can say anything else, a crackling grows louder from behind them, all three turning back to see the door gradually being pushed open. And Naruto, I think you're leaning on the door too heavily. Hinata whispers urgently. I can't hear them properly if I don't get closer, though, you know. He hisses back. However, they're both silenced at a louder snap, the door giving way at their shared weight, tumbling them to the ground. Ah, their younger selves were listening in. Why was nobody guarding the door? Hayashi questions to himself, standing up to peer around the corner. He frowns at the sight of a pair of guards, fast asleep, remnants of a smokescreen still lingering throughout the hallway and corridors. He should have better prepared for such a situation occurring. Naruto came here with Hinata. Already my daughter's past version of herself has begun making plans without my even realizing. Hayashi realizes. Naruto brushes himself off easily, as if he wasn't just eavesdropping and damaging property, beaming as he gazes upon the older versions of himself and Hinata. Hey, if there's anything you two don't feel exactly comfortably discussing with the old man here, discuss it with Hinata and me. Better yet, train us too, so that we'll be prepared for any future attacks. X. Past. So it wasn't the most glamorous or cool entrance he and Hinata could have made, yes. But hey, it still got their point across. Hopefully. Because all things considered, all their future counterparts do is stare at them in utter puzzlement as if they didn't hear him. You guys aren't going to make me repeat myself, right? Naruto asks, unsure what to make of their prolonged silence. Naruto clicks his tongue. Well, it isn't like he's too surprised to see his preteen self here after their first meeting. What about training with Pervy Sage? You met with him already, haven't you? He asks, earning him a snort and roll of his eyes. Despite asking the legendary Toad Sage to train with him seriously, knowing the things his older counterpart had told him, i.e. war and study harder, he still couldn't seem to resist his same old habits and vices where the prospect of woman and drinks were involved. Yeah, Pervy Sage is probably in the middle of his third or fourth drink at that sleazy new Blue Orchid bar that just opened up in the red light district. He grunts. We need to be serious about this, don't you think? Now that you've removed that creepy seal off of me that Snake Guy put on, I can better train. Naruto remarks, bristling a Jiraiya's long yawn in response. Should he tell him what else he's heard? That he may potentially die if they don't start training earnestly? No. He wasn't even sure on his death, considering his older self had neither confirmed or denied it, though telling by his upset and avoidance of the topic. He knew it was towards the latter. I'm going to lose Pervy Sage when I've barely just known him. The realization makes his stomach twist harder, sucking in a long breath to try and stay calm. I think you're worrying too much, Naruto. Panicking won't help you to be prepared for any future event. Jiraiya notes. Still, his expression softens at seeing the concern in his eyes. He doesn't know exactly what else his older self has mentioned to him, but he can tell it's changed his outlook on life as a shinobi rather quickly. At his promise, they'll train after he relaxes at the bar. He hears a sigh behind him and turns to watch as Naruto leaps away. He didn't even let him finish explaining first what new methods they'll have to come up with in changing his training regimen. And knowing this, Jiraiya groans. He supposes for now it shouldn't matter too much if he'll be the one to train him or not, Time is so much more important to Naruto now, and maybe you shouldn't have brushed him off so fast despite his impatience to start training. Naruto won't be the same anymore, not since he met with his future self. He considers staring at the afternoon sky. Everything and everyone was changing right before him. He watched his older self simply grunt at his explanation. Yeah, that figured. Besides, why go to him when I could go to you? You probably know way more than he does. Don't try to lie about it, either, since I know when I'm lying no matter how old I am. You're probably stronger than any of the Jounin sensei, and even pervy sage, I bet. Naruto reasons, brightening again. Well, that is true. It's not like you wouldn't be teaching us things we wouldn't eventually learn. It would just be earlier, which could help in any upcoming fights or attacks. Hinata adds in to back him up. I suppose considering all that we've discussed with Father just now, it isn't such a bad idea. We mainly were worried about the repercussions it would have on timelines and events, but if we can benefit the future even a little. Her counterpart trails off, sighing at their frowns. They had good points, clearly having gone over this plan before coming to them again. However, it all still seemed a bit risky. Naruto wrinkled his nose, stretching his arms out behind his head. If you really think about it, time has already been affected by you and our kids coming here, you know. It could be a long time before anyone finds a proper way for you guys to get home. Rather as well do some good for your younger selves in the meantime. Okay, bad choice of words. It isn't like he wants them to be stuck here long term. I just want to learn those skills too, even if it's just one move. What do you think, dear? You know this isn't something we'll easily give up on. We've been weighing the pros and cons long enough now. Hinata hummed, bumping their arms slightly while smiling at younger Naruto's vigorous nodding in agreement. Naruto is usually so busy or tired, saving any moments of silliness or excitement for Boruto and Himawari when he manages to get home early. Being with his younger self could help bring out more of those bursts of energy again. Naruto brushes a hand through his hair, tapping the side of his head in thought. Are you sure you're okay with training with your preteen self? You know, at this point in time, we don't even get along. The possibility of losing control is high. Kurama's voice echoes in. It will be fine. I know what to do if such a scenario occurs, and I wouldn't push myself to that point anyways. Besides, don't you think it would be good for us to get to know each other better earlier? Naruto reassures him. Kurama only scoffs, though he gives a small nod in return at his determined look. Tomorrow night, 8 p.m. sharp. Same place you met us at last time. He states, finally earning a thrilled cheer out of his younger self as he shakes and swings Hinata's arms back and forth, turning her a shade of pink. Naruto leans his head against Hinata's shoulder, shaking his head at their juvenile form's eagerness to start prepping themselves. He wondered absently why he was so overjoyed for a training session. He couldn't recall being so ecstatic about training with Kakashi-sensei or even pervy Sage back in the days. Think this is a good idea? He whispers. Hinata smiles, pressing closer to him to peck his lips lightly, making him smile. You know yourself best, Naruto. It isn't like he would have taken no for an answer. And well, I want to help my preteen self too. Hayashi coughs, gaining all four of their attentions. Had they forgotten he had never truly left the room? Still, he was pleased to see his daughter and son-in-law, something he would have to get used to thinking of Naruto as agreeable to training their younger selves. Nighttime would help prevent most nosy civilian from interrupting. However, it wouldn't stop the wandering eyes of other shinobi, though he was sure they already knew that. Make sure you all take these exercises and drills seriously. Of course we will, old man. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, after all you know. Naruto cheers out, grinning despite his scowl. He's going to need to learn to stop calling him an old man too eventually. Currently. Why does he get to train with Papa, and I don't? Boruto huffs, cheeks pouting out. If smaller Papa gets to learn new techniques with regular Papa, he should be allowed to as well. He resists the urge of sleep tugging at him, sky growing a darker blue-violet mix as he stares out the window again. Both papas had left when there was still rays of amber and fuchsia out. Baruto, finish your rice before it gets cold. Hinata instructs him, and he nods, picking up his chopsticks again. You have to finish, big brother. You won't get desserts if you don't eat it all. Himawari chimes in, already halfway done with her meal. It's hard to eat when you're angry. Baruto thinks, but knows to keep said thought to himself. Was smaller mama going to come back around too? He saw her with smaller papa too after all that last time. Perhaps mama was going to train with her as well after she put them to bed? These secrets are getting tiring. A scowl etches up his lips before he stuffs down a piece of greens and rice to avoid mama's knowing stare that something is clearly bothering him. The rest of dinner breezes by, Baruto finding himself still wide awake minutes after mama has tucked him and Himawari in. Have mama and papa gone to bed too? He can sense their presence in their bedroom, but something still seems off. The house is too quiet, save for hearing the sounds of him shuffling about and light breezes tapping at the windows as evening becomes night. He tiptoes down the hall towards Himawari's room, relieved she hasn't fully closed her door all the way, allowing him to slip inside with minimal noise. Psst, psst. Hima, are you still up? Baruto asks, shaking at her shoulders gently. As her eyes drift open sleepily, glaring at him as hard as she can in her drowsy state. Now I am, she grumbles, cheeks puffing out in a similar manner as he did earlier when Mama announced it was bedtime. Why isn't Big Brother sleeping? Typically after a meal of miso, salad, and salmon, he's out faster than her. Baruto slides himself into her bed as she sits up, following his gaze out the window. Pop and Mama are up to something, you know. He gripes, pointing in the direction of the forest. Himawari only blinks, yawning as she curled herself against her stuffed panda plushie. Like what? Baruto continues with his gesturing towards a path into the woods, startled by sudden faint glowing bursts of sharp yellows and blues in the darkness, making his eyes widen. I'm not sure, though it must involve smaller papa and mama somehow, though. He determines. He looks back to Himawari only to see she's already drifting off again, light sheen of drool on her lips. He taps at her face until she stirs once more, wondering if he should go through with this budding plan of his alone. No, he shouldn't leave Himawari here alone. Not when Papa said to be a good big brother and always look out for her. I want to go check out what they're doing. And at this, Himawari finally sits up straighter with a frown, gripping onto his arm to keep in place. No, we promised Mama and Papa not to leave the house without them or getting their permission first. I'll tell if you do, she warns. Baruto sits up off her bed again, holding onto her hand comfortingly. Fine, how about we check out together? Because he knows Himawari is curious to know, as well, why neither Mama nor Papa will answer their important questions. If there are two Mamas and Papas, who do we listen to? Do smaller Papa and Mama live together? Why are all of the adults they know so short now? Eventually squeezing his hand in agreement. The night air is cold on their skin, bringing up waves of goosebumps along their arms. The moon creates a silvery grassy path for them, sandals sinking into patches of wet mud and grass the further they go in. Himawari coils tighter around him at the sight of bugs and an owl's low hoot, only relaxing her hold slightly when Baruto points to the golden dancing of fireflies along the branches and bushes they pass. See, there they are, he states, before hurriedly dropping his voice to a whisper at seeing regular Papa's glance in their direction. What are they doing? You're putting too much energy in at once. That's what causes the balloon to keep bursting. Maybe we should go back to taijutsu training. That's something else we always could use improvement on too. Regular Papa notes at seeing the faint swirls of chakra fade in his younger self's hands. No, if this Rasengan is as good as you say is, then I should learn it for the exams. He remarks back. Rasengan? So smaller Papa doesn't know how to use it yet either. Baruto realizes, reminded of Jiraiya's explanation of the difficulty and time it took to master the technique. His heart thumps in excited curiosity, pushing back leaves in their way even further to get a closer look as smaller Papa gathers another water balloon into his hands. Smaller Mama watches from the side, Byakugan active following each of their moves. The trees next to her are cracked and broken in various places, some twisted in odd angles, or completely hollow in certain spots for palm strikes. "Why are you two up?" A voice asks behind them, and the pair freeze, turning halfway to see Mama's intense stare. Going by her own sandals on, she followed them as soon as they left the house. "We wanted to see what the Papas were doing." "Don't be mad, Mama," Himawari explains hurriedly, Boruto nodding in reassurance. "Don't punish Hima. It was my idea in the first place," he adds in, feeling nothing more like slinking down into the grass at Mama's disappointed look. She moves them back from the field, sighing. "I suppose I can't blame you two entirely for being curious. Papa and I haven't done the best job explaining things." "So what are you guys doing?" Boruto inquires eagerly, practically hopping up and down. "And better yet, can he join in?" "Training. We want our younger selves to be better prepared for the Chunin exams and beyond," Hinata answers, ruffling Boruto's hair to get him to quiet down. "Can we watch?" Himawari asks, restraining a yawn, and Boruto grins, knowing she's asking the question more for his benefit than hers. However, Hinata shakes her head, pointing at the rising moon as she lifts the duo into her arms. "It's far past you two's bedtime. Next time." Boruto peeks over Mama's shoulder as she gives signals to Naruto and smaller Mama to continue practicing, attention becoming fixated on two perfectly spherical Raisengans regular Papa creates. Sleep catches up with him before he can witness much else, Mama's lavender and peach scents bringing up spells of drowsiness. But one thought lingers, the one he might have to truly make happen of his own volition. When is next time going to be? X. Past. "Sakura, I thought you had headed home over an hour ago," Fumiko questioned, staring at the array of medical literature surrounding her. While they appreciated all her help at the hospital volunteering and her surprising amount of knowledge on medical ninjutsu, she would be of no help if she exhausted herself out like this day in and day out. Sorry, there's just one more chapter one wanted to get through. You know how interesting the human body is," Sakura replies, forcing on a grin at Fumiko's arched brow. She must have used that excuse already. And she watches as she moves to shut at each of her books and stack them back up neatly on the shelves surrounding them, shaking her head. "Get some rest, Sakura. These books will still be here in the morning." This is a losing battle, and with a sigh, Sakura agrees as she moves to stretch out her numb legs and arms. How long has she been sitting here? A glance towards the clock behind them shows it's already close to 11 p.m. But Hinata was right. The world of medicine and healthcare was interesting as her older self had advised the two of them to do more research into the fields to be ready on the battlefield. Every day since then she, Hinata, and Ino, when she could get her away from the flower shop, saw new cases of broken limbs, psychosis, poisonings, gastric bleeds, and infected wounds to learn about from the teams of Konoha's finest physicians, nurses, and surgeons. Still, though, she heard murmurings of someone that topped even Dr. Ishimura, who usually managed the most difficult surgical cases, someone who was renowned throughout all the nations for her medical process. Someone she wanted to meet. Hinata and Ino share her enthusiasm. However, they both have their reservations. Forehead, there's probably a good reason why this mystery top doctor or healer isn't in the village, don't you think? He or she might not even practice in the field of healthcare anymore. Ino points out. Well, I know for sure at least it's a woman. Naruto's perverted teacher briefly brought her up when they stopped by Ichiraku's earlier. Sakura retorts, sighing as she stared down into her glass of water. Though all I have to go by is the name Tsunade. Hinata nods her agreement, pursing her lips. There's a chance, though, she'll refuse to come back to Konoha, even if someone went out to find her. She left for what sounds like personal reasons based on her closest colleagues not even knowing exactly where she is. Sakura huffs, slamming her fist down accidentally, shaking at all three of their drinks before quickly calming down. Saw the, but come on, you two. We can't just ignore these rumors considering how much we've heard about this being, apparently, one of the three legendary Sannin. We've seen all of the deaths and pain inflicted during the Forest of Death trial and learned about how much losses have occurred during each war in history class. Imagine how much things would have changed if she had been there. How many people could still be alive right now? This delay in the exams hasn't helped things any better as she recalled how on edge those whose matches hadn't come up yet were behaving. That trio of Sand siblings, those mysterious groups of shinobi from other faraway villages. I need to get stronger, not just to stop being a burden to my team, but to be able to better help these patients I see every day. I may not have Sasuke's prestigious background or Naruto's seemingly endless chakra reserves, though I know I can't let any opportunity pass me by if I can learn from an expert, Sakura reminded herself. Still, said goal felt very far away with only one person to go off of. Hinata swallowed, eyes falling to the black and white tiles of the bistro they were at for lunch. Sakura's and Ino's arguing over whether to go after Tsunade or wait falling away. Changes. Thursday the exams would pick up again, only 3 days away. Her heartbeat floods into her ears, thumping listlessly in fear until she hears a firm voice block out the pounding. Her own voice, older and confident. The point of the gentle fist is to cut off your opponent's chakra points. You know this already, though, so what you need to learn now is how to read your adversary properly and not let anything they say get under your skin. What direction are they going to move in next? What moves do they know that can potentially counter my attacks? Hinata instructed, getting into stance as she copied. With Byakugan's activated, she moves one hand up. Now, try to land a hit on me. W what? She sputtered back, her future counterpart moving forward as she barely slides out of the way, feeling a sharp prick of pain in the side of her stomach. There's no hesitating in the arena, remember that. It won't be easy, but this is the way the world currently is. No matter who it is on the opposite side. She gestures then towards both her right and left sides. Take advantage of your opponent's blind spots quickly. Those are the spots to aim for to block off not only a major chakra point, but potentially halt them in the middle of an attack or move. Teeth clenched, she nods, exchanging blows back and forth until a series of jabs abruptly freezes up her arms, stopping her in place. Ball forms on her tongue. She's disrupted the flow of chakra. Her older self smiles sadly, helping her to stand before she collapses to the ground. Our hands, our arms, those are our weak spots, as once we lose those, we don't typically have a way of attacking. And this is how I, at least in my timeline, eventually lost. The forest spins, hearing Naruto's voice as he stops his own sparring to ask if she's okay. It's Neji, isn't it? That's who I'll be facing. She whispers, just as Naruto gets close. Her chest begins to painfully throb as her arms and legs grow jittery. She doesn't hear her mature self answer. Just a brief nod before Naruto is the one to grip onto her this time, as he lays her back against the forest floor to rest. His hand is refreshingly cool against her forehead, wiping its sweat that clings to the tips of her dark hair as she murmurs she's fine at seeing his continued worried look. Training is over for tonight. How will I face Neji properly if things occur in the same fashion? He hates me so much. The only thing that will be on his mind is seeking revenge for Uncle Hisashi. Why hasn't father told him about all this yet like he has with me? Does he not think he will listen? Hinata considers, blinking back tears that threaten to come. It makes sense. Once Neji has formed an idea, he latches onto it no matter what others try to tell him. No, she can't let his own pain damage or scare her away. Hey Hinata, what do you think? Good idea or bad idea? Ino voices, waving a hand in front of her face to get her attention. Huh? Sorry I wasn't listening. My mind is on the matches for later this week. Sakura softens at that, nodding as she and Ino squeeze at both of her hands. You have no reason to worry. You've trained for this moment. We'll be cheering you on and supporting you all the way. Jade, Orbs turned back to Ino then, smile widening. As I was saying before, Ino, as much as it irks me, that perverted old man Jiraiya is the key to finding Tsunade. I'm sure he has an idea of where she could be. Maybe I could even convince him to let me come along in finding her. We could definitely use her help in dealing with the intensive care cases, and Dr. Ishimura is already so swamped with how many patient loads he takes in a 12 to 16-hour shift. Ino pauses, crossing her arms together at how Sakura clearly won't let this go. And what exactly are you planning to do if you actually manage to find her? There's no hesitation in her response. Asked to become her apprentice. X. Currently. So that's where he lives. Boruto wrinkled his nose. It looked so foul. Surely that rusty old apartment couldn't be where the younger version of Papa lived at, right? But he watches across the rooftops as the smaller version of his dad fishes into his pocket, eventually pulling out a copper key that jams into the lock, which with enough twisting gives way to the door opening. He'd been trailing after him carefully during his outings with Mama and Papa, observing the patterns and routes he took home at every opportunity he got. And now he finally had it memorized. Tomorrow night, I'll be able to catch him when he comes home from training with regular Papa. He had reminded himself, eagerly having counted down the hours to prepare for this very moment. All these nights of forcing himself to stay up to make sure he had the correct house would finally pay off, a task that had proved difficult at Mama catching him and Hima sneaking out the first time. Still, though, he wanted to try and talk to him again. There's so many differences between young and old Papa, it's a bit hard to believe at times they're the same person if you didn't take their looks into account. Papa doesn't talk much about his childhood days. Maybe he's forgotten it. His smaller self will know, though. I can ask him and learn more about Papa's past. It's the perfect plan, except that Himawari catches him midway through said plan once they've both been tucked in, wanting him to check her closet for bugs and monsters. On a plan B, where you going, big brother? You promised Mama you weren't going to interrupt their training sessions. She questions, eyes narrowing between him and his open window. Boruto gulps, shifting himself back inside. I wasn't heading there, you know. I was on a head to smaller Papa's house. Himawari simply blinks. Why? To get to know him better is all. Do not laugh, Hima. Geez, we hardly know anything about how Papa was when he was around our age, you know. He huffs at her, giggling. Of course this means she'll want to go with him. He at least knows how to do the clone jutsu, instructing his copy to go to sleep and create a few makeshift blankets/pillows to represent Himawari. He senses them being watched as soon as they leave the house again, waiting for Mama or Papa's scolding as soon as they shut the front door. He left a note this time saying exactly where they were going, not that that would be enough to stop them from receiving punishment. Seconds turned to minutes, only the low buzz of cicadas and wind rustling greeting them back. How do you know which one is his? Himawari asks, squinting her eyes and reaffirming her grip on Boruto's shoulders as he maneuvers them from building to building. I saw him go inside yesterday night. He always leaves the kitchen window open. Boruto answers back as they finally reach his apartment complex. He guides Himawari in first, squeezing in after her as they both plop down into his sink. It takes a moment for their eyes to adjust to the darkness, Himawari wrinkling her nose. It smells yucky in here, Bolt. She whispers, jumping up at the sight of a roach skittering nearby them back into the shadows. We're probably just smelling the dishes and trash. Boruto reasons, grabbing her hand and sliding them to the ground before they touch anything too sticky or crusty. Hugging the wall, he manages to flicker on the kitchen light, bathing the room in a dull yellow. It's a lot more grimy than they imagined. Then again, Papa's office is littered with old ramen cups and paperwork at times, though it's never this messy. Why is it so dirty? Don't Grandpa and Grandma help keep the place clean? Or Mama? He looked around for any evidence someone else was home, frowning at what looked to be only old bowls of ramen, milk, cereal, and piles of dirty laundry and trash scattered about. I never had my mom or dad growing up. Baruto paused, stomach coiling at the sudden memory. When Papa said that he thought he was just trying to guilt trip him, remind him again that life wasn't always easy and he couldn't just drop all his paperwork to play or train with him. Himawari stared at the strewn heaps of clothes and waste, cerulean eyes somber before abruptly brightening. Hey, we should surprise Papa and help him clean up. Then he and smaller Mama won't get lost in all this stuff, she suggests, already moving to start sorting out areas just as Mama had taught them. Baruto watches her for a moment, following her lead into making a laundry pile and trash pile. They've managed to actually see the living room floor again when they hear a clicking towards the front door, stiffening as blonde hair comes into view. I'm home. A sleepy voice calls out hollowly. Ugh, learning wind-related jutsu adds to the difficulty. I'm gonna need to borrow some scroll from the library if I want to learn all this stuff faster. Whatever, he'd think on it more in the morning. Baruto and Himawari look to each other before beaming. Welcome back. And Naruto instantly jolts, pulling out a kunai in alarm before calming as he sees matching sets of blue eyes on him. He's never had somebody be home to greet him. Surprise, Papa. We made it so you can see the floor again. Himawari cheers, stretching as a yawn escaped her. Naruto responds. Yeah, this place is gross, you know. You could always ask Mama or Grandpa to help you. Baruto snaps, though it's hard to take seriously as his eyes begin to droop. In a matter of minutes, they're both out, slumped against the sofa. I'm sure mine and Hinata's older counterparts know they came here. Why haven't they come to pick them up? He wonders, rummaging through his closet, managing to find a clean blanket while adjusting them properly to lie down. He noticed Baruto trailing after him a time or two, though he hadn't realized he had managed to figure out where he lived. He settles the warm cloth across them before stepping back when they stir briefly. He knows they'll probably be gone in the morning, or perhaps this is all just a very strange dream. Welcome back. Their words repeat excitedly in his thoughts. A smile rests against his face as he sits himself down beside them. Hopefully this dream lasts through the night. This memory of having his future children waiting for him, barely able to stay awake themselves. Because in the morning he'll need to be completely focused for the exams, for finishing his match with Kiba, and for observing Hinata's. Chapter 6, when it's only us. Past. Things won't be the same this time. And even if she maybe shouldn't be, Hinata finds her gaze far more glued to Naruto than to her fellow teammate Kiba, something that Kurenai-sensei clearly picks up at hearing her murmur Naruto's name, at seeing a sharp punch he takes. Between the barrage of Kiba, using his human beast clone technique with Akamaru to letting loose a wild onslaught of slashes and punches when Naruto tricks him into accidentally attacking Akamaru and unintentionally farting on him, making him twice as angry. She wonders when Naruto will finally reveal all the new skills he's learned from practicing with Jiraiya and his older counterpart. You're making this too easy for me. What happened to all that talk you had earlier of showing off a new technique? Well, it doesn't matter anyways. You're going to pay for making me hurt Akamaru and being so gross. Kiba taunts before his voice becomes a low growl as he gets on all fours before moving forward to strike again. Naruto smirks in response, this time dodging his swing. That wasn't on purpose. Besides, none of my new moves are worth bringing out on you. Naruto's next move isn't too surprising to her after how many times she's seen him practice it. Unleashing his shadow clones to do a full frontal assault in a new combo, she saw him perfect during their nights of training. Utsumakai combo. Congrats, you're the first one I've tried it out on. His clones yell in unison. He never did use the Rasengan. Hinata notes as this final move knocks Kiba out completely, hoping none of the punches have done too severe of damage to him as the medical team rushes over with a stretcher. The match is finished. With no interruptions this time, Naruto was able to make a smooth comeback. Kurenai-sensei notes beside her, and all Hinata can do is nod. Focus moving towards the screen that will decide who is next. It's Niji, isn't? That's who you faced? She remembered questioning her older self. There have been both big and small changes in her life since her and Naruto's future self's appearance. But some things clearly won't change. And as the teleprompter brings up her and Niji's name across the screen as the next match to ensue, it sinks in that this fight between them truly was unavoidable, no matter who else she would have wished to face instead. Niji's anger isn't with you, but more so with how the realities of the clan are at this time. Her mature self's voice echoes into her thoughts before her heartbeat can drown it out. The chill of fear that had been creeping up on her pauses, kept at bay as she reminds herself of all the advice and tips she's been given to get to this point. She feels Niji's intense stare across the way, malice rising at her, meeting his glare back head-on with one of her own. Her gaze twists away from him towards Naruto, smiling and whispering a congrats to him, making him grin in return before making his way back upstairs. Hinata, are you sure you don't want to forfeit? This is Niji we're talking about here. Nobody will hold it against you if you do. Kiba whispers to her before the medical personnel can take him away, stunned at her immediate shake of her head. No, I will face him. X. You should have actually listened to that teammate of yours. It would be better for you to not cause any disgrace to the main branch when you inevitably lose to me. Niji voices, eyes narrowing at her silence. Whether I lose or not isn't my main concern, really. I just want you to stop blaming me for the actions of our fathers. Hinata eventually states gently as she moves into position. A scowl crosses Niji's face before he can help it. Nothing he said to Hinata up until now has seemed to affect her. She no longer trembles before him or refuses to meet his gaze like so many times before. She isn't afraid of him. It's because of that one woman, her older counterpart. He realizes, though from the corner of his eye he sees Naruto's deep stare on them. It isn't only that woman who has made Hinata act like this. Whatever she said to her, along with Naruto's new presence her in life, has changed her perspective on him, on the clan. Fine, but don't say you weren't warned. Niji concludes before he moves his hands up in preparation as well, stepping forward as he activates his Byakugan. As soon as Hei gives them the go, he moves. Hinata counters each of his strikes, landing a series of palm strikes to his upper arm and side of his chest that makes him spit blood and double over as the pain stings out into his whole body. For a brief second looking at her, he sees her mature self once more, pearl, orbs hardened and serious. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. She murmurs just barely above a whisper, and he wonders how she has caught up to him so quickly in speed in such a short amount of time, even with all of the extra training she has been putting herself through. She gazes at him in the same manner as her older self did that very night he's been trying to push out of his mind, of a knowing she was going to defeat him, and that she misses his presence and the days when they weren't burdened by clan regulations despite all he's said and done to her. No, this isn't how things are supposed to be. He is the genius of their clan, the one who has skills and power that rivals that of the main branch. He twists out of the way before she can secure another series of blows, shutting down the flow of chakra to her left arm just as she knocks out his right side. The match should have been over by now. But Hinata has kept up with him, has actually managed to hurt him too, and he can feel his body starting to slow, his vision beginning to blur. His breathing is starting to become labored, tongue coated with the metallic taste of blood and sweat. Hinata looks no better than he does at least, stance becoming faintly wobbly and unfocused. He can still win this then. He can still put her in her place. I'm going to show you why you don't deserve to be heiress. He hisses, fingers pinpointing now for her heart only to stiffen at what she says next. Killing me won't make you feel better, Niji. It won't change the fact that Uncle Hizashi chose to die for the clan. He was the one who made that choice in the end, despite Father's great reluctance. Father can explain it better to you than I can, I'm sure, once this is over. No matter how much you look at me with such hate or say such painful things, I still care about you. Hade announces the match finished at seeing her cough up blood and start to collapse, but he tunes him out. Shut up. Just shut up. You have no idea what you're even talking about. Niji snaps loudly, aloofness cracking and falling apart at her supposed mocking of him now. The hand that was ready to slam into her chest never reaches, though, stopped in place by the hard grip of another. And his eyes twist up to see dark cobalt eyes no longer shining with easygoing mirth, frowning when he realizes he can't and won't let him break free. Naruto. Sorry, I just couldn't stand back and watch Hinata be further injured. Didn't you hear the match was declared over yet you still wanted to attack her? Naruto questions, tightening his hold, making Niji wince. Most of the Jounin sensei had already moved in to incapacitate Niji from stepping forward to give a finishing blow, shocked at how fast Naruto had gotten to the scene before them. Like he already knew this would happen. We can take it from here. Kakashi voices and Naruto nods, dropping Niji to the ground like a rock as if he were nothing. Quick, we need to get her to emergency care. Her breathing and heart rate are becoming irregular. A medic announces as they open her jacket and get her to a stretcher. All this attention on her, and she's the one who lost. Niji considers, standing up again slowly. In fact, it seems like nobody has noticed he was declared the victor barring his own squad's loud whoops and cheers, particularly from Lee. Maybe you should head to infirmary as well. Naruto notes, at his wiping off a smear of blood off his lips, to which he shakes his head. His head is spinning and his whole body is throbbing. Though it's nothing laying down back at the manor for a few minutes won't fix as he shakes his head at another medic's concerned look for him to be checked over as well. He blinks away spots from his eyes, clenching his teeth to ignore the pain. You underestimated her. Again. And the image of both young and old Hinata flashing to mind causes his head to pound twice as hard. He watches as Naruto moves to follow after the team of nurses and aides taking Hinata away, scowling as her words fill his thoughts once more. An uncomfortable ache burns into his chest once more, radiating out too much this time to ignore as he too coughs up a gob of blood, much to his shame and disgust. Hinata still cares about him, even after all this? Perhaps he truly does need to follow up with Uncle over this matter once and for all. Uncle Hizashi chose to die for the clan. But why would his father do such a thing? Currently, it feels wrong to be eavesdropping. However, is it really that bad to be listening in on a conversation your younger self is having with the equally younger version of your wife? No, he doesn't think so. He and Hinata just wanted to make sure the two of them didn't do anything too extreme in each of their matches, as they had explained to Jiraiya and the kids before leaving, but it seems like everything that happened in their timeline is repeating. Somewhat. Because new events are now getting in the way. We should also prepare Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, and even Sasuke for the future, shouldn't we? I've already pushed Sakura in the direction of honing and studying medical ninjutsu more, though, without Tsunade around, yet she's going to still need additional help. Kakashi-sensei could use improvements with his Sharingan as well for the day when he inevitably faces off with a Beto or Dashed. Hinata voiced as they headed out of the market, cut off with a sigh at the intruder behind them. They were going to be late for the matches now. A spy? His attire consisted of familiar purples, knots, and dark robes. Someone most likely from Odo, it seemed. The man in question froze up. Kunai once pointed to pierce into her stomach, now bent into his own. The wound quickly trickles out blood, and he gapes at the sight of growing crimson as pain shoots through him. His mission was supposed to be to incapacitate at least one of them, to gather as much information on their power and abilities, but he hadn't been able to accomplish even that. I failed Master Orochi. Wretched and pained thoughts of shame arise faster and faster. He should have hidden a toxic pill on himself to be ready to ingest the moment he was captured by the enemy. Kabuto and Orochimaru had spoken it enough times during training exercises after all. Never let the opposition find out your secrets. But he had been too hasty, too sure of himself in the end. How? He eventually stumbles out. Naruto gestures to the alleyways surrounding them. We've been watching you since we left out of the meat shop down the street. It's not polite to interrupt a conversation, especially when you don't even realize who you're dealing with. Hinata adds in, ignoring the murmurings surrounding them that again wondered if they were truly who they said they were. The Naruto and Hinata they know are nobody special, not in grades or skills. And yet they've taken out this attacker in no time at all. A pair of A and BU swoop in no sooner than the man's complete collapse to the ground. The crowd around them only grows in excited fervor and confusion as they watch him attempt to flee to no avail. Maybe I should have let you handle him, Naruto. It seems like you were the one he wanted to go after in the first place. Hinata whispers as they watch the duo lead the man away eventually, smiling at Naruto's shake of his head. Better yet, we could have asked our younger selves to handle it. By the time we're into our teens, dealing with people like him would have been considered like a D-rank mission or worst. He jokes. They don't miss the odd stares they get from their conversation. Everyone is switching their attention to them. Wait, just how strong are you two? An old man asks. Because if they weren't trying against a man like that, then nobody really knew their true strength. They hadn't meant to be rude then, but they had only smiled and waved off his and the other civilians' questions and curiosity with the explanation they had simply spent a lot of time training and practicing at every opportunity they got with various experienced shinobi. It wasn't a complete lie, really. Their main concern was making sure Orochimaru and Suna knew who they were dealing with now. Attack Konoha at your own risk. You were saying before we got distracted by that guy that Sakura would readily agree to training, but Sasuke? Kakashi-sensei? I can see Kakashi-sensei most likely agreeing, even though it may feel weird to him to have his own student become his teacher. I can get him on board for sure, though, if I bribe him with Make-Out Paradise books. Sasuke, on the other hand, would never agree to my help considering how much stronger he believes himself to be over me at this point in time. It would be better, I think, to focus more so on preventing him from defecting to Orochimaru. Naruto reasoned quietly to not alert anyone to their presence or current discussion. These disguises as medical personnel to get in and check on themselves wouldn't fool any of their Jounin sensei if they returned. But yes, Sasuke will be the hardest to convince of the three. His mind and thoughts were festering into a destructive need for only revenge and power, and soon he would give in to them and repeat the future. Unless he talks to his brother first, maybe. Itachi. Eventually he'll make his return to Konoha soon too. Naruto considered. Hinata nodded over each of his points, rewinding through her mind all the notes they had compiled together. They had much to cover in not only training themselves, but reading over the scrolls Lord Third had gathered for them that could give them clues to getting back to their own timeline. Despite Sasuke's current attitude, it's all the more reason to try and keep him here, right? He won't want to go to Orochimaru for power and training if he knows there's someone here in the village already that's even stronger than him. They had resolved to make changes for the better, but they still didn't exactly know yet how Orochimaru, Kabuto, and even the Akatsuki would react to these differences they created. This hadn't been the first time they had needed to take care of bugs, as of late had been following them either when they were out and about with the kids, or simply trying to do a quick run to the store. These spies blended in well with the civilians for the most part, watching for the next moves they were making. But they had left a secret message back to them, now officially within the side pocket of this last man they had taken out. We're watching you too. Why you didn't have to step in like that? I'm all right, really. Hinata's smaller form voices taking them back to their proper situation at hand to finish this topic back at home. They watch as Hinata's younger self sinks into the sheets at feeling how warm her face is getting, fingers entangling with loose threads. How long has Naruto been sitting here watching her sleep? It's become late evening/early night. Sky losing its last bits of red-yellow rays as only a sliver of moonlight becomes visible through the stream of clouds. She remembers hearing various medical assistants and Kurenai-sensei, along with a few other jounin hovering over her. Their voices had all blended together as everything went dark, but the only person here now is Naruto. No way. I wasn't just going to stand by and let my future wife collapse in front of me, you know. Naruto's preteen self argues back, making both Hinata's redden. Ah, Naruto isn't normally that smooth. When did he learn that? Hinata considers, smiling lightly at her husband's smirk of accomplishment. Of course. Are you sure you're okay? I can get you some water, or tea maybe. Naruto's adolescent self asks, to which Hinata shakes her head, resting back against her pillows. Niji didn't get to most of my major organs. What will take me the longest to recover from is the amount of straining I put on my eyes and body to keep up with him. I was really hoping to defeat him, though I believe now at least he'll go to father and learn the full truth of the decision uncle made back then. She explains, rubbing her throat at how hard it is to truly speak. To breathe. I promise your loss won't be in vain. I'll show him in the finals how wrong he is about you. He finishes quietly, balling his hands up to stop their trembling. You never did use the Rasengan. Hinata murmurs softly and Naruto nods, shifting back in his seat. No offense to Kiba, seeing as he is your teammate, but I want to save it for a tougher opponent so it becomes a surprise considering it's such a powerful move. He explains. Fighting Niji, for example, won't be easy. He's heard enough times whispered by their fellow peers that he's a genius. Someone more on Sasuke's level than he'll supposedly ever be. Hinata stretches to sit up from her pillows again, seeing his worried expression, putting her hands on top of his. You've proven everyone wrong before, don't forget that. I know you'll be able to do it again. At this, he and Hinata moved to take their leave back into the night. They weren't this close in their original timeline. At this point, he didn't even know Hinata felt that way about him, or how his own budding feelings towards her were shifting beyond friendship. It's okay, though. It shouldn't really change any major events. They would just get together sooner. He didn't mind that. I'm glad you came to visit me despite that not being how things originally occurred. Hinata voices softly beside him, face still a rosy hue as she slips closer to wrap an arm around him. Pearl orbs shine as they pass over a row of streetlights, making him beam in return. New/old memories like these I don't mind having. She finishes. Naruto halts them in place, dipping his head low to catch her lips. What other new memories do you want to create tonight? He whispers when they break apart, making her giggle. He lifts her up into his arms before she can protest. Giggles soon becoming moans as hands start to explore quickly heating skin. He takes her to his favorite secluded part of the woods and groves, brushing a hand against the curve of her breast to her hardening nipples as she presses up against his rising erection. It's been too long since he and Hinata have been alone like this, except for quick sessions in the shower or when the kids are at one of their friends' houses, breathing in scent of jasmine and violet on her skin. Here in the past, it only feels twice as stressful knowing how many eyes are constantly on them. But not now. Tonight, even if it's just for this brief moment, it's just them. Hinata, stop teasing me, he growls, bucking in her hand as she pushes his boxers aside. You started it, though. She purrs back when she eventually releases him, licking at droplets of the moisture that had gathered at his head. Naruto glides her right towards him as he switched their positions to lay her back against the cavern's floor, shimmying her out of the rest of her clothes. It's not the most romantic spot, though not the most risky of places they've done it at either. And Naruto groans as he finally slips himself in her, nails gripping and drawing scratches as Hinata whispers for him to go faster, to bury himself until he can go no farther. He kisses her just as her orgasm hits, grunting as feels his own tumbling out soon after. The hum of crickets resounds in their ears as the world focuses back into place, thin breeze bringing a shiver to skin growing cold once more. We should head back, Hinata states, dropping a kiss against Naruto's shoulder. He yawns in response, lazily taking his time gazing over her nude form in return until she lightly pushes his face back towards their strewn pile of clothes. Guess we shouldn't be giving pervy Sage any ideas for his books considering how long we've been gone from the house. Naruto murmurs thoughtfully while adjusting his pants back on. Or worry Boruto and Himawari. They keep asking for their friends who have yet to be born. Hinata points out, smoothing out her hair as best she can. There's no more escaping reality. The walk back is quiet, most of the village still asleep. Morning won't be here for the next few hours, but already they can see beginnings of light rays of pinks and reds against the horizon. So, want to try and hit the sweet spot again in the bedroom when we get home? Naruto considers with a wink. Do I really use such corny lines in the future? A new voice asks, dodging the kunai sent his way. If it works, why stop? His older self counters, affectionately wrapping an arm around Hinata to prove his point. Well, he has him there. Anyways, I didn't come by to interrupt whatever you two were doing. I just wanted you two to know something. His younger self coughs awkwardly. They look completely haphazardly dressed, the way their pants and tops are wrinkled and crumpled, and while he most of the time ignores or becomes quickly bored with Jiraiya's lessons on the opposite sex, clearly he eventually starts to put them to use. At their silence, he goes on, straightening up. Boruto, he likes to sleep over in my apartment a lot, you know. Sometimes he even brings Himawari with him. Naruto and Hinata look to each other then, neither too surprised as they share the same line of thinking. We know. X. Past. Maybe he shouldn't have told his older self about his eventual son's late-night behaviors. His thoughts, after all, should be focusing on preparing properly for the finals now that all preliminary matches are officially over. But he can't help this gnawing curiosity. Neither his future counterpart nor Hinata were shocked at Boruto's actions, it seemed, having had a clone follow him during his first outing there. We punished him about leaving on his own and even bringing his sister along. However, he's adamant about visiting you still. Hopefully he's not giving you too much trouble. Let us know, though, if he asks you about anything strange or weird. It's the opposite, really. Not that he could bring himself to confess that aloud. Because most important to him, unlike his future counterpart, Boruto will tell him other things he isn't meant to know yet, albeit not on purpose. He's buried it for the longest time now since he first laid eyes on his son. They share the same blues eyes and blonde hair that clearly comes from someone they're both related to. The curiosity eats at him when his mind isn't concentrating on training, eating, or sleeping. He can see the physical features that he and Himawari have from both him and Hinata, yes, but what else do they have that's directly from his side? You shouldn't ask him. There must be a reason why nobody's told you after the hundreds of times you've asked before. A darker part of his mind reminds him, but he quickly shuts out the thought before he can chicken out of this. This is the main reason, after all, besides enjoying and getting used to his company. Why he's fine with seeing Boruto's sleeping form resting against his pillows each time he comes home, drool sticking to his chin, and same two big pajamas he lets him continue to borrow. And tonight, he wants to finally learn more about the secrets everyone has kept from him the longest, his ancestry. I'm home, he calls out, restraining back a grin at watching Boruto nearly jump up at the sound of his front door closing. The previous night, Himawari had been here with him just as eager to greet him, though in her waiting for him, she had taken to doodling in some of his notebooks and scrolls. He hadn't been mad, despite her apologizing multiple times. I couldn't find any blank paper. These ones had dust on them, so I thought you weren't using them. Sorry, Papa. I'll get lots of new papers for you, though, next time. Most of her drawings consisted of either him, Hinata, or her friends and other classmates from the future, though one in particular stood out to him, the most he wanted her to better describe to him. A woman with long red hair and a man with spiky blonde hair, beside her next to him, and Hinata in what looked to be like a park. Who are they supposed to be? However, only Boruto is here. I am awake. Oh, welcome back. Boruto slurs out drowsily, blue eyes soon focusing as the room becomes filled with yellow light. Naruto kicks off his shoes, keenly aware to line them up neatly at Baruto's stare and reminder he and his sister didn't help him clean up the apartment only for him to make a mess of it again. Next time, Mama can come with us to help you. We'll get done faster that way. Any of the Hyugas being okay with Hinata being in his apartment probably won't happen for years, despite how he and Himawari talk of Grandpa Hayashi always sneaking them extra treats and his eagerness to take them out on camping trips or walks around the city. So, what brings you by this time? Naruto questions as Boruto follows him into his room, plopping down beside him into his bed. Cheeks pout out, Boruto frowning over his behavior. Papa should know already why he's here. All these constant trips to his apartment, and not once has he revealed any of the skills or tricks he's learned from older Papa. He figured at first they were just hiding it from him to stop him from being too excited to try out a risky move. However, that doesn't seem to be the case, considering smaller Papa has no problems discussing any other training regimens or skills he's been up to during the day. I want to hear about what you and Papa have been training on. You know that already. He huffs. Naruto simply crosses his arms, annoyingly reminding him of how regular Papa looks when he's getting frustrated with him. You know, I can't do that. You're not ready yet to master harder techniques if you can't get through the basics first. Boruto mimics his action, azure eyes hardening. That's not fair. You're not even that much older than me right now. Ugh. He doesn't feel like arguing with his future child over this. He directs Boruto to lay down beside him, ignoring his scowl before he gives in and rests against his arm. This isn't what he wants to talk about right now, wrinkling his nose in thought on how he can get to the real topics he wants to discuss. Hey, you've trained with your grandpa and Annie a lot, right? What about anyone from my side of the family? Naruto brings up quietly, wincing at the crackling of his voice. Don't be nervous. Don't sound too eager. Boruto furrows his brows in thought, confused by the question. I'm pretty sure Grandpa and Grandma from Papa's side died in one of the wars a long time ago. Naruto nods patiently. He already knows this much from Old Man Third. Yes, I just wondered mainly about what they looked like, or if you knew how they were growing up. You know, like how I like doing pranks, or that we both have blonde hair and blue eyes. How Himawari has Hinata's dark hair and patience. Naruto trailed off. Never mind, this was a stupid idea. Boruto probably has no clue what he's even talking about, let alone will have any memory what his parents looked like if his older self hasn't described them in any way to him or his sister. He moves part of his blankets over him, so he won't become cold, blinking when he hears his muffled reply. What? His heart lurches, shifting up so fast he nearly bumps his head against the wooden end of his bed. Wait, repeat that. Boruto pauses. He's never seen smaller Papa look so excited, so jittery, not even for training or over having finally perfected a new move. Grandpa has blonde hair too, he states again, smiling at his rising energy as all remnants of sleepiness fade. Papa didn't have his mom and dad growing up, and it begins to click again why no photos of them exist around his tiny apartment. He doesn't know what they look like, and nobody has told him either. Naruto nods, gesturing for him to continue. And what else? What about Grandma? What does she look like? He presses further. It so far matches the description of Himawari's drawing. Perhaps then both she and Boruto do know a bit about his side of the family. Boruto pauses. What else could he tell him? What else should he even say? He doesn't want older Papa and Mama to be mad at him for saying too much. Naruto seems to catch on at his hesitancy, leaning back from him. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Boruto shakes his head, gripping at the ends of his pajama top at seeing Cobalt orbs grow somber. He isn't exactly sure why Papa doesn't know what his parents look like. However, it stings at his chest imagining if he had no memories of his family. No memories of Papa, Mama, or Hima. She had long red hair. He sputters out quickly, flustering at his wide-eyed look before turning over back into his sheets. There, he said it. Now Papa can stop looking so sad. And also maybe finally teach him a new jutsu. A moment later, he feels the warmth of his hand ruffling up his hair, grin edging up his lips as he turns himself into a comfortable position to lie against his arm. Red and blonde hair isn't much to go off of, though the words stick and repeat now that they're out in the open and confirmed. However, Boruto misses the smile falling from Naruto's face as he drifts off to sleep once more, of eyes darkening and twisting back outside in the direction of the Hokage's office, and then towards Konoha's central library around the corner. Those are where I'll find out everything else I need to know. Chapter 7. When We Make Promises. Past. Finding information on Uzumaki family history wasn't going to be easy, he knew that. Still, it's more like anything he wants to find relating to his ancestry has been scrubbed or ripped out for nobody's eyes to see. He's combed over at least 10 books now, garnering nothing more than a few summaries here and there throughout novels that cover Konoha's history of most prominent clans and allied nations. This is getting me nowhere. I should head back before somebody truly notices me. Naruto considers. Not that he's come across anyone really patrolling the library. He witnessed one guard on his way here roof-hopping, but it clearly wasn't a post he wanted to manage telling by his continual yawns and stare far off into the horizon rather than properly making his rounds across the area. It's almost morning. Naruto notes, the sky gaining a line of amber and crimson as overnight clouds begin to thin out. His head pounds at him angrily for staying up all night, for not giving in to sleep hours ago. He expects by the time he's gone back to the apartment, his older self will have already taken Boruto back home again like usual. But instead, he finds them both there at his kitchen table, as if this is a typical morning for them all. Look, he's back, Papa. Boruto shifts at seeing him come through the door, tugging on the end of his shirt, getting his attention away from the stove. His adult counterpart nods with a small grin, gesturing for him to sit. Morning. We're trying to scramble something together to eat. It was a bit difficult at first considering we only found ramen and bread. Oh, and I threw out that milk that was in the fridge. It expired a few days ago, you know. Naruto simply blinked, unsure what to make of having so many various people in his complex in such a short span of time. He was used to creating clones for company when boredom or loneliness truly started to eat at him, just to not have to listen to the echo of his voice bouncing off the walls. You're probably not going to find much. I haven't done any grocery shopping in a while. He mutters, pulling out a chair. There hasn't been any time for shopping with all that's been going on as of late. His older self merely shrugs, nodding along as he gestures to the variety of bagged goods along the countertop. True. Good thing I picked up some stuff from the convenience store on the way here. They always open at 5 a.m. on the dot. He watches then as he takes the seat opposite of him, putting Boruto into his lap as his grin fades. So the library, huh? His stomach coils. Of course he didn't come here just to have idle chit-chat over breakfast. How do you know I was there? He questions. We're the same person. Anything and everything you do, I'll gain memories of it. Even more so now that future is going to keep changing with every action we make. The thought makes him twist in his seat, head beginning to pound once more. Anything and everything. Regular Papa was here when I woke up, you know. He said you were bad for leaving me here alone. Boruto pipes up, breaking the tension in the air. Naruto scoffed at that. You were bad in the first place for constantly following me around too, you know. Boruto bristles, cheeks becoming a rosy pink. I wasn't following you. His older self ruffles Boruto's hair before they can continue with their argument, shaking his head. Boruto, eat your eggs and rice before they get cold. For a moment, Boruto seems like he'll ignore his request, arms crossed as he glares at his plate before sighing at hearing his stomach's low growl and reaching for the chopsticks. Wow, he's actually not that big of a brat. Naruto notes as he watches him pour cups of tea for them all and pass him his plate of eggs/bowl of rice. Up until now, all he's seen his future son do around him is question when they'll start training and ask why his adult counterpart spends so much time at work. Being a parent must be hard, Naruto abruptly states, pausing when he realizes how odd that must sound. However, his older self smiles with a nod as he looks down at Boruto. It could be at times Hinata and I were the only ones who decided to have two kids out of our group of friends, though we wouldn't have it any other way. Boruto occasionally behaves like he's two people when he wants to show off, and Himawari tends to want to copy him depending on what latest movie or fad he's into. I can hear you, Papa. Don't act like I'm not here. Boruto huffs. It's true, you don't make things easy for Mama and I. He retorts back, affectionately rubbing their cheeks together, making his frown only deepen. He wiggles out of his grip, then completely red in the face, marching off back to Naruto's bedroom before returning back for his half-finished plate a minute later. Truthfully, it's getting harder to connect with Boruto as he grows older. He gives me the stink eye if I stay at the Hokage's office for too long. I'm trying to get better on time management, though, since Shikamaru organized that new planner for me. Naruto gulped down his bite, frowning. I've always wanted to be Hokage, so people would respect me, know they could count on me. Does he or Himawari know what my era childhood was like? Why we want to be Hokage? Azure eyes darken, a shake of his head. He knows about Kurama. Everybody does at this point, but he and Hima don't really know the why. They just assume everyone liked me enough for the job. Hinata and I didn't have the best childhoods growing up, as you already know. We didn't want them to be upset or angry on our behalf if they knew so many people used to look down on us, so we only talk about it in bits and pieces. Naruto nods at his explanation, puzzled as he mulls one thing over. Kurama. His older self points at his stomach, then to his. That's the Nine-Tails Fox's name. It's not QB. No, it isn't. That's what most of you humans enjoy calling me, though, before you try and use me for your own selfish desires. His voice snaps in. Wait, hold on. I didn't know. Don't be mad at me. I didn't ask for you to be sealed into me. Naruto quips back. If he's heard him, he doesn't respond. Don't try to rush in getting to know him. He's stubborn like that. He hears his older self mention at his sigh. He follows after him in cleaning up the dishes, glad at least he'll have a few snacks and meals in his fridge and cupboard for the time being. I'm not sure how much you'll find on our ancestry in the library, to be honest. I've checked there before too, though. I'll tell you our parents' names are Minato and Kushina. Also, it may be hard for you to check out any books or scrolls without it looking strange or suspicious to most of the librarians and guards knowing our past actions. But it's worth a shot. Finally, get some rest for both our sakes, because trust me, being tired all the time only leads to more headaches. He notes as he turns to go, Boruto waving to him all the way down the hall until they're out of sight. Minato and Kushina. His night didn't feel wasted now as the light pressure on his chest lifted. He finally knew his parents' names. But how can I get any more novels or scrolls without having to sneak around or seem suspicious? And then it clicked to Hinata. The thought of seeing her again since she had checked out of the hospital, knowing she would listen and help him borrow any books, made him nearly twist in the direction of the Hyuga Manor until he remembered his promise to his older counterpart. Right, first he needed sleep. Currently. A loud thumping at the door startles Hinata out of her reading notes that one of Lord Third's advisors had gathered for her over past studies and theories involving time travel. And the last person she expects to see at the door is Hanabi and Niji. The younger version of her sister brightens as soon as their eyes meet, smile curving up her lips while Niji remains still beside her. Now I know why Big Sister spends so many nights training with you. She breathes out, pressing her chestnut hair down as a breeze passes by. Too short. She'll miss swinging her long locks around playfully to the attendants to tickle their faces or annoy them, for Big Sister to comb her fingers through it in helping her get ready for the day. Arguing wouldn't have made a difference. Having gotten tired of hearing long hair would only have gotten in the way of training and prepping her to be a proper leader. Father has long hair, though, and nobody complains about it. Hanabi considered, but wisely kept to herself. It's late in the morning now. She would have come earlier if she could have escaped from the myriad of lessons and training the elders had consistently pressured and put upon her. Niji was insistent on coming as well to keep an eye on her, though his silence now makes her wonder if that was only an excuse to cover his own want to see Hinata's older form again. Niji's reasons don't really matter too much to her, though. Just being able to stare at this mature form of her sister makes having dealt with all of those earlier annoyances worth it. What brings you two by? Hinata questions, watching as her sister still looked her over in awe while sending a small smile to Niji at his nod. You were able to take on Niji with such ease before, and now you're training with Big Sister as well. I wanted to see you in person myself. She explains before nudging Niji to speak up at his continued silence. I wanted to apologize for my earlier behavior towards you. I listened to your younger self and learned the reasons behind my father's decisions. Hinata nods over his explanation before turning her attention back to Hanabi. And what about our father Hanabi? Did he agree to this meeting? Well, I can't speak for Niji, but he doesn't know I'm here. Not that he would mind. He's been talking of coming by to finally meet his grandchildren properly. Despite how much father, grandfather, and all the rest of the elders are drilling and instructing her on how to behave and act as a proper heiress, there are still the growing sparks of teasing, silliness, and stubbornness that Hanabi will more freely show as she gets older, making Hinata smile. Hanabi pokes her head out to look behind her at hearing laughter, glancing towards Naruto, who sent her a wave. No, Papa, stay still. You're going to make me mess up drawing the panda and flowers. Himawari exclaims, carefully dabbing her finger into a palette of green paint for each flower's stems and leaves before moving towards his face again. She had already covered his shirt in a design of toads, stars, and fanciful swirls based on the various mini-field trips Jiraiya had apparently taken her and Boruto on. Now, she had moved on to face painting. Oh, sorry. Was just trying to say hello to our guests. Naruto muses, sitting up straight again for her off the couch. Boruto makes no effort to stifle his laughter at the colorful designs beginning to adorn his face, shaking his head. You look silly, Papa. Himawari glances away from Naruto for a moment then, scowling at his snickering before grinning. Don't worry, I'll paint on you next, big brother. All his laughing stopped immediately, Naruto beaming at him to join in despite green and blue paint beginning to drip into his eyes and lips. So, Naruto is really your husband? She questions a bit quietly at watching their antics, curiosity slipping into her tone. She's watched Big Sister enough times to know she deeply cares for the boy, now even spending her days long into the evenings and nights around him without father ever questioning it. So, Lord Hayashi is really okay with Lady Hinata spending time around that boy. I figured he would have put up more of a fight to stop them from interacting. Kyoko whispers to Nozomi as they finish edging the bushes and tending to the flowers. They keep their voices low, but not soft enough for her to not hear what they're saying. The garden is typically quiet at this time of the day, the perfect spot to think or be alone, as she's learned from Hinata when they need a break from father or the seemingly endless cycles of studying/training. Most everyone is inside for afternoon reading or meditation. This is when the violet morning glories, white camellias, and pink tulips seem to brighten, glittering in the sunshine and wafting up calming scents. Well, clearly he's okay with it going by everyone's expressions after that meeting he held with their adult counterparts. Guess we'll be seeing him around the manor more. Nozomi mutters, and it's hard to ignore the frostiness in her voice, a disgust to have to be pleasant around Naruto for the sake of not creating trouble with father and the others. You could be wrong about him. Hanabi finally speaks up as she moves out of her hiding spot behind the tree, unable to hide her smile at seeing the pair instantly stiffen. Yeah, Lady Hanabi. That comment, it was only in jest. Nozomi states quickly, pursing her lips at her lack of response to that. Kyoko's cheeks burn red, coughing as she reaches a hand to Nozomi's sleeve to tug them in the opposite direction. We'll just take our leave now. I'm sure the plants on the other side need watering and tending to as well. Fear. They acted more so as if father had been the one to catch them, practically stumbling over themselves to get away. To answer your question, yes, he is. Hinata grins, breaking Hanabi from her thoughts. She takes her by the hand to further guide her inside, giggling at her utter puzzlement when Himawari and Boruto latch onto her legs in greeting once she's fully through the door. Aun dia. Himawari grins, nuzzling into her leg. Her gaze eventually travels towards Niji, blue eyes widening briefly in shock. Uncle Niji? We didn't know you were coming to visit. Is Grandpa here too? Oh, or are you here to spar again with me? Boruto adds in matching Himawari's excitement, throwing his hands up eagerly in preparation before pausing too at seeing Niji's appearance. His skin pales slightly as he begins to squirm back, and Niji can't help but frown at their reactions. Are they afraid of him? Hanabi murmurs. Hinata pulls Boruto and Himawari back before they can topple her to the ground, shaking her head. Sorry, they've been cooped up inside for the past couple of days. You're our first visitor in a while that wasn't a patrol officer or Lord Third checking in. So they are my future niece and nephew? Hanabi stares at them wonder, unsure how to respond to their various questions of why she cut her hair, where's Grandpa, and why she's so short. Boruto, Himawari, come over here and give Annie some breathing space. Or better yet, why don't you show her your favorite toys and how you've decorated your rooms? Naruto asks, sending a wink Hinata's way at her thankful look. Okay, they cry in unison, following Naruto back upstairs to their rooms as they each grab onto one of Hanabi's hands to give her a tour. Niji watches after them, taking in their features. They're a complete blend of Hinata and Naruto in looks and perhaps in abilities as well. Your children don't seem to really recognize me, or maybe you're scared of me, Niji states quietly once they're completely out of sight. He says it more so as a fact rather than a question, making Hinata's stomach tighten. That's not true. Naruto and I have told Boruto and Himawari so many stories about you. You're in as many pictures we could find for the albums and around the house. Hinata breathes out, swallowing down at tiny knots forming, blinking away the uncomfortable amount of tears she feels beginning to sting at her eyes. It's to be expected she would see Niji again, that no matter how much it hurts, she would answer any questions he had. But I'm not alive, am I? To only know me from stories and photos. Niji pursues quietly, studying Hinata carefully. Her stance is far too stiff after all, lilac eyes seeming so far away despite meeting his gaze, and it's hearing this that finally causes a few teardrops to fall as she gives him a watery smile. No, you're not. She whispers. So that's why she said she misses me back then. He realizes, watching her wipe at her wet cheeks and eyes. Her younger self doesn't know this, yet either he concludes when she asks him not to repeat this. The last time they really talked, the last time they said goodbye, was during the war. And she isn't sure if Niji wants to know the exact details, surprised to see him only nod in acceptance. No matter if events happen the same way or don't, I'm glad that I got to see your kids and that they hold me in a high enough regard to refer to me as uncle. Niji relates. Hinata lets out a shaky laugh, forcing on a grin. Of course we would do that, Niji, after what you did for both Naruto and I. Himawari, and I. Actually, sometimes Himawari goes by herself to visit your grave. She likes to plant sunflowers the most, and Boruto goes there when he wants advice occasionally. Her voice falls away at hearing Hanabi's footsteps return. If she's heard any of their conversation, her expression doesn't show it. Is Naruto really strong too? She inquires softly at watching Boruto and Himawari go back to playing with him in the living room, while also attempting to drag Niji in now much to his chagrin. Really, I'm fine just watching you two. He begins as he waves up his arms, hoping Hinata and Hanabi will save him before sighing at seeing their pouts. Come on, you can't just stand there, Uncle Niji. I can make you pretty too. Himawari chimes out, patting the spot next to her on the carpet as she finishes up the butterfly she's painted on to Boruto's chin. Moments later, Himawari has persuaded him to have a ladybug and flower added to his face. When did Naruto become so powerful? Hanabi wonders as she recalls over all the news she's read of his and Big Sister's strength and abilities, though it makes sense considering he has years of experience on him mastering various jutsu and his fighting process. Her and the rest of Konoha's citizens will soon see for themselves just how fast his preteen form has grown in maturity and skill too, she assumes. Hinata simply nods, no air of hesitation or surprise to her question. Yes, Naruto is strong no matter how young or old he is. He will beat Neji next in the Chunin exams and change yours and everyone else's wavering opinion of him. She voices, having already known where her thoughts had gone. Neji furrows a brow at how matter-of-fact she is earning him a scowl when Himawari admonishes him to stop moving. She didn't even consider an outcome where he would win. Not going to even think about me winning, huh? Neji questions lightheartedly aloud, glad to see her truly laugh this time as she mouths a sorry in return. Really? Hanabi asks, pursing her lips at realizing she's repeating herself. Though even if the conversation hadn't involved Naruto, Hinata always seemed to know what she was thinking or feeling just from one look. Happy or upset, she picked up on her emotions despite how much she tries to mask them. A coil settles in her chest, reminded of the nights immediately following after her younger self's match with Neji. Moon rising and falling as attendants rushed in and out of her room nearly every hour to check on her, the bouts of fever that chilled and heated her skin seemingly all at once, the continued throbbing in her chest and eyes after the sharp hits he had landed. Do not let Lady Hinata see those tears, Lady Hanabi. But that's over now. Big Sister is fine. In their last sparring session, she knows Hinata let her win, purposely avoiding landing as hard of hits as she could or going for the spots she keeps mistakenly leaving open. Again, I'm okay, Hanabi and Neji do your best anyways. Don't worry. Hinata states gently, squeezing at both of her hands. The knot refuses to budge, but Hanabi nods her agreement. Hinata pulls her into a hug then, same familiar sense of jasmine and vanilla easing the tension in her chest just a bit. There's so much she's learned from coming here. Things, too, she wished she hadn't heard. And soon all these thoughts she's had will run back into the same thing. I don't deserve to be heiress. X. Past. You need my help to check out some books and scrolls. Hinata repeats, still utterly puzzled by Naruto's request. Are the librarians refusing him? She considered, frowning at painfully familiar images of scowling faces and cold looks she's seen Naruto get behind his back time and again. She thought most of the civilians by now knew how nice and capable Naruto was after he came back from his wave mission and how far he was progressing in the exams now despite his former pranks and trickster behavior. Yes, you were the first person I thought of who could help me. Naruto explains, grinning at the splash of pink that warms her face. Goo. What types of books and scrolls are these that I should be looking for? Hinata questions, falling into step with him. Naruto instantly lowers his voice conspiratorially then, looking around to make sure no one was listening in on them. I'm trying to find any data regarding Uzumaki family history. Everyone who I've asked before on it typically becomes really quiet or changes the subject. So I figured it was time I go out on my own to do some research, you know. He explains excitedly, barely able to keep his voice down to a whisper the further he discussed it. And he beams as Hinata nods her agreement to help. I'll ask to see their oldest collections of scrolls and books that cover clans that existed during the Warring States era that they probably keep in the back sections to prevent any damaging. I'm sure Father might have some scrolls that cover the Uzumaki clan in his study as well. Hinata notes, giggling at Naruto's starry-eyed look. She leans closer to him, lavender eyes softening in a mix of seriousness and concern. What are you going to do with this information? Naruto opens his mouth to reply, pausing when he sees a flicker of dark hair from the corner of his eye. Sasuke. Onyx's eyes stare rather pointedly in their direction, and he twists his lips shut. He doesn't need this to immediately go back to Kakashi-sensei, who he knows has never been fully honest with him on the subject of his lineage, maybe based upon Old Man Third's orders, or he's afraid of how he'll react to knowing such news. "I'll tell you later, or stop by my apartment after you finish meeting with your team," he suggests quietly after a moment, pulling her into an abrupt hug, making her squeak. "Sorry, Sasuke is watching." He hisses in her ear, and Hinata breathes back she'll come by before nightfall with everything she can find. It's only once Hinata is safely on her way does Naruto fully look in Sasuke's direction. It's not polite to stare. He jokes, grinning at his scowl as he relaxes hands behind his head. And Sasuke, meanwhile, can only scoff as he approaches him asking how he's doing, pretending everything is fine. A few days have passed, though he can already see the difference. He's read the reports over and over from the newspapers as well. How his future counterpart alongside Hinata took out some apparent agent, trying to collect intel on Konoha in a matter of seconds. It must have been one of Orochimaru's subordinates, he's sure, telling by witnesses and shopkeepers various descriptions. But that doesn't matter. Naruto has gotten stronger. He'll only keep gaining power and skill until he eventually surpasses the rest of their class, and by that point he could be stronger than even him. It's all because of that older version of him. He's been training with him. He automatically concludes, heat pooling in his chest as he gritted his teeth. "Why Naruto? So you're okay with no longer being the most formidable student in your class, or even your generation? Don't you want to do something about that? I can help you stay powerful and on top, Sasuke, to defeat your brother and anybody else. All you have to do is come to me." Orochimaru's voice croons in before he can block it out. His image and persuasions come more often now, like a fly constantly buzzing around his ears and into his dreams. But Orochimaru can wait, because clearly Naruto's older self has all the powers and skills he craved for as well. And the question of why Naruto, he has been asking himself over and over again, can only be solved if he truly starts taking matters into his own hands. Naruto's adult form knows about his future too, after all, even if he refuses to give away too many details. He can tell him when he'll finally meet with Itachi, when he'll kill him for what he did to their clan. He tunes out the rest of whatever Naruto is mentioning about their upcoming fights for the finals, gaze switching towards the direction of the rickety old home Lord Third had set up for the so-called mysterious family. "I'll just go to him in person and see that supposed strength of his for myself. Hopefully, this will be enough to go off of." I'm not sure exactly what Naruto was looking for. Hinata mused, staring over her notes. The Uzumaki clan was renowned for many of their unique traits and abilities: longevity, Fuinjutsu in sealing chakra, sharp red hair, and recovering quickly from any major sustained injuries. They hail from a land of whirlpools, a long-since abandoned area ravaged from previous wars. What was left of the region had slowly been reclaimed back by nature from what images she found: crumbled buildings covered with thick moss and vines to places where houses once stood now broken and littered with shards of glass, cracked wood, and wild flora. People had been afraid of them, their growing strength and connections they had. And perhaps that was why it had been so difficult to find information on them. The civilian and leaders of yesterday had wanted the Uzumaki name to be forgotten to time as the last remaining members dispersed into all the other regions. Her heart thumps, picturing Naruto's upset to know most of the relatives on his mother's side of the family are no longer alive or in hiding. His key is the third one, the copper one. She reminds herself, and she pulls out her keychain from her pocket. Naruto had made a second key for her despite her protests. It wasn't necessary. "I want you to have one, just in case of an emergency, you know." His words echoed to mind. She finds him asleep on his sofa, head tilted against a slightly tattered pillow. Her cheeks burn at seeing the beginnings of muscle forming beneath his shirt as he turns in his sleep, of how he's gotten just a bit taller. Does he look at her this way too? Her face warms further, remembering he at least saw her without her jacket on back in the infirmary. She rarely took it off, even during the summer months, in spite of the uncomfortable buildup of sweat against her sides during long hours of training. Ino and Sakura say she shouldn't hide her body, that Naruto will eventually, if he hasn't already, want to see more skin. I shouldn't be thinking about this. Naruto! Naruto, come on, wake up! Hinata states, gently tapping at his shoulder, making him jolt and rub away at a light trail of drool that had ran along his chin. I'm not late, Naruto exclaimed, nearly rolling off the sofa in alarm until he hears Hinata's giggling. Wait, this isn't the classroom, and Irika-sensei isn't yelling at him. Fading sunlight casts a golden glow on her, and Naruto stills for a moment as he starts to properly awaken. I found some information. It's not much, though. Hinata continues as he moves to sit up, making him realize what she's talking about. He can feel his chest tightening anxiously. He can finally learn a bit about his family history, what exactly happened to his mother, to her clan. Naruto shakes his head, smile returning back to his face despite his heart's rapid beating. Anything you found is good enough for me, you know. Hinata hands over her notes and photos then, watching as he reads over each page carefully before sighing. A wave of aching spills across his stomach that he immediately attempts to ignore. He should have expected this. His mother probably never came to Konoha on her own. There is always a price to pay for the constant need for each nation to try and become more powerful to top each other as soon as they learned one had a tailed beast, no matter if the results caused pain and loss for another. There isn't much either regarding his father or his family line besides short blurbs regarding his rise to become the fourth Hokage along with the fear he created from his lightning-fast speed. Otherwise, he came from a civilian family, and he doubted any were still alive or even cared to know of his existence. If my dad was the fourth Hokage, why did nobody tell me? Protection? Sworn to secrecy? And before he can help it, he feels anger simmering up, and he grits his teeth to relax at faintly hearing Kurama's cold snickering and taunting. Everyone knew. Kakashi-sensei, your old man third, even Jiraiya. Hinata rests into his side, biting her lip. Sorry, I don't have better news to give you. Naruto shakes his head, not trusting his voice as he looked over the grainy images Hinata had managed to find. They were slightly burned along the edges in an attempt to be destroyed, but at least he could still make out his parents' faces. He'd commit them to memory now, to learn the same abilities that made the Uzumaki clan so formidable and intimidating. Looking back to Hinata again brings an ease of comfort as the stinging in his chest dies down. She is his family now. He reaches a hand out to part a violet lock from her face, reddening when Hinata leans further into his touch. His gaze briefly flickers to her lips then, and he wonders if they really are as soft as they look. His first kiss brings up very sour memories. This can be his do-over, not an accident created by an unplanned shove. Cerulean meets Lavender nervously, and he tilts his head closer when he sees Hinata begin to shut her eyes. Ow! Heads knock together, faces become equally red. Great. So Naruto grunted, averting his eyes in embarrassment. Ugh, now Hinata is going to think he's creepy for trying to rush things. Why couldn't he have done it like how he's seen in those silly romance movies? Or even read from one of Pervy Sage's dirty books? But instead, Hinata leans forward again, brushing their lips together quickly, and he gets a brief taste of cinnamon and berries. She fights the urge to look away from shocked blue eyes, beaming for once that she's left Naruto speechless, if only for a second. It's okay. X. Currently. Boruto. Himawari. What are you two doing? Naruto's question makes the pair freeze up as they move away from the bushes, shuffling anxiously to hide whatever they had been working on. They both knew they weren't supposed to be out of the house without Hinata, or Jiraiya with them. Not that Boruto follows said protocol. Nothing. They stayed in unison, only making Naruto arch a brow. Uh-huh. So if it's nothing as you two say, then why do you have your hand behind your backs? He further pried. amusement lacing his voice as they glanced at each other, unsure how to respond. "It's a surprise, Papa. You'll ruin it if you see it," Himawari eventually says, puffing her cheeks out. "Yeah, what Hima said. Turn around and pretend you never saw us, you know." Boruto adds in, nodding in the direction of the house. "Oh, we're never going to be able to surprise Papa with his birthday present if he keeps staring at us." Boruto frowned, shuffling his feet. He especially had been trying his patience over the last few weeks, spending more nights with younger Papa than he did at their current house. It wasn't like they didn't know where he was, considering how often he was there, mainly that he kept breaking their rules out of a desire to do more than just sit around. This idea Hima had came up with was a way to make amends. Mama has been helping them work on this ongoing project to better keep it a secret from Papa, guiding them around the nearby moors and rivers that had nice-smelling wildflowers to match the golden blonde of Naruto's hair, while the riverbed had sapphire-colored rocks the same color of his eyes. Combining the flowers and rocks through lots of glue and tape was slowly creating an image of him, but they still needed more orange-themed items to fully complete it. But now Naruto is simply standing still, disobeying them this time around. Himawari further pouted, fidgeting back and forth. "Closer, cover your eyes, Papa," she demands, earning her a chuckle in response. What exactly is so important they don't want him to see it? Before he can do said action, though, he feels another presence, a wave of hatred that makes him immediately pull a kunai from his pocket. This sharp and cold attitude is familiar, though recognizable. "You can come out. There's no reason to hide," Naruto states, gesturing for Boruto and Himawari to get close as a figure emerges from the trees. Himawari tightens her hold against his legs at seeing dark orbs come into view, while Boruto only blinks, unsure what to make of this new visitor with them. His features parallel that of the same man Papa refers to as his rival/friend, though he can't help but shiver alongside Hima at the way he glares so heavily at Papa, as if he did something wrong. Naruto, for his part, hasn't seen Sasuke look at him with such malice and annoyance since they were kids/teenagers. Sasuke takes no notice of Boruto and Himawari's continued curious and nervous looks respectively, though, gaze focused specifically on him. "We need to talk." Chapter 8, when it's before the fall. Currently, it's hard to take Sasuke completely seriously, because despite his demand and same typical hardened expression, Naruto can see the faint tremor in his hands, an uncertainty in his dark eyes of not knowing who he's truly up against, unlike past opponents he's faced. Good. On some level, even with all of Sasuke's cockiness during this time period, he knows he can't defeat in his current state. "What's there to talk about?" Naruto asks, unable to resist a smile at seeing his pause to gather himself. It's rare to see Sasuke, of all people, unsure what to say, to be uncomfortable in the presence of another, when usually it's the complete opposite. He stays in the tree shadows, out of the sunlight and heat of the growing afternoon. The air smells of rain, though, and his stare briefly drifts upward to see stormy gray clouds in the distance. "You've been training with your younger self, haven't you? He's gotten so much stronger training with you than ever with Kakashi-sensei, or anyone else for that matter. What did you do to him?" Sasuke questions directly to the point. "I've only helped guide myself in learning a few skills earlier and preparing him for some upcoming fights and battles. Nothing too serious," he explains back after a while. At least that's what he'll tell him for now. "I'm not sure yet if Sasuke actually came to me out of a last resort to ask for training or for another reason." And he simply blinks when Sasuke believes he'll say any more on the matter, making his scowl deepen. Perhaps Naruto's adult form doesn't take him seriously or even refuses to. It would make sense considering how strained his friendship with Naruto's preteen self is becoming as of late. In the future, he might have even completely severed ties with him, Sakura, and Kakashi-sensei. "You must have debated with yourself for a long while before deciding to come to me, Sasuke. Understandable. We don't get along much right now as teenagers, and we won't always see eye to eye even as adults, but we're still friends." Naruto relates cheekily. Wait, this is the Mr. Sasuke. Boruto cuts in, emphasizing his name with such shock, and Sasuke temporarily breaks his gaze on Naruto to look at him in puzzlement. What's he getting so excited about? Himawari doesn't move from behind Naruto's legs, though she shifts slightly into view at seeing her brother's excitement. You know him, big brother? She questions curiously at seeing his eyes practically sparkling in giddiness as he nods. Well, I don't know him exactly, though Mr. Sasuke is the only person who is rumored to be on the same level of strength and power as Papa. He's so cool. I've heard his sword can cut across like 100 trees in just one swing. Boruto explained, animatedly gesturing with his hands the swooshing of a sword. Sword? I don't have a sword. Sasuke wonders. Maybe this boy is thinking of some other Sasuke. Cerulean orbs look him up and down eagerly, and he begins to register how annoyingly similar to Naruto, at least the one that is his age, is to his future son. Naruto pats at Boruto's head to get him to calm down, getting his attention once more. Boruto, Sasuke doesn't know what you're talking about yet. Boruto scrunched up his lips at that, frowning before quickly brightening again. That's all right. You'll know what I'm talking about eventually, Mr. Sasuke. Okay. Why does he look up to me so much? Sasuke mused. However, it wasn't important really as he reaffirmed his stare on Naruto. Stop. You're too close to our birthday gift for Papa. Himawari snaps out when he takes a step forward, and Sasuke drops his foot slowly down at the sight of Byakugan pinning him down. Her fingers pose upward his chest, and he hates that he feels a pang of shock run down his spine at her intense stare. Yeah, we work hard on that, and it's not finished yet. Boruto states before wincing at realizing Papa is still here after all. Sasuke reluctantly sidesteps their art project or whatever colorful mess they've created when he spares it a brief glance. He should have planned this better to have truly gotten Naruto's older self alone without the annoyance of his kids. Even his kids who are younger than me could eventually surpass me if one already knows the Byakugan. Mr. Sasuke, could you possibly train me if you're not too busy? I promise I'll listen to any advice you give me and work hard. Boruto abruptly asks, making Sasuke only arch a brow. Train? Why would Naruto's son want him to be his teacher? The last thing he needed was the distraction of another Uzumaki pestering him. I don't have time to waste on you. Besides, you would eventually annoy me as much as your dad does. He scoffed. Naruto glances back over to him, then, and he feels his stomach plummet at the sight of crimson, breath knocked out of him when he slams him back against the trees. A sharp twinge of pain immediately rushes across the back of his head, but he forces himself to ignore it as fear he had kept at bay begins to crawl up once more. Listen, I know you came to me because you want to get stronger. Don't try to deny it. You can insult me all you like, but do not talk that way to my son or daughter. Apologize. He snaps before dropping him. This isn't the same Sasuke his son wants to so avidly become a student of, especially knowing all the malice and anger he still harbors towards his brother and eventually towards Konoha. Fine. Sasuke grumbles, doing as he asks by muttering a quick apology to the pair for nearly damaging their work. Boruto gazes at him with hurt in his eyes, and he knows he's twisted his perception of him for any other future interactions they may have. So, do you want me to train you? Naruto asks curiously. He and Hinata originally thought they were going to have to persuade Sasuke via using Itachi telling him the truth about the night of Uchiha massacre in order to convince him to not only avoid Orochimaru, but to get stronger using other methods not based upon vendettas or a lust for power. But he isn't shocked when he sees him shake his head instead, of his eyes forming back into a cold obsidian he's seen too many times before. His hands shake in embarrassment, clicking his tongue angrily. And Naruto knows then he made things worse, acknowledging he wasn't as strong as he believed, that even Himawari and Boruto are making him feel inferior somehow. No, you somehow twisted the dead last out of our group into one of the strongest genin in such a short amount of time. It's never made any sense to me. Why Naruto? However, I think I'm beginning to understand. Sasuke reasons, seeming to be talking more to himself as he balls his hands up. Understand what? Naruto states, gesturing for Boruto and Himawari to step further back. The animosity in his voice is clear, dark eyes beginning to swirl crimson at simmering rage about to burst. Of course you would choose him. He's you after all, and any source of strength you gave him would only improve both your futures in the long run. Sasuke mutters, wondering why he hadn't considered this earlier. He takes a step forward then, ignoring the part of his mind that warns he can't win in a real fight against this Naruto. They don't need to fight though, and if need be his children being close by could change things up, all he needs to know and find out is one specific thing. The one thing that can finally put him on equal footing with Itachi. Tell me, what type of gift of power did you give Naruto? Was it through a curse seal, or did you use some type of forbidden jutsu? Whatever it was, I want to have it too. X. Past. Oh, when did it start raining? Hinata ponders, listening to the light pattering and crackling against the rooftops. Cold drizzles weren't supposed to start until tonight, she thought, shifting her head to gaze out the window, causing a soft grunt beside her, making her squeak. Right? Naruto is still sleeping. They'd spent a better part of the last few hours rereading over all the notes she had collected and doing a bit of light training. She couldn't remember who fell asleep first, but telling by the stiffness in her toes as she wiggles them awake to get circulation flowing again, it's been a while. It was far later in the evening now than she expected. Sky a dark gray, shifting in a violet and black as the last bits of sunlight fade, and for a second her mind goes into overdrive knowing neither father, Ko, or even Hanabi have any idea of where she's considering her older self wanted to give her a few days break from training. She hadn't meant to stay this long, really. Being with Naruto made her tend to lose track of time. Good morning. Did you get some enough rest? Naruto's drowsy voice asks beside her, and she feels her heartbeat slow to normal at turning back over to see his sleepy grin. It'd be better to say good evening, and yes, I slept pretty well. How about you? You were the one that needed more sleep than me, with how thrown off your sleep-wake cycle has been. Hinata hummed. Naruto lets out a long yawn, nodding. Well, I probably wouldn't have gotten these cricks in my neck if we had used my bed, but that's okay. Her cheeks warm at the mere idea of the two of them sharing a bed. Naruto, noticing her darkening cheeks before chuckling. Not like that, Hinata. Geez, is your mind going to the gutters like pervy sage? He teases. Yes, wait, I mean no. Ivy just never been so close with a boy before. She murmurs. Naruto cocks his head, hearing that. What about Kiba and Shino? Surely she spent nights out camping beside them plenty of times before. But Hinata fists with the ends of his blanket, shaking her head as she found her gaze drifting. I don't feel the same way about Kiba and Shino as I do with you. They don't make her stammer, make her blush, and definitely don't make her heart feel like it's just going to run right out of her chest. Naruto taps at her cheek until her gaze comes back upon him, smile light and affectionate. He isn't sure why the very idea of other guys close to Hinata makes him anxious. Kiba and Shino are her teammates, after all, so it makes sense they would develop a close bond. Still, I'm glad it's only for me. He murmurs before he can think about it, feeling his own face becoming hot. These feelings of his, he can't help but want Hinata to only look at him this way. He tugs her close again before either can speak again, and Hinata feels her breath hitch when their lips brush once more, pausing only at the sound of heavy knocking at the door. Naruto, you can't pretend you don't hear me at the door here. Sakura? Hinata feels her face burn tenfold. Sakura was not going to let her live this down once she saw her in here. We can pretend to still be sleeping, Naruto suggests, looking between her and his entryway debating their options. It must be of importance, though, to come in such weather and knock with such insistence. Hinata shakes her head to Naruto's question, urging him to get up. He expects Sakura to look frustrated as he clicks his door open slowly. Instead, verdant orbs only soften in relief. Geez, I was beginning to think you had gone deaf or were passed out in there. What took you so long to answer me if you were just fine? She questions, arms crossed, and eyes narrowing slightly in suspicion at Naruto's quiet grin in return. He better not be keeping more secrets from her. He and Sasuke have been so evasive as of late. Naruto training with his future self and Sasuke disappearing for long hours on his own. That she's taken a training with Ino, Hinata, and just about anyone else she can find who's free in the mornings or late afternoons. It feels like her team is the only one seeming to fall apart. She's seen often how Team 8, Team 10, and even Team Guy spend time together practicing drills at the training grounds or simply grab a quick meal together while Team 7 is the only one slowly becoming fractured. When was the last time they all ate together at Ichiraku's or took a snack on the go from one of the street markets? Or even just truly talked? Anyways, aren't you going to let me in? Sakura questions, tapping her foot, attempting to peek behind him to indeed see if he's hiding something. She sees a flash of violet hair, step into the kitchen, and smirks, glancing back to Naruto, who reddens. These silly lovebirds. Honestly, why are you trying to sneak around with Hinata? I know you two have been going out. If it was meant to be secret, then you guys weren't hiding it very well. Sakura notes. Naruto squirmed at her berating as he stepped aside to let her come in. Well, I mean, not all of Hinata's family has warmed up to me completely yet, you know. And we didn't want to add fuel to creating any new rumors/gossip considering what our future counterparts have already gone through. Hinata adds in, joining Naruto on his couch. She offers Sakura some water, to which she happily accepts, glad for the calming distraction at seeing just how close the two have become. Sasuke, I can't consider being in a relationship with him or anyone until I first improve upon my own weaknesses. Her hands, after all, had yet to bleed and shatter like the hands of a true shinobi who had been on the battlefield or even just a mission gone wrong. She'd been too naive before their assignment to Wave, too unknowing of what pains haunted a ninja, not only in physical loss, but mentally as well once she had spent enough shifts at the hospital's emergency room. It was time for that to change. Still, part of her longed for what Hinata and Naruto had, to develop a similar bond with Sasuke. There was exhilaration that came with meeting in secret, she imagined, stealing kisses in the shadows. Wait, she's getting off track. Focus, Sakura. Anyways, I had a main reason for coming to see you, Naruto. Seems your perverted teacher might have finally pinpointed down where Tsunade is from what his associates around the neighboring nations have told him. Sakura explained. Hinata lit up at that, leaning forward eagerly. That's great news, Sakura. She could definitely help with all the cases we've been seeing at the hospital, especially in the wound and burn units. I want to meet her too. I know she's probably seen hundreds of patients over the years, however, I wonder if she remembers my mother. Hinata mused. It couldn't hurt to ask. Sakura's smile dipped at that, but she nodded her agreement. Yes, well, I managed to better explain to Jiraiya why we need Lady Tsunade back in the village, and he is willing to go after her, but he has a stipulation. You're not going to stop pestering me until I give you an answer, are you? Jiraiya muses at the second cocktail Sakura has swiped from him, watching as she pushed the amber drink out of his reach. There goes his peaceful night of drinking. How did she get into this bar, anyways, considering the age limit? No, I'm not. I didn't bribe that bouncer in the front with all of the Rio I've saved up from taking C rank and D rank missions for no reason. She snips back. It's hard for them to hear each other over the thrumming of pounding music and giggling drunks. Sakura, suggesting they step out onto the patio for just a minute. It's a relief for her at least to be out of the smell of cigarettes and alcohol burning at her throat, of the glittery tops and flashiness of both the customers and patrons alike during this club's supposed topless shows. Ugh, no wonder he likes this place so much. Sakura huffed, wrinkling her nose as she sat herself down into one of the many blue plush sofas littered about. What makes you think Tsunade will listen to you? Because I'm not even sure she'll listen to me. Jiraiya questions as soon as nobody is around. Actually, he knows she probably won't listen to him considering how he typically likes to act around her. And Sakura feels herself stiffen. Lord Third had asked her the same question earlier in the week, and she had fumbled her response. But she has been practicing this over and over to herself in the mirror since then. She has her answer ready now. Because I want to become her apprentice, and more importantly, stop watching shinobi and civilian alike continue to die from diseases or wounds that could have been prevented if we had had an expert on board. An expert like her. Jiraiya claps at her mini speech, nodding his head proudly. She reminds me of Tsunade at her age. He considers. Same stubbornness, same desire to care for those in need. Same flat body. He watched Sakura's expression for any wavering, glad to see she was serious. Fine, you've convinced me. I only have one condition, though. Naruto frowns as Sakura's gaze falls back to him. What? I'm not doing the sexy jutsu again for him, and I doubt I can find any woman willing to spend more than 5 minutes around him for a date. And he's not even sure how much he can trust Pervy Sage, now knowing all he's kept from him. Sakura frowned. It's hard to believe Jiraiya is the legendary Sannin when she keeps hearing such stories about him. Well, thankfully, it isn't anything gross like that. She grumbles. Not that she was happy with his requirement either. It didn't seem like Naruto was going to be so agreeable to this after all, even with the promise of training. She straightens up with a sigh, brushing her pink locks from her face. He wants you to come along to Naruto. Currently. Where does Sasuke come up with these ideas? Naruto thought with a sigh. The Uchiha household is dreary and cold, ghosts of the past seeming to still haunt its halls at how empty and sterile each room feels. He isn't sure where Sasuke put the pictures of his family, but nothing aligns any of the walls. Only a blank canvas of white with tiny cracks along the edges long since forgotten time. He supposed it made sense to think he gave his younger counterpart some type of hidden boost after having witnessed firsthand the power a curse seal could have on the human body. However, he had done no such thing. And even though he had told Sasuke that, he didn't believe him. All pent-up malice and anger had broken through as soon as his words sunk in, hands moving up to attack. Not at him, though. But the kids. Maybe Sasuke is already too far gone. He considered as he laid him back into his bed. Part of him felt like leaving him outside for daring to try to attack Boruto and Himawari, particularly Boruto who had looked up to him so much. However, Sasuke isn't himself right now. He won't be for a long time. At least he'll be out for some good couple of hours, maybe a day with how hard he punched into his stomach. When he awakens, Itachi might be back within the village, and if so, he'll become even more on edge. Restless. He can't give up on him. That would only push him toward defecting from Konoha all over again. When he returns home, he finds Hinata shifting through an assortment of books, waving him over when their eyes meet. I was just reading about ways the mind connects with ninjutsu to help with upcoming lessons with your younger self and intermediate medical ninjutsu for my younger self, Sakura, and Ino to incorporate into their care plans at the hospital. She explains, frowning at the hint of upset in his azure eyes despite his grin. Hinata always could see through my fake smiles. What's wrong? She asks, shifting herself up from the wood floor to get closer to him. Naruto simply rests his head against her shoulder in response, long sigh escaping into the quiet of their bedroom. Sasuke, he grumbled. He feels Hinata smile against the edge of his cheek, soft laugh bubbling up. Just try to remember dear you're dealing with him before you manage to beat some sense back into him. Yeah, though I ended up having to gut punch him after he nearly attempted to attack Bolt and Hima. He knew he couldn't take me on, so he decided for another crueler tactic. Ugh. I feel like Orochimaru is rubbing off on him, and he hasn't even left the village yet. Naruto complains. Hinata stiffens just briefly in his arms, pursing her lips in annoyance. He deserved more than a punch, but at least he would be feeling that pain for a while. Killing Itachi is Sasuke's one and only motivation at this point. Without that factor in place, what would become of him? She wonders. He did it on purpose, I'm sure, just to see the difference in strength we had and how far he still has to go. Naruto continues on. We need to play a bit dirty too then. Not only so he knows not to try such a thing again, but what he'll be up against if he leaves. Hinata brings up abruptly, shifting herself back to look at Naruto properly. They had all the knowledge of his future after all, at least on the path of darkness Sasuke takes in his desertion of Konoha to become a rogue ninja. He hadn't yet fully made his decision to leave if he came to Naruto first. Perhaps they still had time to convince him to be trained here. But to truly keep him in the village, to prevent him heading down the same paths again, they're going to require more help than just themselves. Naruto relaxes at seeing Hinata's concentrated expression, the same determined look she gets when helping out at the vision care clinics back in their original timeline. They've been bouncing multiple tactics off each other in terms of the alternate scenarios that will come with a Sasuke who stays, or is forced, to be kept within Konoha's boundaries. Are you thinking that we should? Naruto trailed off, stopping himself at Hinata's nod. Yes, I wanted us to wait on Itachi. However, it doesn't seem feasible to hold out for that moment, knowing all that's running through Sasuke's mind at this time. Kakashi-sensei can help. It's time we truly talked with him. Past. Both Shino and Kiba clearly know she's hiding something. It's hard to not notice after all their increasing stares on her since having watched Naruto's win against Neji. You don't still believe in all that fate business, do you? If you do, then I'll finish what Hinata started in knocking some sense properly into you. Naruto gripes before their match begins. Neji only frowns, but shakes his head. Naruto is still as loud as ever. And he can feel Hinata watching him from the stands despite only recently being discharged from the hospital a few days ago. Opalescent eyes gaze at him, as if daring him to counter Naruto's words with one of his old cruel remarks. If you must know, I apologize to both Hinata's current and future self over my past behavior towards her. It was uncalled for in how I treated her, her sister, and uncle when I didn't know the true reasons behind my father's actions. Naruto blinked before a grin slowly came upon his face. Good. Never knew you actually had it in you to show remorse and feel sorry for your past behavior. Anyways, guess those hits you took from Hinata knocked the stick out of your ass too. He beams at Neji's growing scowl as he moves his arms up into position. Please tell me you don't talk that way around Lady Hinata. Naruto merely shrugs, cracking his knuckles. He was going to get proper payback for Hinata, even if Neji's attitude was finally slowly beginning to change. I do, but not all the time. In any case, you should consider yourself lucky. You got to see a taste of Hinata's true strength when you doubted her, and now you'll get to see mine as well. He emphasizes, Genma has taken over for proctoring these finals. Hate has disappeared. Most murmurings he's heard at least around Old Man Third's guards are he isn't only missing, but dead. If that's the case, he did manage to pass along important intel he had listened in on regarding Suna possibly attacking before the exams are over. It's strange. Even though he barely knew the Jounin, it feels odd to not hear his typical coughing before announcing they can begin. You can't win this match without me. Kurama's growl echoes in just as he dodges a round of gentle fists aiming for his chest. I can. I have the upper hand after all of having seen a bit of Neji's moves from his match with Hinata. Naruto counters. His bitter laugh makes him clench his teeth again. Kurama is more annoying as of late. He definitely preferred when he ignored him or was sleeping, waking him from his dreams or shrouding him with dark thoughts that leaves him with headaches for hours. It doesn't matter how much you've seen. You're still too weak to win this without me getting involved, and it's only a matter of time before you have to rely on me once more. No, he doesn't want to involve Kurama in this if he can help it. Not yet. However, Neji gets back up after each punch and kick he lands, never once looking as winded and out of breath as he did towards the end of his match with Hinata. And he's starting to run low on chakra. All right, time to end this with the last bit of energy I have. 8 Trigam's palms revolving heaven. Niji shouts, spinning to life the barrier that will block out any final moves or surprise attacks Naruto has for him as he launches another fist towards him. This will be Naruto's final mistake against him in thinking he was already on his level so fast. He can admit that yes, he and Hinata are stronger opponents than he expected, though not enough to win. When the storm of dirt and earth dissipates, he finds Naruto hunched over a lining with his thoughts until he feels a hand latch onto his leg from beneath the ground. What? The clone in front in him pops, and Pearl eyes stare down into a forming blue swirl of energy he can't escape from, of Naruto's victorious grin. Rasengan. The pain creates a shock wave as the ball of energy floods into his chest, muscles shutting down as he spits blood for the second time against his matchup. The crowd falls to a momentary hush at this move. It's one most have only seen so many years ago. And Niji's vision darkens as he finds himself collapsing to the ground, taking in long, tired breaths. He fell for such a simple trick. The shadow clone technique that used to be Naruto's weakness is now the same tactic he used to defeat him. He's lost, but somehow he doesn't feel so sickened by that. You were right, Hinata. Naruto did prove me wrong. Kurenai-sensei had thankfully kept them from asking her too many questions back then, letting her escape to check on Naruto's injuries while the rest of the audience dispersed in a myriad of whispers and questions on either losing their bet or asking who taught Naruto such a move. After a small break for the rest of the week, Kurenai had created a new training regimen for them consisting of sparring and scouting sessions to prepare them for any major missions or events considering they all felt better and had recovered. Her muscles ache and throb in protest. She hasn't truly gotten proper rest from any training really, even though her future self wanted her to relax. And Kurenai-sensei has no idea why. I'm probably the only one who is still feeling sore. Eventually, hunger gives way to them resting for lunch, bringing her back to her current predicament. Kiba is the first to jump into interrogation mode as soon as Kurenai moves to get the menus to try out Okonomiyaki Express, a new restaurant that's just popped up in the market district supposedly famous for their namesake, tapping his nose in emphasis. You've been having Naruto's smell all over you lately. What gives Hinata? He inquires, grinning at pink beginning to flood her cheeks despite her efforts to control it. Akamaru barks his agreement, having been noticing the scent just as strongly as his master. This ought to be good. And no reason. We passed each other this morning heading into town. Maybe that's why. Hinata reasons. It's a true statement because they've passed each other many times, including leaving his apartment together at varying times this week. Not that Shino and Kiba need to know that part. His complex, regardless of the murky stains on the walls to the silver cobwebs dotting various corners, still feels warmer than how stifling the walls of the Hyuga compound can be no matter father's new efforts to try to better make her feel at home. The other elders remain disapproving of Naruto and are fixed in clan traditions, that he is the ugly blemish that caused her to become so far distanced from her duties as heiress. We didn't do anything wrong. There's nothing to be ashamed of when we fall so quickly asleep after training with our future selves. Shino lifts a finger up, a tiny black beetle landing on the tip of his nail. That may be true. However, my tracking insects have noted you spend many hours at his place too, sometimes even into the morning. Kiba's smirk only broadens at this news. Seems Shino had done some investigating as well. So, go and explain yourself properly now, Hinata. Kiba questions her once more, leaning forward from his seat. Shino only arches a brow. It's not like Hinata to be so tight-lipped on answering them. We've just been training together a lot is all. There's nothing for you two to worry about. Honest. Hinata states after a while. And Kiba reluctantly backs down. Hinata would tell them if she was in any way uncomfortable or stressed out, and really he can't see or even sense any signs that she's troubled. If Naruto makes her happy, I suppose it's fine. Have you or Naruto been in contact with your older counterparts again? Shino asks, and Hinata reminds herself not to give away any signs of nervousness. No stuttering, no anxious tapping of her fingers. Yes, they've been giving us tips on how to be stronger and prepare for the future. She admits, withholding the full details of the long nights she's been pushing herself through. It's becoming harder to even hide her yawns or spar at full energy around them at times. Shino says nothing for a long minute before nodding, attention directed back to Kurenai as she returns with a platter of samples. They wanted us to test each item to decide what we wanted. She explains before pausing at how quiet they all are. Crimson orbs move first towards Hinata, remnants of her flushed cheeks giving her away. She gestures for Kiba and Shino to give the two of them some privacy by shooing them towards the door, sign once they're completely out of earshot. With Shino promising he won't leave behind any literal bugs to listen in and that they'll be quick so that Kiba's stomach doesn't gnaw on itself. You've been pushing yourself hard lately. Kurenai notes, thin scratches along her hands running up to her arms. A faint bruise rests near the side her hand she can't cover without getting more questions, pale skin making the red and blue blotch all the more noticeable. Yes, I'm okay though, sensei. As I told Kiba and Shino, Naruto, and I have just been spending long hours training together. Hinata repeats herself. Kurenai stares again over each mark, nodding. None of them look too serious, and Hinata will give them the full details once she feels comfortable enough to do so. She stretches her hands out towards hers, noticing her wince just slightly at her firm grip. Don't overdo it and burn yourself out. It worries me seeing those bags under your eyes knowing you're not getting enough sleep either, she advises. Hinata only smiles in return, slipping her fingers slowly out from her grasp. She can worry about the effects of burnout later, when both she and Naruto feel confident enough they can handle any attack or enemy Konoha may face. Her gaze flickers to Kurenai's stomach, to this knowing that the whole village seems to know about her relationship with Asuma-sensei in spite of their constant denials. She fights down and ignores a growing swirl of bile that momentarily makes her queasy. Neither her nor Naruto's future counterpart had flat out told them about any deaths that had yet to occur. However, it was clear they were uncomfortable or quiet around certain familiar shinobi and civilian when they asked the duo about their lives years from now. And Asuma was one of them. So the pain and fatigue that comes with training is nothing knowing what can hopefully be changed. I want Asuma to be alive for you to raise your child together, whenever that moment may come. X. Currently. So they've known about our spies for a good while. Orochimaru voices to himself, reading over the hidden note he had found once more, clicking his tongue thoughtfully. No matter, Ichiro had been careless. Why hadn't he kept the cyanide pills on him? He hadn't been able to evade detection and capture, having had to order another agent to retrieve him from his imprisonment before too many people learned of his secrets. Staring from his lifeless eyes to his gray sunken-in skin now just reminds him how weak Ichiro truly was, pushing his corpse to the side like a rag doll into a damp corner now that his examination of his body is over. One of his assistants could properly dispose of what remained of him later. This made things twice as difficult, twice as frustrating. All carefully laid plans would have to be ended now. Suna was backing out of their deal. We can't take on an opponent that strong. I'm not even sure if you would be able to handle him. Kabuto had pointed out before wisely clenching his lips shut and taking his leave at his annoyed stare in return. But he's right. They'll lose against this mysterious older Naruto. Going up against him and Hiruzen would prove too dangerous, too reckless. Jiraiya has apparently taken Naruto on as a student. However, he has abilities that I'm sure Jiraiya doesn't even know of yet that he himself might not be capable of doing. He considered, how did he become so much stronger then? He could attempt to kill Naruto's still preteen form. However, that would probably only trigger these latent abilities he's always had on top of his future self immediately intervening. He'd never paid the Jinchuriki too much thought until now. That had been a mistake. And unlike Sasuke, Naruto wouldn't be swayed by the lure for power or revenge on a village who, even though it had taken so much from him, he still cared about its people. No matter which method he took moving forward, fighting directly was out of the question. For now, he determined his best option would be to study more on this adult Naruto's background, or else he would never reach his goals for endless power and immortality. His host bodies remained imperfect, all his test subjects usually dying in either the hours to days after the trials he put them through. Sasuke will be the next best candidate with his lineage. He just needed that last little push considering he still hadn't come to him yet already as he'd hoped. Master Orochimaru, I've gotten word from Daichi that there is talk of Lord Third gathering for an emergency private conference with all his top officials and advisors later on this morning. Kabuto relates to him, interrupting his musings as he returned back into his lab. Golden Snake eyes peer back towards him with a nod as he accepts the report from his hands. Anyone else you know of importance in attendance? He asks just before Kabuto reaches the door. Kabuto shakes his head, knowing there isn't much else to tell him besides the little information they've already gathered. Orochimaru simply sighs, waving him away to be alone once more. There aren't any signs the older Naruto or Hinata will be anywhere near this session as of now, though that didn't mean they wouldn't get involved if need be. Interesting, this must be to discuss over increasing defenses and creating new formations in case Suna chooses to go forth with the invasion after all, or for any potential skirmishes erupting near the borders. A smile curves of his lips slowly as he finished reading over the summary of the account. This could be an opportunity to finally get his former teacher out of the way. It was time for him to officially pay Konoha a visit once more. I should have expected this, Orochimaru realized as he gazed across the way at blonde and violet hair. The Hyuga and Uzumaki. He really hasn't traversed these hallways in years. It would have been better to have gone down the opposite way, to not have be as close to the scene and the amount of high security all around. However, that wouldn't have allowed him to pick up on important bits conversation. It seems like they're coming from just visiting with Lord Third himself, going by his closest consultants, seeing them off out of the office. If he wasn't going to be dealing with Naruto and Hinata's older forms as of yet, he would need to consider how to handle their present juvenile selves. It doesn't seem like they were invited to this little meeting Hiruzen is holding at least, but they've already established a close connection to him by visiting and giving him intel. It seemed like he was constantly being burdened with inconvenient situations as of late. His current disguise clings to him like a second skin, playing the role of the guard he had disposed of just minutes ago via his snakes. Sentry duty would best keep him in the shadows to not raise suspicion, as well as keep him close enough to the area. Konoha hasn't changed too much since I've been gone, though. He notes, staring out the window. The morning bustle is just beginning, sunlight filtering on his stalls beginning their breakfast rush, while shopkeepers clink their doors open. There's a few newer buildings and marketplaces here, and there, though otherwise everything very much is the same dull and ordinary Konoha he left behind. But none of that matters really. Whether or not Suna backs out, he will make his move. This calm, ordinary daybreak is going to be broken soon enough. He just needs to wait for the right moment to attack. What do you think this emergency meeting is about? One guard murmurs as he starts walking again to his assigned post, voice low to prevent any of Hiruzen's advisors from hearing him. The man beside him shrugs, waiting for another official to pass before speaking up. Not sure. It's been kept under tight wraps, though I heard it could either be Lord Third's official announcement at him, having found a successor, or talk of some coup Suna might have been planning. Suna? Why would they attack us? We welcomed their shinobi into our village for the Chunin exams. The man hisses back, anger lacing each word at the very thought. So he did find out about Suna, though this is new to me that he's actually thinking of stepping down again. Orochimaru mused, wondering who Hiruzen and his team had in mind to select. He'd barely been into retirement before having to take the position of Hokage once more at the fourth's death. A faint grin rose up his lips Memories of the Second Shinobi World War come into mind. Death and blood permeated the air day and night almost constantly back then. The smell of decaying flesh, the sight of bodies mangled in pain and oozing with various open wounds, of the living having to bury the dead only to become just another number two among the masses days later. It was the last time he truly had fought alongside Tsunade and Jiraiya. But Jiraiya and Tsunade are too tender-hearted, too weak. And in the aftermath, he learned so much about life and death. Fresh corpses brought a wealth of information, along with those on the brink of dying he had helped further push along in order to test his fledgling experiments and jutsus to their ultimate potential. It's not enough, though, because this current body of his getting old, not fast or strong enough as he used to be back in those days. The way things are now will cause him to never reach his goals. Hey, didn't you hear me, Katsuro? They need us to report to the left wing immediately. A new guard abruptly shouts before him, taking him out of his recollections, pointing in the direction he needs to move. He roughly pushes a hand up into his chest. When he doesn't immediately move, a subordinate not taking orders. Orochimaru only stares, reaching his own hand up to shove him back. His breath reeks of tobacco and the mints he's used in a poor attempt to cover up the smell. The second guard beside him sends him a wary smile. He doesn't return. He's acting too strange, too unusual for Katsuro's normal behavior in acting so bold. Why isn't he following or listening Commander Yuta's directions? Guess the charade is over. And too late, does Yuta notice the slithering of a white snake, leaving Orochimaru's sleeves digging directly into the pulse point of his neck. He can practically hear his heartbeat pound twice as hard in pure shock. The confidence he exuded just minutes ago evaporating into fear as his face contorts in pain. You shouldn't get into people's personal spaces like that. Who knows what the end result could be? Orochimaru chimes out, grin widening at watching the toxin's effects take hold. I never get tired of that look. Utter terror, the knowing that death is soon to come. He reaches his hand up to clamp at his mouth from screaming out, watching as his skin goes from an angry scarlet to ghastly whitish gray as the poison continues to seep into his veins. Fingers that had started to claw at his chest desperately soon begin to slow as Orochimaru lets him tumble to the ground with eyes still wide and frozen in panic. What in the hell did you just do to Yuta? The second officer whispers in horror, rage boiling up at Orochimaru's mere shrug in return. Don't worry, you'll be joining him soon, he replies after a moment, glancing towards his name tag. Isamu. A man who remained brave even in the face of death. How fitting his name matched his current situation. His gaze follows Orochimaru's to the near dozens of snakes already having wrapped themselves around his lower legs, pain shooting through his body like shock waves as he fixes dark chestnut eyes on him one last time. Monster, Lord Third will stop whatever plans you have. He grunts out before he feels his throat and chest tightening and closing up completely as the poison quickly takes effect. And again, Orochimaru observes his last moments too in fascination, the beads of sweat to his forehead as he thrashes restlessly, the blueness of his veins as they throb and protrude out while his body progresses to an ashen gray color. For some, death is quick and painless. And for others, it's slow and agonizing. But he truly needs to get moving, casting his gaze in the direction of the Hokage Tower as Yuta had originally wanted him to do. His and Isamu's bodies will be found soon enough. Trickles of blood starting to pool near his feet, he steps aside to avoid creating tracks. All the explosion tags are in place. The fun is truly about to begin. Monster, he chuckled, thinking over Isamu's last words for him. Weren't they all monsters? Isamu and Yuta were shinobi trained to kill in order to survive after all, just as he had been, to protect their families, their village, their friends, their dreams. And he had dreams in mind he would see to as well. X. Currently. What's wrong, dear? You've barely touched your ramen. and that's only your second bowl. Hinata notes softly. Naruto can't bring himself to force on a smile, eyes roaming between his bowl of pork miso to Hinata. Lunch had been going so well until he had picked up on this alarming amount of chakra. Right by the Hokage's office. Lilac orbs harden then, nodding in the direction his eyes have gone. You sense him, don't you? She whispers, frowning at Naruto's faint nod in return. Orochimaru was striking. We need to get going. Now, he whispers urgently to not let Boruto and Himawari see his fidgeting. The pair had taken to a slurping contest, thankfully too distracted by trying to finish at their noodles and last bits of broth to notice his and Hinata's change in expressions. I'm almost done, Hima. You still have to finish both your beef and noodles. Boruto emphasizes at seeing a thin strip of beef lining the side of her bowl. They agreed the winner would do the other's chores on top of their own for a week, an offer far too good to pass up. Nah, I'm going to be done first. You haven't even finished all your vegetables yet. Himawari responds, pointing to the clump of carrots and celery he had been actively avoiding. I wish Hinata and I could just stay here cheering them on. Naruto considered before sighing. Jiraiya only arches a brow across the table. He too senses something is off and alarming as well happening within the village. However, someone has to stay with the kids to prevent them from following. It's frustrating though, Naruto's younger self has been acting rather distant and vague with him lately despite keeping up the same cheerful attitude considering his situation. He could very well have gone out into the area too. He's been watching him from the corner of his eye suspiciously too often not to notice. Gaze no longer so warm or inviting to his presence, even with the promise of training, that he has yet to figure out the true reason behind. Where are you going, Papa, Mama? Boruto pipes up just as Naruto and Hinata move to stand from the table, Himawari poking her head up from behind her bowl at the sudden quiet of their table. Papa and Mama, you didn't even finish your ramen. Himawari questions, pointing at their half-finished bowls. Maybe they're sick. Mama usually is on her fourth or fifth bowl by the time Papa gets to his second or third. She considered, chewing her lip anxiously. Jiraiya speaks up at seeing their worried looks, beaming to ease their concerns. They just need to check in with Lord Third and his advisory team. News of your Papa and Mama's exploits travels fast around the village, so everyone is coming together to come up with new plans to keep both civilian and shinobi safe from any more intruders or spies. He explained in the simplest manner he could. Boruto wrinkled his nose at that, going back to finishing at his beef broth. Anything related to politics and the Hokage's office typically bored him, and luckily this time is no different. Himawari, on the other hand, pouts, azure eyes watering. You won't be gone long, right? Boruto bumps their shoulders, gesturing for her to pick up her chopsticks again. As long as Papa is with Mama, they won't lose track of time. Naruto and Hinata squeeze them close before they can go back to their contest, startling them both. Himawari easily melts into the hugs with a giggle, while Boruto takes a minute longer, squirming in embarrassment at other patrons staring before accepting the random bout of affection. It's not like they'll be gone for long, though. It still hurts to leave them. Jiraiya is in charge again while we're gone. Okay? Naruto orders as they both nod in unison. Your son rather casually just insulted you. I see he learned from the best. Jiraiya chuckles as they head to the door. Naruto scoffed at that, waving him off. Pervy sage, I was never that rude, you know. The smile quickly leaves Jiraiya's face, studying the change of the blowing of the trees. The wind seemed rougher than it was this morning, larger piles of autumn foliage scattered about the streets. And his frown soon quickly deepens at the rising scent of smoke burning his nostrils, of a trail of heavy black smog beginning to crawl up towards the sky. This isn't good. That old man could truly be in danger this time, Jiraiya realized. Because in the end he couldn't bring himself to kill Orochimaru, even when he knew his former student had given in to the haunting dark paths of studying and practicing with forbidden jutsu. Just how far had his old friend fallen? Naruto and Hinata are gone in a literal flash towards the Hokage Tower, and again, he wonders just when his student will surpass him to become so strong. Despite trying to play it off, he knows he's stronger than Kakashi, than me, than everybody. And this unease in his chest relaxes just a little, knowing this is the man who Orochimaru will have to face. Jiraiya turns to look down at Boruto and Himawari, already having moved to watch the changes in the weather and area beside him. It isn't long before Boruto begins to rub at his right eye a bit too roughly for him to not notice. "Got something in your eye there, Bolt?" he questions, bending down to his level. But Boruto shakes his head, cobalt orbs twisting away from his dark eyes. It will take more prying to get the truth out of him, it seems. Or withholding all his toys. "I just thought I saw Dash. No, never mind. My eye was just itchy is all," he eventually murmurs. "X. Past. Relax. We've had practice drills for such a situation. You already know what to do," Naruto mentally reminds himself. Though it does nothing to relax the pounding of his heart, this isn't a simple run-through or exercise. Konoha truly is under attack. And it's hard to focus on anything at hearing the frantic cries of civilians around him as stores haphazardly shut their doors and stalls scramble to pack up all their goods at growing shockwaves and explosions. Another loud boom echoes, coming from the Hokage Tower, creating a new wave of dread, and he swallows to clear the ever-growing lump in his throat. Smoke and blood is engulfing the air, and he balls his fist that he picks up on most of the Jounin sensei, ordering for the marketplace to be evacuated. "I'm not doing anything to help by just standing here. Get moving," he nearly yells at his feet. But he remains rooted in place, unable to twist his gaze away from the Hokage's office where Old Man Third Shirley is, where he just was not too long ago. Is this how he dies? He nearly jumps at feeling a warm hand envelop his, tugging him along to get away from the area. "Naruto, don't get nervous now. We've been training for moments like this and more," Hinata states once they're out of the now restricted area, clearing away all the anxiety and noise that had been flittering through his mind. He squeezes her hand back as their eyes meet, nodding as he fixes her with a grin. "Let's go investigate the scene," he determines. "I think our older selves are way ahead of us on that," she replies, pointing to a flash of yellow and violet on top of the Hokage's main quarters rooftop. "That figures." Naruto crosses arms. Their future counterparts already knew what to do, knew what would happen. Still, Hinata and I can't stand by and do nothing. He twists them back in the direction of the tower, slipping them through the alleyways before they can be truly detected by the rest of their Jounin sensei. Staying back means simply being an onlooker, not doing anything to help. "Come on, Hinata. We can't just be bystanders," Naruto reaffirms despite a cold shiver crawling up his back to his shoulders. "I've felt this malicious chakra before from during the Forest of Death trial." Orochimaru. And the closer they get, the more his stomach feels like it's completely turning into lead. "I agree. However, we need to proceed cautiously like we've been taught by our sensei and older selves. This isn't like the exams. There are experienced enemy shinobi in there and around the area." Hinata considers. They clear through the first and second floors slowly, smog thickening the further they climb up. It's difficult to see in breath in this sea of black, and Hinata swallows down a gasp as they turn the corner to see a hunched-over figure by the stairs. Naruto stiffens, the man's glassy hazel eyes staring off into nothing. His head dangles in an awkward angle, two tiny black puncture marks present on his neck. He's dead, isn't he?" He chokes out, Hinata nodding meekly beside him at the smell of blood and decay coming off of him. They've witnessed dead bodies before, yes, but never this close up and within the confines of their village. A loud bang startles them from upstairs, a series of increasingly thunderous booms following in its wake. Naruto clenches his fists, evening out his breathing while Hinata uses her Byakugan to look ahead again. He wasn't in this alone. Orochimaru was outnumbered and outmatched. It's all clear, Hinata states, and Naruto nods as they move to climb the stairs 2 to 3 at a time until they finally come upon the shattered remains of the Hokage's main doors. The first thing his eyes fall upon is Orochimaru, bruised and unconscious upon the floor with hands mangled and dark as his older self hovers above him, and before he can let out a sigh of relief, his stare moves to Hinata's older form holding Old Man Third in her arms. Why do you even care what happens to him? He's part of the reason your life is so miserable, withholding so many secrets from you that you had to end up searching for on your own. You should be happy he's dead, happy he's... Shut up. Just shut up so I can properly think right now. Naruto snaps before Kurama can twist and darken his thoughts again for his own amusement. He's alive, right? He has to be. Old Man Third is way stronger than I've ever wanted to give him credit for after all. On top of that, Hinata and I's future selves got here far faster than we did too. He hastily reminds himself. But between tuning out Kurama's bitter laughter, he sees the true amount of blood that's coating him from his face to his chest, of how truly shallow his breathing is becoming. And he faintly hears Hinata's older self yell out she's beginning to lose his pulse. Currently. I wish I hadn't witnessed that. Naruto frowns. Because before, he hadn't been so close to the climactic battle to truly see just how crazed for power and destruction Orochimaru truly is during this time period. Instead, he had been back in the stadium with the others still under Kankuro's Genjutsu, not aware yet of this very fight happening. He's supposed to be facing Gaara soon and grits his teeth at the thought of all his pent-up rage soon finally breaking through, causing more injury and death. I sent my clones out around the village. They can handle it properly and protect everyone. A good dozen had headed toward the stadium where they would incapacitate Gaara and anyone else who wanted to cause damage. But now his younger self has watched Old Man Third dying right before him, a scene that will burn into both their memories. And part of him wonders now if Orochimaru is even worth saving considering the strange experiments he'll continue to conduct years later. He is no longer a threat to Konoha, yes, even allowing his son into the village, though he still has to watch him carefully. Damn it, why did he use the dead demon consuming seal anyways? He and Hinata could have handled Orochimaru before he was forced to use that suicidal trump move, but he had continually blocked them from interfering by use of his clones as a need to take on this battle alone until he no longer could. Naruto, you and Hinata aren't even supposed to be in this time period. What would I have done if you two weren't here? I would face him on my own. Besides, it isn't right for an old geezer like me to be relying on the younger generation to win my battles for me. I'm not the third Hokage of this village for nothing, and I'm willing to die to protect it. Hiruzen exclaimed before summoning Enma to fight alongside him. Naruto, his vital organs are shutting down. Comfort measures would be best at this point. Hinata notes softly as Naruto settles beside her. There's no need to try to cure or mend me up now. I've already accepted my fate, you two. Hiruzen murmurs softly, and at this Hinata stops her healing. Wincing at the clumps of blood, he soon begins coughing up. His eyes find Naruto's, smiling in spite of the clear upset in his face. Now don't give me that look, Naruto. Not everything in the past needs or can be changed. That's something you and Hinata knew already. You knew I could have defeated Orochimaru, so why? He croaks out. Hiruzen shook his head, stare moving towards his fallen pupil. He'd gone as far as resurrecting the first and second Hokages, knowing none of his conventional moves would have worked. He was my former student. I considered him my responsibility, especially when I let him escape once before. Though Naruto had stepped in anyways, knowing he wouldn't be able to finish Orochimaru off, delivering a crushing Rasengan to his chest, while Hinata had shut down the use of both his arms and legs before crushing them until they were completely dark and broken to completely ensure not only the Reaper's effect would take hold. The moves hadn't killed him, However, he would be feeling the pain and uselessness of his arms and body soon enough. I'm glad you grow up into a fine gentleman, Naruto, just like your father Minato indeed. I'm sorry there wasn't much I could do helping you get back home, but please check my personal study at my house when you get a chance. The scrolls in my hidden chest could help. Continue to take good care of Hinata and your children. He trailed off. His mind briefly drifted to Asuma and Konohamaru. He hoped he'd been a good enough father and grandfather to them. And as he feels his vision blurring, he grins at seeing Buwako's form gesturing for him to come in her arms once more. Are you sure you're ready to go? She questions with an arched brow, uncrossing her arms slowly. It seemed like every time her husband skirted with death, he found a way to cling back onto life again. Hiruzen only chuckles at his wife's inquiry, nodding as he clasps their hands together. The will of fire will go on. Everything will be fine. Yes, I'm ready. I know I'm leaving Konoha in good hands. He's at peace. Hinata affirms at seeing his smile, resting his head down slowly to the floor when she can no longer feel his pulse or see any signs of breathing. Even in death, Orochimaru couldn't take away his grin. Naruto nods his agreement as his gaze roams over to broken glass, strewn papers, and the ugly amount of blood littered about. A small crunching noise twists their gazes back upon Orochimaru, golden eyes wide in alarm. Where were his underlings? They should have gotten to his location by now, or at least created another major diversion to allow for his escape. I can't do this alone. And the very realization makes him sick in panic. He hasn't been this weak since he was a child. When he looks up again, Naruto is staring him down as azure swirls with red. You're not fleeing this time. X. Elsewhere. I believe Lord Third is dead. Kisame mutters, watching one of Itachi's crows swirl overhead with a grin. The closer they get to Konoha, the more the blueness of the sky becomes coated with grays and blacks. He's used to the smell of smoke and fire, though, nearly wanting to revel in creating more of the apparent growing destruction. Yes, Hiruzen Sarutobi's death spells many changes to come, but all of Itachi's concern is toward Sasuke. Orochimaru has had his eye on him for too long ago. He's most likely become impatient. Most of the trees near Konoha have burnt to ash or are crumpling, taking to the tallest ones that will give them the best view of the area. It doesn't take that long to track his younger brother down. Why do you keep sticking so close to me? You know I'm perfectly capable of handling this assignment on my own. Sasuke gripes, Kakashi paying his complaints no mind. He won't say anything to set off his anger any further, though keeping silent is seeming to irritate him just as much. Let's continue to focus on rescuing any civilians trapped in these crushed buildings. That was the task we were both assigned to. Kakashi explains after a moment. Sasuke grits his teeth, dark eyes twisting back on him. Naruto's older version spoke with you too, didn't he? He knows how I could defeat Itachi, and yet he refuses to tell me how. If he doesn't want to give me the answers and power I seek, I'll find someone who will, one way or another. Kakashi says nothing to that, running through his mind what exactly he can say to ease his frustration. Naruto's older self has his reasons. Your brother too, he states eventually. Sasuke bristles at that, shoulders tensing up. What has Itachi kept from me? What secrets are you all continuing to keep from me? He snaps, pausing as another figure leaps down to him. Speak of the devil. I'm sure that isn't the real older Naruto, but I can still sense how much power he holds. Sasuke frowns. Naruto's clone regards him and Kakashi with a smile. Good to see you two are doing okay. Any major injuries in this area to report? Kakashi shakes his head, Sasuke moving to go on ahead only to be halted by Naruto. Despite how much anger you have towards us, I promise everything will be cleared up soon. He explains. Sasuke pauses, frown slipping. As annoying as Naruto is, he knows how painful it is to be alone too, to have questions left unanswered by those in authority. Fine, I don't have much of a choice but to believe in you as well. He grumbles, turn to go. Naruto isn't the type to lie. He'll soon have his answers. from either him or his brother. And Itachi, meanwhile, only watches overhead, unsure what to make of this. Naruto is the same age as Sasuke, yet this man too matches his features. With Lord Third out of the way and all this chaos going on, it will easy to get off with the Nine Tails and have a bit of fun adding to the slaughter. We can even sweeten things and check Lord Third's compound for any documents or files he's left behind that haven't been secured yet by his advisors. Kisame beams. Itachi half hears him, faintly nodding as Naruto's eyes suddenly meet his own. It's no accident. He senses their presence. How much does this man know? X. Past. What exactly were you two thinking? You both knew how dangerous Orochimaru was. What were you expecting to help bring to the battle in your current states? Jiraiya bellows, jabbing harder into Naruto's cut, even with his loud complaining. There'd been so much shards of glass, and some of those they thought were dead hadn't been completely so, mistaking them for the enemy. I think they understand your point. Kakashi attempts to add in, though Jiraiya doesn't hear him. Even worse, he dragged Hinata into this, and the last news he's heard regarding her father and the rest of the Hyuga elders involved passing the title of heiress down to her younger sister, that she could never be a proper leader the way she currently was. Still, that was quite a bit of time ago. Hopefully his mind has changed since this time travel incident, and he's become a bit nicer. But then again, it's not like he's ever seen Hayashi Hyuga even smile. Maybe he forgot how to. Well, it's not like we could just run away, especially when we saw our older counterparts move in. We can't be cowards knowing the training and things we've learned from them. Naruto huffs. Jiraiya responds with an extra dose of alcohol to his next cut. I'm aware you two talk. I wish I knew about what exactly. Ow. All right. I'm burning all your stupid manuscript for that. You wouldn't dare. Do you know how many hot springs and massage parlors there, libraries and bookstores I had to go to collect that research? Jiraiya snaps, switching up his words quickly at Hinata's stare. They both had been scratched up, but Jiraiya seemed like he was being a bit overly harsh with Naruto. Normally, they got along so easily during the times she saw them out getting ramen at Ichiraku's together. She watches as Naruto roughly moves his arm out of Jiraiya's grip, clicking his tongue before swerving towards her. You can fix me up, Hinata. Unlike pervy Sage over here, making my whole arm sting. He chirps out and Hinata reddens, eyeing Jiraiya's continued sour look before nodding and reaching for the cotton balls he slides her way. Why are you so mad at him? Hinata hisses when Jiraiya eventually moves 2 tables over to where Kakashi sits. Because really and truly, this isn't the first time she's seen Naruto send Jiraiya such bitter stares. It had been happening for the most of the day now, between their trip through the groves, collecting herbal plants to help with other injured civilians, and Shinobi with him questioning his ability to lead the way back properly to the village after one wrong turn, to asking why he never packed better when they ran out of water early during the peak of afternoon heat. Naruto squirms at her concerned look, but his anger is still boiling in the pits of his stomach. Kurama is still laughing. He knew this whole time, and you being the fool were none the wiser. And he's right. He is a fool. He knew my parents Hinata. He knew and never told me. He eventually mutters back, and it's hard not to keep the low growl out of his voice as he feels his nails sharpening before balling them up out of sight. Kurama must be enjoying this, digging where he knows it hurts, reminding him of memories he'll never have growing up with his parents. Hinata pauses in applying a bandage, lilac eyes softening. He must have had a good reason though, right? Talk to him, Naruto, properly. It's not like you to hold on to anger. She lightly taps at his cheek when he doesn't answer, and part of her worries Naruto's thoughts are much deeper, far darker than he ever wanted her to see or know about. Please don't give in to them. Kakashi sighs, relieved Jiraiya and Naruto's bickering is temporarily on hold. Ignoring his worry for now, this will delay Make Out Paradise's next novel coming out in time for the Rinne Festival and winter festivities if Naruto keeps to his word, recalling his brief encounters with his future self earlier in the week. So, when do you want to start training? Naruto questions, stretching out his arms. Hinata had located him quickly before he got called away for any tasks or duties, ensuring there would be no interruptions to their talk. He barely glances up from his book, only to see Naruto now directly in front of him. Paperback 2 vanished from his hands now and is. I'm being serious, you know. Not just about Sasuke and that he'll eventually defect. I'm sure you don't want that. Naruto reaffirms, just about ready to toss his book into the closest river or into the dirtiest garbage bin he can find. He didn't think the promise of new Make-Out Paradise books would just make Kakashi-sensei completely forget about training or listening to him. Well, maybe he should have thought over this more. Why he enjoys reading Jiraiya's novels over and over even in the future, he still doesn't understand. Just in case Sasuke does indeed to try to leave, I've already ensured that extra ANBU and security monitor his house out of his sight and report to me any other extreme changes in his behavior. As you know, we can't force Sasuke to do anything as you saw earlier in the week during the evacuation measures. Though hopefully that punch you gave him does knock some sense back into him. Kakashi notes, ensuring he has been listening to his concerns. There isn't much they can do either if Itachi corrupts Sasuke's thoughts even further, mocks how far away in strength and skill they are. I still can't get used to how fast he is. He sighs. Naruto will eventually become stronger than him, learn abilities he's never taught him, and briefly, he sees a flash of Minato again. It isn't just his looks he's gotten from his dead sensei, and it hurts reopening old wounds he thought had long scarred over already. Are you thinking about my dad? Naruto questions, and Kakashi pauses for a second too long before nodding. A grin crosses his face, though Kakashi can tell it doesn't reach his eyes. Yeah, I miss him too. I did get to know him a little. I'm thankful for that. I appreciate that you still visit the memorial stone to honor him and all your fallen comrades. Kakashi watches him silently, leaning his head back against the cool bark of the tree. He wishes the rain would come again to make it truly feel like autumn. It's easier to ignore these recollections when cold nights of frost and snow can make him forget that warm, breezy day of his last true mission with Obito and Rin. There's something I have yet to bring up Kakashi-sensei. Before, Hinata, and I didn't want to change the past too much, however, to make a better future for our children and our loved ones, we changed our minds. He explains. Kakashi's eye narrows, still unsure where Naruto is going with this, though he can feel his heart rate picking up in speed. Whatever he wants to tell will pain him, weigh on his mind for days. Obito, in this present time, is still alive. He hadn't believed him, of course, not until he had showed him an apparent future picture of him where he no longer has a Sharingan eye. It's not irrefutable proof, and Naruto knew that, but it's enough to make him move into beginning some light sparring with him. For him to actually start using the Sharingan, he normally tries to avoid unless absolutely necessary. If Obito was still alive, then why hadn't he come back to Konoha all those years ago? And then another grisly memory crawls up from the back of his thoughts, the cruel reminder that answers his question. He knows about Rin. X. How is training? Hayashi questions as Hinata announces her return. It's concerning to see his eldest daughter look so exhausted night after night, bags more noticeable under eyes, bruises fresh and old marring her cream skin. It seemed like her breaks always ended too soon. Better. I'm getting faster at landing hits on targets from farther distances and detecting an enemy's chakra who tries to mask it. She replies, stifling a yawn. Hayashi nods with a small grin, gesturing for her to eat before heading up to rest. I'm glad she's made progress, but I don't want her to overdo it, especially after being a key witness to Lord Third's death only days ago. He frowns, observing as Hinata slowly ate at her beef stir-fry. She had yet to bring up the incident, as if it hadn't happened. But he can see it in her eyes like he had seen in her older counterpart. The memory is painful. Haunting. Sleep late if need be. Your body requires rest after how much you've been exerting yourself, he states as he watches Hinata move to go before turning off the lights. Moonlight floods in once more through the slits in the blinds. Lately, she barely reaches home before it's already halfway up in the sky. Sleep. Yes, that would be nice. Hinata muses. Though when she enters her room, Boruto and Himawari lay amongst her sheets curled into each other. And now sleep is the last thing on her mind. What are you two doing here? How? Did you even get in here? She sputters, glancing around. Did father know about this? He surely would have questioned her on their presence during dinner about them. Himawari stirs awake first to hearing her come in, nudging Boruto awake, as well as they sit up properly off her pillows. Annie let us in since Jiraiya said he wanted to help with the damages around the village and meet with some people. He knew Annie and Grandpa would keep us safe too, with all that's been going on, you know. Boruto responds while stretching. Annie said we could wait for you up here too, since you and smaller Papa were still out training. Himawari chimes in eagerly. Okay, but what about father? Niji? Do they know you're here as well? Hinata questions. Iido. Hayashi answers from behind her, stepping into the room as Boruto and Himawari smiles drop. Seems like I caught where my rule breakers went off to. You know I prepare the guest room beds specifically for you two. He instructs at their pouting. They exchange a quick look to each other before back over to him. Grandpa, you said we could see Mama before we went to bed. That's why we went over to her room to wait for her. Himawari explains with a whine. Yeah, what Hima said. Waiting here was the best way to see Mama and properly say good night to her. Boruto adds in. Hayashi only shakes his head, lifting them back into his arms with ease. I said you could see her in the morning. You two only heard what you wanted to hear. He's okay with them being here? Hinata wondered, surprised to see the faint grin etching her father's face when Himawari nuzzles into his neck as he lifts her into his arms. He must have gone out and gotten them new pajamas too, she realizes at seeing pink stars adorning Himawari's top and shurikens on Boruto's. Honestly, I wonder why your older self and Naruto agreed to having Jiraiya watch over them. Who knows what he could have been teaching or reading to them, knowing his hobbies and the filth he enjoys writing. Hayashi grumbles, scrunching up his face at the very thought. Hinata blinks, still not sure of what she's actually witnessing, though a warmth spreads over her at how easily father has taken on this new role and title. Who would you have suggested babysit? She asks curiously. Pearl Eyes twist back to look at her incredulously. Myself, naturally.